So cut, so that's your panel, and this is your wide, and you can see the podium as well. I'll zoom out. So cut goes just to podium, and now hit find Aaron's name. See how that comes up?
Yeah.
And then as soon as it's done, hit it again. Yeah. And then just cut. And if you always just stay on wide. Okay? But
And then how do I go back to like
the pre-show stuff?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So click that.
Much for being here. My name is Yvette Fielder and I'm a program director here at the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. This is going into our 5th year of having the Native Edge Institutes. And I just want to congratulate all of you for taking time out of your busy work schedules to be here with us, as well as those that are viewing us online through our webinar. I want to just our staff, if they could please stand. We have some staff out in the lobby area here. If you could just kind of wave. We have some of our accounting team. We have Erin, she's our chief of staff. We have Mabel, Joanne, Kaya, Trisha, and Lauren is out doing registration. And this is their first NEI helping us out at the registration desk, and they're part of our accounting team. So we also have our morning speakers here. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce Mr. Ron Solomon. He has been one of our board members here at the National Center, and he is going to provide us some welcome remarks.
Just want to make sure that we don't have anybody fall off the back of the stage, especially me. I've had that happen, by the way, when we did a big event down in Phoenix, Arizona one time, and we had a nice big curtain around the back there, and one of our tribal leaders, and I was moderating the panel, and he was one of those that, you know, once you have a loose mic like this that's not tied into anything, the tendency for him was to just walk around everywhere, and sure enough, he walked right off the back of the stage. Fortunately, the way that was set up, you know, with the pipe and curtain, it just sort of grabbed him like a hammock. So he just sort of like gradually laid down and back of the stage. So I had to take time to go retrieve him. So I'm really happy to see you all this morning, both here physically and those of you that are viewing via streaming. You know, streaming has really become a big thing. So just before we get started, I just want to say at least a short prayer to welcome you to this particular area of the country. And you know that historically this particular area here was held by the Tiwa speaking people, and not necessarily held, but it was used by them. And the Tiwa speaking two tribes that are here in the south are Sandia Pueblo, which is just barely north of us here, and then south of us is Isleta Pueblo. So those two tribal groups were the ones that occupied this land at one time, and so we just want to acknowledge that they took care of this land before we had other people that came into this area. So that's what I wanted to convey to you in terms of the setting or the context for any of these kinds of events that the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development provides. So if you just take a moment in your own way, and if you would all stand. This is a particularly important time of the year for many of us, and so we just want to acknowledge that. 当然自己都买个自己店面嘛，出这样的一些是，啊，所以的我该是是一个，是那很多事情，kurz ist auch所以的我该是那一些东西，Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for being here this morning, and I'm particularly glad to have one of my tribal cousins right next to me here in Marvis, Aragon. He's the chair, or he's the executive director of the American Indian Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico. And I've worked with him in the past. We have a history of working in a startup company out at Laguna, and that was for Laguna Industries. Indigenous populations, the First Nations up in Canada, the Native Hawaiians, and folks down in South America as well that constantly now are in touch with us, and that we have brought into the fold a very welcoming approach by the National Center. And so we've sort of evolved over time from a real kind of, actually a real reservation focused enterprise into one that looks at the reality of many of our Native people moving into the urban settings and setting up businesses, becoming entrepreneurs in different contexts. You know, everything from accounting, finance, different kinds of consulting, and other roles that they've proceeded down the pathway for. And so having done that, then now we have a real diversified portfolio, so to speak, of people that we need to provide for. So as we have grown as an organization and evolved, so has the events like this, the Native Edge Institute, which has been going on for about 4 years now. And then the Reservation Economic Summit has become huge too, with a number of different kinds of panels that we have, and different kind of areas of concentration, and it's broadened over time. So it has become very quickly a 3,000 person attended kind of event every year, and also just became famous as RES, and everybody looks to RES every year. So we're busy getting ready for that as well. So after 50 years of operation as the National Center, we're here, we're still present, we're still providing, and in a much more diversified way now. So that's kind of who we are, and as a past chair, I've seen the organization evolve, and you know, one of the things that's very clear to me now too is that you know, we're really in an era where we're starting to have many more young people out there that are engaging in business activities and entrepreneurial starts across the country. And so for us that have been involved for many years, it's kind of a time of handing off you know, what we've gained and what we've been able to accomplish to another whole generation, in a manner of speaking. And so that's been an interesting aspect. I just got through meeting with a couple of staff members of mine that work with the Laguna Community Foundation. We have a not-for-profit community foundation at Laguna. And the two individuals were Joni Suina Romero, who is now with Return to the Heart Foundation as a co-CEO, and she's my past executive director for that organization. And then also Leroy Buster Silva, who is our new executive director, and he's also an actor. You've probably seen him, you know, on different movies and different series. Like he finished the Longmire series, where he was kind of a radical Native person, and that was one of his characters. And he just returned from Texas, where he was doing some filming as well. So those are two actually next generation people, you know, for me that I've been, I'll say mentoring in some ways. They really have strengths of their own. So now we have folks like that that are here in the audience and that will be part of the audience at RIS too. And so we are just, you know, preparing to go through and acknowledge, I think, that major shift that's happened. But the thing that I would say to you all is that one of the things that I want to just remind you of in a very gentle way is that in order to get to this point, even for this kind of program, the Native Edge Institute, we really, there's been a lot of hard work. And I always say that I owe my head of white hair to that hard work that went on, because many times in the past, for things like the 8A program, I found myself as the only individual that was advocating for changes to the 8A program that would allow tribally owned or tribally controlled enterprises to qualify under the 8A program. And then you look at the congressional record, you'll see a grand party of one testifying before the different committees of Congress. So every time I go back to DC now, I think of those times when I would be walking around the hill, as we say back there, going from one congressional office to another to try to make things happen. Because when people would ask me that were in the congressional delegations that were for us and some that were against us, you know, they'd say, or their question was, how many other tribes do you think will follow your footsteps, you know, in terms of pursuing acceptance or certification under these different programs? And I would just take a wild guess. I say, you know, right now, without having a survey, I would guess, you know, between 75 and 100. Well, that, you know, multiply that times 3 or 4 now in terms of the number of tribes that have taken advantage and different companies that have taken advantage of the programs that we've been able to negotiate through Congress and that have been accepted and that they're now a part of. So that's just a reminder of the depth of commitment that a lot of us have had, both, you know, Marvis and myself and others that are not here today. I know that the current chairman, Derek Watchman, he and I and others have worked very hard over the years for the reason of door opening. And that's always been, you know, or breaking down barriers, somebody would say, you know, that's always, that's the way that people prefer to put things in political context sometimes, you know. But we've been only too glad to do that with the hope that there would be a whole group of people, there would be groups of people like you all that would come behind us and that would take advantage of these programs, that would take time to really learn about these programs that have been set up, especially the federal programs that exist now. So learning what they're about is key then for different individuals and different tribes, different organizations to move things forward. So that's, I think, what I wanted to communicate to you on behalf of the National Center, and certainly would extend an invitation to you as you read material, or maybe you already signed up to go to RIS. That's a very dynamic process, as us oldsters know, where you meet, I mean, you can meet hundreds of people, so you better have lots of cards when you go to something like that, so that you can pass your information on to them as a potential supplier. There's plenty of, you know, both formal kind of processes that we've set up for people to introduce their companies to other companies and to become part of their supply-based chain. And then there are just individual conversations sometimes that just come up on the spur of the moment as you're chatting with somebody, just getting acquainted. You'll find that they have an opportunity there for you that's really not been evident to you. So always, I think, take time to make sure that before you leave your room, your hotel room, anywhere, that you're chock full of business cards and stuff, very basic things like that. And definitely a notebook so you can take notes, because sometimes people will rattle stuff off and all of a sudden you've got a essentially an RFP in your hands, you know, right then and there. So those are some of the suggestions that I would offer to any of you that are out there. And also here within the state, you know, it's incumbent on us to provide leadership in different ways, and this is my way of transitioning or segueing off to my brother here, who is now the executive director for the American Indian Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico, Marvis Aragon. So please join me in welcoming him this morning.
Quality hopa wa to shin me ha ti ko tiu munis jami hanu tsesh ti inanu stesh agum ersita tawai ani tsikna te kai tse kona tsain tse sai wa chani hopa. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we're here. I was compelled to introduce myself in the native language, as Ron shared earlier. And thank you, Ron, for the prayer that you provided to all of us in our efforts to see good things to come. And my Acoma name is Ha'ati, which is translated to aspen tree. And I'm not sure why I was named aspen tree. I'm not tall, I'm not thin, I'm not light. So, but years later, I've come to find a connection with my Acoma name. My clan affiliation is Eagle Clan, and I get that from Mom. As a matriarchal matrilineal society, you know, our clan lineage comes from our mothers. As we all have come from a mother, and in our storyline, of course, we're all related in that respect. All peoples of the planet have come from a mother, and in our story, the mothers were sisters. So it's good to see all of our relatives here today at this gathering, and those who are joining virtually as well. So as shared, I am committed to service to the American Indian Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico, and I've been there for a little over 4 years. I want to acknowledge some others in the room who are also affiliated with the Chamber in a leadership capacity. I think she might have stepped out, but our chair is Vernell Chase. Is Vernell here? I saw her earlier. I think she stepped back out. She serves as our chair. A little bit later today, Nate Lee will be on a panel. He serves as our vice chair. Our secretary, Irina Castillo, is in the back of the room. If she could wave to everybody. She serves on our board. And then Leroy Pacheco serves as our treasurer. Other board members include Monica Hohola, who I think was going to be in attendance today, so we'll look out for her. Miss Gina Ewell also is on our board. Michelle Justice heads a personnel security consultant. She serves on our board. Mr. Dan Drogue comes over from Arizona, actually. His business is located right next door. And last but not least, certainly is Mr. Dar Johnson, who's a SCORE volunteer, if you're familiar with the SCORE organization. So they certainly provide the guidance and the input in the chamber activities and our strategic direction. But I also want to acknowledge my colleague in the chamber, Ms. Juanita Jose, who's sitting up closer to the front. So it's Juanita and I. We're the full staff of the chamber, so we're glad to meet all of you and see all of you. So some of the things we wanted to just touch on are activities that we've seen in the chamber. We can move to the next slide. Briefly, our vision and our mission are stated there. Native business success is our vision, and achieving successful economic development initiatives while incorporating strengthening building on community and tribal values. So values-based is certainly important and key, and how we see that in our business organizations, both native and non-native, has been a breath of fresh air, especially as we progress through something as challenging as a global pandemic. So, you know, the values that we connect with in our home communities are important, and we work to do that with the 23 tribes, nations, and pueblos in New Mexico, as you might all be familiar with them. So the next slide describes some of the focus areas that businesses, both chamber and non-chamber members, have identified to be key. And probably many of you in your own business capacity have identified these areas as well. So during this winds of change, and I do mean that also just in light of yesterday's wind. I don't know if some of you were here yesterday, but we could barely stand on our feet walking out of the buildings that we were in. But as changes come about, the only constant is change, right? And sometimes, change can be significant, drastic, and emotional as well. And as we continue to progress and we tread on with our work, with our business, with our offerings to the world, we've identified these focus areas for the chamber. So business development, research and policy, education, workforce development is kind of front and center. We've heard from many of our businesses that it's a challenge to backfill positions, calling people back to work, having them as motivated and energetic as before, and certainly the demand for creativity, bringing their talents forward and exercising those talents in their role in the organization as they've been hired to do so. But more than having secure employment, how are they fulfilling their own dreams, their own passion? And it's amazing what social influence, having a job or contributing to something bigger than oneself, can be to a person. So it's these people who go home at the end of the day after putting in a good day's work to their families or to their pets or to their home, but as they lay down each night to reflect back, did I give it my best today? Did I give it my all? And we can all reflect on that ourselves too, as business owners, as business leaders, whatever role we might have in an organization. So my encouragement to tread on and continue to find your talent power, as we like to say in our trainings. The next slide describes a little bit of the strategies that we've been deploying as the chamber. It's much about readiness and how ready are we? Well, when the only constant is change, when are we ever ready? Well, readiness can be an evolving process, right? So as we look at employee readiness, were we ready as employees? Were we ready as an organization, as leadership? Were we ready as a business for something significant like a global pandemic? So being flexible and agile in our business and in our work is very important. How do we transition? How do we shift? How do we change our systems? How do we change our strategies? And in some cases, and maybe some of you are doing this as well, how do we reflect upon our business model? Really getting back to the core of what it is that we do. And how has my business model changed? Or how might it need to change in this effort moving forward? So these are some of the areas that we've been focused on with our chamber members, with input from them, with direction from them, and identifying some of their needs. So the next slide describes one of the initiatives that we've launched this year, the Native Economic Advancement and Development Initiative. Actually, we launched it just before COVID. And I say this year because we didn't quite get to launch it during COVID. We had to pivot. Maybe that's an overused reference, but like the rest of the world, we had to pivot. And so now we're excited to continue rolling this out. This is one of those initiatives that ties back to our mission. So 3 focus areas: workforce development, entrepreneurship, and business development, are this effort to improve capacity, again, that flexibility, agility in the way that we perform what we do, how we deploy our medicine to the rest of the world. So when we think that big, that we each have a gift, each one of you have a gift, each one of you has a power. How you share that with others comes down to you. So those are some of the things in the next slide that we've been focusing on. There's 4 goals related to the NEED initiative. One is to support workforce development. We're doing that with a few training series. One is preparing for job success. It's a 5-session series. And with this series, we've been recently working with high school students. We've been asked by the Albuquerque Public Schools to provide our training to high school students, and it's been progressing very well. We've been hitting some of the tribal communities through their tribal education departments as well. We were out at Zuni, Pueblo, which is kind of northwest from here, and we've been up to Nambe. We've got other requests in the hopper. Right next door, Bernalillo County Public Schools is interested in our training. The native, the Naka School here in Albuquerque is also interested, so we'll be meeting with them. But this training for supporting our workforce, currently and in the future is important. How do we inspire? How do we motivate? How do we lead people who are a part of our staff, a part of our team? How do we utilize their talents? Well, how can they deploy their talent power as well? How are they empowered? How do they feel they can contribute to that something bigger than themselves? And how do they align with that? So we also touch on some soft skills training and also training for employers. We're working, it's probably going to end up being a 3-session series. I have 2 sessions on the slide, but in a little bit I'll describe a little bit more on that. Our second goal is access to capital. So you have a great agenda in the session today. A lot of different areas talking about changes in federal policy and opportunity. We've got the PTAC representatives here to also answer any questions for you in that regard. We've got people in Washington, right? We tease, we sometimes refer to her, in no disrespect, as Auntie Deb. Interior Secretary, Deborah Holland, and her charge to deploy the Buy Indian Act, right? How many of you have heard of the Buy Indian Act, right? So, that opportunity that comes through that, how is it deployed? How is it channeled to opportunity, closer to where the rubber meets the road? So the next slide rounds out our goals. There's 2 other goals that we have. Develop business leadership and organizational capacity. This is a training, this is a longer training. It's 10 sessions, and it is working with business leaders and owners to, if necessary, revisit the business model. Let's take a second look. What changes may be necessary in this new economy or changed economy, depending how we define that. So we touch on the 4 core areas, leadership, marketing, financial, and operations. And this is training that digs in a little bit. It's not a slouch training, so we offer that. And goal number 4 is to promote business growth through federal contracting. And a couple of trainings that we launched last year, business growth through contracting, is kind of our introductory session to government contracting. So this is for some who are kind of sitting on the edge, wondering, should I get into government contracting? How does that all work? So we touch on that topic, and then finally the Buy Indian Act and federal contracting is one that we launched last year as well. So rounding up, the next slide talks a little bit about the workforce development model, and I know the font is probably a little difficult for some of you to see in the back of the room. But this wraparound support system for workforce development, just digging into that a little bit, as we look at the different supports for employee success, not just with landing a job, but being successful long-term with that job. We look at the different elements here relative to talent power, our recruiting and hiring processes, and how we onboard employees. It's an investment, right? When we bring an employee on, it costs money, it takes time, and it takes a lot of our emotional energy as well, right? I see a lot of heads nodding. So how can we position them for success in the long run? Not only with our organization, but the impact and influence we have with their personal lives as well. Powerful stuff. So the wraparound support model encompasses a number of different areas, and that's a part of the employer training that we're preparing to launch later this year. The last, I think it's, I forgot about this slide. So this describes the workforce development training, series 1 and 2 and 3. We dig in a little bit with the preparing for job success. We talk about talent power, we connect, facilitate a process for people to identify their best self. And once they connect with that, their talent power, how do they contribute that or move that to the job application, their cover letter, their resume, and be able to articulate it in the interview. The next one talks about stay on that last slide, please. Oops, let's go back up. The next session, one more, there we go. How do I continue to improve myself? So continuous improvement is about putting that kind of practice in place as an employee. Yes, roughly 30, 60, 90 days, however we define our probationary period or introductory period. Somebody's going to provide some feedback on your performance. How am I ready for that feedback? How can I be prepared to be engaged in that process of feedback? So again, we dig in a little deep in regards to some of the training, and much of this has been brought out by business owners and business leadership. These are some of the areas that we could use support in, Marvis and Juanita and board. So these are some of the initiatives that we're rolling out. Rounding out the last couple of slides, you got a peek to them. As we look at the workforce of the future, again, our target participants currently are high school students and those seeking employment, but also we are offering this training with a little bit of modification to current employees. So if we can help your organization, we're here to do so. Just reach out. I think the last slide, let's just move to that, is our contact information. I'll be around for the morning session at least. Juanita is here as well. You're welcome to approach any of us, either of us. Our email addresses are up on the last slide as well. But I want to commend all of you for your resilience, you know, in the spirit of our ancestors, as Ron started the prayer this morning, acknowledging their resilience and this mindset that someone along the way prayed for us, right? As we do, we pray for future generations. We pray for those not yet born. Somewhere along the way, somebody prayed for us. Somebody wished us good fortune. So let's take that energy, let's take that resilience and persistence and perseverance and deploy it ourselves, because there's others coming after us too. So it's with them in mind that I wish you well and in your efforts, and have a good day. And please, if there's anything I can do to help with your effort, don't hesitate to reach me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we will have Government Contract Pros, who will be our next speaker, and that is Mr. Trevor Skelly. And there you go. And we're going to pull up your PowerPoint here. And let's give Ron and Marvis another round of applause. Thank you so much for being here this morning, gentlemen. And our next speaker will be approaching. And are you like John Shiraka, where he wanders around down below, or do you want to be up here at the podium? It's up to you.
Oh, sitting there?
No, he wants you up here. Okay, maybe for the live stream. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have a question? Or, no, I'll grab that for you. Thank you so much. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Trevor Skelly. I am with Gov Contract Pros out of Washington, D.C. I'm really honored to be with you today. Our founder, John Shiraka, who many of you probably know, is unable to attend today. His son is actually graduating from the Air Force for security forces, so he is in Lackland. As a way of introduction, I spent some time also in the armed services. I was a contracting officer for the Navy for 15 years, meaning that I bought and sold, bought for the federal government, specifically the Navy. But I'm here to talk to you about and give you a brief introduction to federal contracting and some of the unique advantages and programs that are out there for your organizations. If you read my bio, I'm a lawyer, and I think many of you know or have probably dealt with lawyers, and they like to talk a lot, and they like to hear themselves talk. I'm not one of those people. I would much rather this session be interactive. So if you have questions when I'm going through the slides, or you want to make a comment, or you have any reactions, just please raise your hand. I mean, Trevor, hey you, whatever works. And we'll hopefully you guys can learn something. And but I really prefer that this session be interactive. So here's our sort of standard disclaimer. Please don't reproduce this. That's a picture of me. So first we're going to talk about the federal marketplace in general. We're going to talk about some small business programs and specifically set-asides with an eye towards the tribes. We're going to talk about some of the rules regarding affiliation, the 8A program, hub zones, service-disabled veteran-owned small business, women-owned small business programs, the mentor protege program, the joint venture program, and current trends. So what is the federal marketplace? Believe it or not, the U.S. federal government is the largest buyer of supplies and services in the world. Federal agencies, there's dozens and dozens of them, buy just about anything you can think of, from computers to jets to tables to PowerPoints to services, anything in between. There's set-asides, so one of the reasons why I'm here is to speak about those set-asides and to know that there are opportunities that the government reserves exclusively for small businesses and for tribes such as yourself. But I think one of the issues that we encounter is people want to know, where do I get started? I mean, I see all of these federal dollars, I see billions of dollars being spent, but where does it all even get started? Well, the first place to start is with SAM.gov. SAM.gov is quickly becoming the federal government's central registry for all things federal contracting. This is where you would register your entity, this is where you look for opportunities, this is where you make your representations and certifications. All of the activity that the federal government does for federal contracting, almost all agencies use SAM.gov. And so when you're going on there, it's a very simple website to use. You can play around, you can look around, you can create an account, you can find opportunities, you can register your business, and you can do pretty much anything there. It's important also to know that with federal contracting, anything that's above $25,000 has to be, anything that's estimated to be valued at over $25,000 has to be publicly posted so that we can get competition for it. So anything that's above that threshold is probably going to be on SAM.gov. The next important website that I want to draw to your attention is DSBS. This is the Dynamic Small Business Search. And so when the federal government buys products, there's not only large businesses, but there's small businesses. And sometimes small businesses can't necessarily meet all of the requirements that the government is asking for in a particular solicitation. And this engine, this search, allows you or partners or teams to find your company or to find other companies to team with. And especially when it comes to large businesses, this type of search becomes incredibly important because the federal government and the agencies have rules that are subcontracting plans that include specific goals for various socioeconomic categories that when the government is spending money, they want to see certain subcontractors are included. And this is a great way to market yourself and to show, hey, we're an 8A, we're a woman-owned small business, we're a service-disabled veteran-owned small business, and that website is a great search feature. We also list USA Spending and the SBA Subcontracting Network. USA Spending is kind of helpful to say, hey, you know what, here's what I sell. I sell computers, or I'm a lawyer, or I do IT services. USA Spending can be useful because you can search for exactly what agencies are buying and the products that or services that you're selling. So it's sort of a market research tool. So, as I mentioned, small business set-asides are one of the most important and frankly, one of the reasons why I do what I do. As many of you know, the Biden administration has made a lot of efforts to increase participation by small business because small businesses really are what drive this country. And therefore, the goals that are associated when the federal government releases solicitations and when the federal government orders work, those goals are increasing. And that's good to see, meaning that there's more opportunities for various small businesses. Now, what does it mean to be a small business? Everything for the government, well, excuse me, everything for small business is determined by the NAICS code, the North American Industry Classification System. This is a registry of different industry codes that here we can say that it's what you do. So you find your NAICS code, and with each NAICS code, there's a size standard. So that size standard is either articulated in the form of annual receipts or the number of employees. So for example, one NAICS code, let's stick with IT services, let's say that that NAICS code is $25 million. That means that for the past 5 years, the average of your annual receipts has to be less than $25 million in order for you to qualify as a small business. Because on every single solicitation that an agency puts out, there's going to be one of these NAICS codes, and that's going to determine the size of the small business that can participate in that particular solicitation. Here's what I was saying previously with regard to the size standard. So the NAICS code itself is either a product of the quantity of the number of employees that you have over the past 24 months, or it's the last 5 years of your annual receipts. We can take a look at those and see that these change. Fortunately, these numbers, well, fortunately or unfortunately I should say, because of inflation, a lot of these numbers went up because the cost of doing business has gone higher. So you have more time. Previously also, the calculation period for these size standards was 3 years, meaning that you only had 3 years to make your number. Now with 5, presumably if you're starting off smaller, that average, it gives you a little bit more time to preserve your small business status. So how set-asides are enforced. So with regard to the federal government, there's streamlined purchases for anything that's under $250,000. When when an agency identifies a need for services or supplies, and it drafts a solicitation that it's going to put on that SAM website, the process for awarding a contract that's estimated to be valued at less than $250,000 is a lot less complex, as you can probably imagine, than a major weapon system worth $1 billion. Typically, those procurements can be done in anywhere from 30 to 60 days. And then if there's what we call a micro purchase that's less than $10,000, those transactions are typically handled by federal agencies using a credit card. So it's a very, very easy process. Now, for this audience, one of the most important rules that we have in federal contracting is the rule of 2. So anytime an agency identifies a requirement that they want to purchase, whether it be supplies or services, the Federal Acquisition Regulation, which is the regulation that controls all of federal contracting, the Part 10 describes market research. And in market research, before an agency goes out for solicitation, it has to survey the industry, it has to survey the market. So what you might see on sam.gov, for example, you might see a request for information. And in a request for information, the agency will highlight what it requires, it will define the scope of services that it's looking to attain, and then it will ask industry for comments. What can you do? Have you done this before? How much do you think this would cost? Do you have the capability to do it now? Will it take a lot of time? Is there something that the government missed when we were defining our requirements? Well, I always say a lot of people don't pay attention to those requests for information because it's not a request for proposal. And as everyone in this room knows, drafting those proposals takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of money to draft them. And it can be the same way for requests for information. But especially with regard to small businesses, it's crucial that small businesses respond to those requests for information because of the rule of 2. The rule of 2 says that if the government can identify 2 small businesses that are capable of meeting the demand that the government has identified with fair and reasonable pricing, that that acquisition has to be set aside for small business participation. So what does that mean? In that NAICS code that we previously described, that the government has assigned to a particular procurement, that size standard, as long as there are two companies or two entities that are capable of meeting that requirement, that requirement has to be set aside for small business. So no Boeings, no Lockheeds, no Raytheons, they can't participate. It's reserved exclusively for small business. But how does the government get this information? It gets it from that request for information. So if you don't participate in the request for information, then it's possible that the acquisition isn't set aside exclusively for participation by small business, and it might be a lost opportunity. With regard to small business, another key feature to consider, especially when you're considering teaming partners or working with other companies or working as a joint venture, is this concept of affiliation. So here there's a lot of citations to the Code of Federal Regulations, and it's complicated, but let's make it a lot more simple. The Small Business Administration, because of the unique advantages that it grants, particularly with regard to set-asides, the Small Business Administration has crafted various rules and regulations to make sure that small businesses don't just serve as a pass-through, meaning that a small business wins a federal contract and then a large business or a non-affiliated business does all of the work. The small business might get some money out of it, but ultimately it doesn't get the experience, it's not delivering, and that's what the Small Business Administration is trying to protect against. So there's this concept of affiliation, whereby if two companies are controlled by the same person or entity, those two companies are combined for size status purposes. So let's say, for example, you have your company with the annual receipts worth 10 million and the other company's worth 30 million in annual receipts, and the associated NAICS code size standard is 25 million. If both of those companies are controlled by the same group or by the same entity or by the same person, those receipts are combined. And as you can see, based on those combined receipts, they're too big for the NAICS code, so you wouldn't be eligible to participate in that particular procurement. So I want to stop because I realize that that's a lot. Ask if anyone has any questions, want to go over anything, because I realize that the regulations are complex. We've gone through a lot already. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much. In looking at the slides that you have, how would you recommend that we approach, trying to find the contractors? Because when you go into it, it's overwhelming. At times, trying to find out where to go and navigate to, reach the individuals responsible in charge for the areas.
Sure. So I think one of the best ways to do that is sam.gov. So when you go to sam.gov, there's various search features that are available on there. And one of the ways to search is, by the NAICS code, even just like a simple search, like, I don't know why I'm so fixated on IT services, but let's say IT services or construction. You can type that into the search. That's going to populate hundreds of opportunities that are either current or expired but are preserved for current purposes. On each one of those solicitations or on each one of those listings, there's going to be points of contact with the agency, and you can always reach out to those individuals to say, hey, I'm interested in this solicitation, or I'm interested more in learning about what other opportunities that the agencies have. Because a lot of times, or most agencies now actually publish an annual plan, and this is publicly available, and this is the procurements typically over $250,000 that they're planning on executing during the current fiscal year. So they might be able to direct you to their agency website that has all of those major contracts that they're planning for the year. But I would say a good place to start is definitely sam.gov. Like I said, once you get in there, just sort of playing around and saying, here's what I do, searching, and looking at those opportunities. When you look at those opportunities, it might be overwhelming at first because as complex as these slides are, federal solicitations can be hundreds of pages long for depending on the nature of the services or the supplies that you're buying. And this is because all of the contract clauses that are included that Congress mandates, there's the performance work statement, there's the contract line items. So I encourage everyone to just take a look and say, here's what a solicitation looks like. You want to look for the statement of work or the performance work statement that describes what the government is looking for. It's usually pretty short, it's usually very succinct. For a supply buy, it might be, we need 100 computers, we need transportation services at this location, we need landscaping services at this location. When I was doing this, it was, we need you to fix our ship because we're in Bahrain and it's broken. That was a little bit more complex, but all of those solicitations are going to list points of contact, the performance work statement, and then there's going to be probably 20 pages worth of clauses that Congress has said, we passed a law saying, here's a rule that you need to follow, contractor, because you're a contractor. Anything from you can't text and drive to you can't buy certain telecommunications products from the People's Republic of China. But as an introduction, I think the best way is to go to SAM, search for what your particular industry is, take a look at a solicitation, take a look at the performance work statement that's listed in there or the statement of work, and then see, okay, this is something that I can work with, or maybe this one's too big, I can find something that's smaller. But you can always reach out to the agency officials and see, hey, do you have an annual spending plan, or do you have an annual plan or forecasted requirements that is publicly available that you would be willing to share the link with me for? Sir?
Just as a point of, the National Center has an organization that is parent to the APEX and PTEC. If you want to learn how to use the multitude of marketing tools, we can do one-on-ones because everyone has an individual thing. But that's what we do for a living. We're part of the National Center program, so I don't like to drink my own coffee, but if you guys can come over, we have them all over the place. So just look up the Apex, and because I've got 4 guys and his dad in the truck, they don't have time to do what you're looking for. Come see us, and we can walk you through it, streamline it for you.
Thank you. I think part of the great thing about this conference is identification of those resources, because this is so complicated, but there are so many organizations that are capable of providing that sort of expertise and to guide you. So thank you very much. Does that end, sir?
So, back to the affiliation. So, let's say you're partnering with another small business to go after an opportunity. Will say there's requirements, you keep bringing up IT, so like CMI or ISO requirements, that's affiliated with the solicitation. Does the prime have to have those requirements met, or can they partner with another small business that has met those requirements?
You can partner. So a lot of, because in many ways, some small businesses might be limited in those certifications that they have. One of the reasons why a small business would partner with a larger business or with an entity that's been doing this for longer are for those certifications. Now, there's a couple of different ways to do it, whether it's a sort of vertical relationship where it's a prime contractor, subcontractor, or a horizontal relationship where it's a joint venture where both of the entities come together to form a new legal entity to submit a proposal. There's a couple of different ways to do it, but ultimately, if the entities together can combined through a joint venture can say, hey, we can meet the requirements, or if the prime contractor can say, well, through our subcontractors, we have these certifications and we can meet these certifications. That's how it can work. I never want to say that there's because all of these solicitations are unique. And some might say, prime contractor is required to have this certification. Both any subcontractors are required to have this certification. But generally, you can partner with other companies as a sub or as a joint venturer to meet those requirements.
So when you get to the section where you're actually going to talk about the teaming agreement and the joint ventures, are you going to talk about the pros and cons of each types of agreements that you have with partnership?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll cover those because we'll cover it, but especially like the mentor-protege agreement, like that is absolutely critical for small businesses because it prevents against, it safeguards against the concept of affiliation, or it prevents the SBA from finding affiliation, which would otherwise disqualify you. But those are limited. Mentors can only have a certain number of proteges. Proteges can only have a certain number of mentors. So for the reasons you're describing, sometimes it might make sense just to do the vertical and say we're going to have a prime subcontractor relationship instead of the joint venture relationship. But we can certainly get to that point.
Justin.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I feel left out now.
I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to ask a quick question. Is it a true statement that Native-owned companies, Indian small business enterprises, is the only minority group that is singled out in the sites, like by Indian Act, and then the ISBBE and others?
There are other.
Because when you go on SAM, there's no other minority group that's singled out, just Indian-owned companies.
Well, yes, the Indian-owned companies are unique. I guess I would just rephrase it to socioeconomic groups. So, like, there's the other socioeconomic group: women-owned small business, service-disabled, veteran-owned small business, veteran-owned small business. But in terms of, yes, Indian would be. I mean, there's certain ways to qualify for an 8A that, as an Indian person or as a tribe is, presumed qualification. Other individuals can meet those requirements as well, but the tribes and Indian persons themselves have very unique, the regulations uniquely identify Indian folk for these sorts of programs. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I could say there's other socioeconomic status and socioeconomic groups, but for the reasons we'll get into, especially the tribally owned entities have, as Super 8As, have unique advantages that other 8.
Up to the contracting officer on how they're going to pursue it. So we've had that issue before. We've gone to congressional delegation and SBA to try and make it a Native American or American Indian small business set aside, but nothing ever happened. Nothing happened with that. So just so, we can sit here and say it would be great and we could get the contract, however, and then it's as a set aside, but it doesn't always happen.
No, I agree. Unfortunately, it doesn't. I think one of the things that I've seen doing this, on the other side, from the government side, for 15 years was just there were so many folks in government, in procurement, that just weren't sufficiently familiar with these small business rules to know that yes, ultimately it does come down to contracting officers' discretion whether or not there is a set aside. We can fight that and push back and say, listen, we meet all of the regs, this should be set aside, the regs require that this be set aside, but ultimately it will come down to their discretion, and SBA has limited resources. But I think to a certain extent, given the administration, the current administration's prioritization of small businesses, given their prioritization especially of tribal entities and other socioeconomic categories, I think that now agencies are much more willing and likely to participate in small business set-asides because the goals are going up. And agencies are going to be measured and are measured actively on the SBA's report card against whether or not they're meeting their goals. And if these agencies aren't meeting their goals, that creates a host of other problems for them. Whereas here, it should be relative, and I think part of the point to make to them is, you know, this is an easy win for you guys. It's a small business set-aside. You get small business credit. You know, you get quality services, and you can do so in a very quick and rapid fashion as opposed to a lengthy and prolonged solicitation phase. So I agree, and thank you for pointing that out, that unfortunately, you know, there's always going to be a sort of discretionary element to this when dealing with different contracting officers. Some contracting officers, you know, I only do 8A set-asides. I only do women-owned small business set-asides. I only do this. And then there's others, I do open competition. I don't even know what FAR Part 19 is, which governs the small business rules. So it just kind of goes agency by agency, which is not an ideal, but in an organization this big, you're going to have, you know, variations, but it's a great point. Sir?
Another point,
Let me grab the mic for you, Adolfo. That way our viewers can hear you better.
sorry. I don't wanna. We just came back from the National 8A conference. How many guys were there? Okay. There is supposedly a letter out, because I spoke to every native business that was there and tribe, from the Secretary of Department of Interior that now mandates. It used to be only for IHS and BIA, mandated the preference. Now I understand there's a letter out that says all DOI agencies. I spoke to DOD, DHS, HHS. They're all looking for native businesses. I think our Secretary Deb Haaland is making a point. So if you're not getting into what they're buying, the priority is there. I wanted to make sure that it's, I know what you're talking about because I went through the same thing, but it's changing and we need to get stop. I just wanted to let you know that that's late breaking. I'm looking for that memo and we'll share as we go, but it is changing.
And fortunately, DOI is leading the way here, but to your point, it's expanding. And there's going to be other agencies that are going to be making similar policy announcements and rules for this as well. So it's not, I agree, I think we're at a great point where there is going to be contracting officers' discretion. However, we're heading in a direction where that discretion is being curtailed, and where we have priorities as a federal government, and we need to ensure that our people are following those priorities as well. So, any other questions? Okay. I guess one of the biggest programs, or at least one of the programs that I focus on advising clients the most on, is the 8A Business Development Program. The 8A program was developed to help small, disadvantaged businesses to compete in the federal marketplace. It helps thousands of companies each year, and it offers, in addition to the set-aside opportunities, training and other programs given by the SBA to help you to compete in the federal marketplace. One of the unique advantages, and I think we'll get to this in the slides, but I think one of the unique advantages, at least from the tribal perspective, is that unlike an individual for an 8A, you get one opportunity, that's it. So when you file your application, you say, you know, I meet these qualifications, and you've got your 9 years to be an 8A, and that's it. with the federal tribes, when these companies or wholly owned companies are owned by the tribes, that limitation of one per lifetime, that doesn't exist. So tribal entities can have as many 8As as they want. Well, let me clarify. There's certain limitations. For example, when we previously described the NAICS codes, you know, they're supposed to be spread out and separate and have different ones. But ultimately, one of the advantages of the tribal ownership is that they can have as many 8A companies as they want. So that's a unique feature for the 8A programs for the tribal entities. You can see, I mean, the business has to be majority owned and controlled by socially and economically disadvantaged individual who is a U.S. citizen, demonstration of good character, manages the day-to-day operations. So, oh, sorry.
Can you please clarify when you say a tribal entity versus like normal 8A is tied to an individual, you say it's a tribal entity versus an individual, but is it an individual within the tribe or is it the tribe itself going after the 8A?
For the Super 8A, it's the tribe itself. So an individual tribal member may apply for the 8A program, but it's in their capacity as an individual. So that individual would only has the one opportunity, whereas if the 8A is done through the tribe, as the tribe is the owner of the entity, then we don't have that limitation of the one. So where you as a tribal member, you could, but you get one. Whereas with if the tribal entity owns the 8A company, you don't have that limitation of one. Yes, sir.
Always need the assistance of a sister here to help me with this stuff here. You know, in the past when I was advocating for the changes to the program that allowed for tribally owned concerns to become part of the 8A program, one of the things I fought for, or advocated for, let me put it that way, advocated for, was that if someone like myself, being a tribal member, were to lead a tribally owned concern, that individual then could also come back as an individual and seek 8A certification. Is that a provision still in place?
So in your facts, the individual served in a capacity as manager of the 8A company or the applicant themselves?
So, you know, to satisfy the requirement that there be a member of that socioeconomically disadvantaged tribe.
Yes.
What I was advocating for is that once I finished that role as the CEO for a tribally owned company that became 8A certified, that I could wrap back around when I left the tribally owned concern and become 8A certified as an individual business owner. Does that still exist?
Yes. So yes.
I think we have one more question up here.
So I was, maybe you can, this sort of relates, of course. I was had a conversation with an individual some months back now, and he was proposing the fact that more Indian-owned businesses could take advantage. I believe it's what he called a Section 19 kind of situation, where the tribe actually held 51% ownership of the company, and then they would be eligible for more opportunities to work with government and stuff. So does that apply to the 8A program, or can you speak to that? If I'm remembering the reference right, Section 19 or section something or other?
I'm not familiar with section 19. I think one of the takeaways here is just with regard to the application for the 8A program, it's crucial to focus on whether the person or entity that's asserting the the demonstration of good character, the economically disadvantaged, whether the applicant is the individual or the entity. So if the individual is the one that's putting their name, their social security number, their finances, all of that down on the application, then the 8A is through that individual. If they're going through the tribe, then it's the tribe. That's the owner of the entity.
Adolfo?
There are several American Indian enterprises that fit what you just described, that have pulled together their individual independently owned businesses as the ownership. How they've done it, I don't know, but I can introduce you to those organizations that have done it and see how they've, I don't know if it's section 19 or whatever, but they do exist, they are functioning. I can assist with getting you how they did it, maybe that can fit.
I just wanted to make everybody aware of that scenario.
And I think, to a certain extent, there are some planning opportunities there because of the 51% ownership requirement. So as long as the tribal entity owns 51% of the entity, then, the non-tribally affiliated persons like, myself or anyone else could own that other 49% that can also bring, valuable management experience, financing, certifications, resources, things like that. So there's definitely some planning opportunities there, and we see some of the tribally owned entities, exercising those or thinking through those planning opportunities to see, how can we make sure that our company that we're going to be creating here is best situated to meet a wide variety of federal needs.
He was proposing that this would be a benefit.
Cut across here.
Yeah, he was proposing, and this is a significant person, I won't name his name, but he was proposing that this would be a significant way for Indian-owned individuals who have businesses to venture into that arena as a business owner and form those partnerships.
And that's certainly one way too, because previously when we were discussing, affiliation, as long as those entities are majority owned by the tribe, then those affiliation concerns, A is related to B and therefore they can't participate. Those affiliation concerns go away. So it's another way to increase the particular tribe's exposure to new opportunities by having those entities. So as long as the tribe itself has that 51%, then there's certainly room for expansion there. Keep pressing along. So one of the requirements to be an 8A is socially disadvantaged status, and you can read here the definitions of what it means to be socially disadvantaged. There's a couple of groups that are presumed to be socially disadvantaged, including Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Native Americans, Asian Pacific Americans, subcontinent Asian Americans, tribes, ANCs, NHOs, and CDCs. So what this means is when you're going through your application for your 8A company, there's certain standards that you have to meet, one of them being socially disadvantaged. If you're a tribe or an ANC or an NHO, that means that you meet the requirement for social disadvantage. Economic disadvantage. this gets important for individuals that are applying for the 8A program. These numbers just went up this year. There's various calculations that are associated with personal net worth that one has to file to make sure that they don't exceed these personal net worth values, and that's to make sure, because again, the purpose of the 8A program is to benefit individuals who are socially disadvantaged, economically disadvantaged. So it doesn't make much sense to have Jeff Bezos have an 8A because he's not really disadvantaged. And here's the economic disadvantage. And this work, are we sharing these slides?
Yes, I can share them.
Okay, great.
That
So
attended, and participated online.
thank you, Yvette. So yeah, there's a lot of numbers on here. There's a lot. I realize that these slides are very dense. Just know that the purpose of that the socially disadvantaged is to demonstrate that there's an affiliation with a particular group that has been historically disadvantaged socially in the U.S. And then there's a second component, which is the economic disadvantage that comes with the application as well. So I think here is what we were describing previously with the 51% ownership. For our tribal entities and for our ANCs, the management and daily business operations of a tribally owned concern must be controlled by the tribe, although it may be controlled by the tribe through one or more individuals who possess sufficient management experience. And there's a couple of ways to do that: by committee and by non-tribal members if the concern can demonstrate that the tribe can hire and fire those individuals and that it will retain control of management decisions. This is important because one of the items that the SBA looks to when the Small Business Administration is evaluating these applications is to make sure that the individuals who are intended to benefit from these programs actually benefit from these programs, and the individuals that are supposed to control these entities actually do control them. And that's to prevent pass-throughs and to prevent contracts and benefits flowing to individuals who aren't a member of a tribe, who aren't a member of a socially disadvantaged group. So as part of the regulations, the SBA says, yes, if you have a tribal entity, the management can be done by an individual who is not a member of that tribe, but ultimately the tribe has to have the ability to remove that person and make the day-to-day decisions where it needs to. It can't just delegate all that to the individual, to the manager that's been brought on. This is the slide where we talk about the 8A application itself. One of the questions that we get, and I'm sure a few people in here maybe disagree, is how long does it take for the application to go through? Well, the regulations themselves say that SBA has, after you've submitted your huge application that can often be hundreds of pages long because it includes contracts that you have with other companies, it includes financial statements, it includes disclosures, SBA has 15 days to send you an initial notice which says, we've got it. And then after the we've got it notice, the SBA is supposed to issue a letter within 90 days of your determination of eligibility for, or excuse me, your acceptance into the 8A program. I think that those numbers are ambitious. Lately, you know, the 8A application process itself is anywhere from, you know, some 90 days, some 150 days, some 180 days. But it's important when you are going through the 8A application process just to be patient and realize that the SBA is going through the application, they are reviewing the application, and that they will get to the application. It just might not be as timely as we all want because we're seeing opportunities pop every day and we think we can do that opportunity, we can do that opportunity, we can do that one, but we're just waiting for our, we're waiting for our 8A. So that's sort of the timeline. I think, as you may or may not know, the 8A program, it's 9 years, and that's for both the individual. The issue, so during COVID, the 8A, the 8A eligibility period was extended by a year. You had the opportunity to say, you know, we're going to do another year, or we're not going to do another year. So some 8As might have 10 years right now, but most of them are going to have 9. And the 8A program, because of that limited duration, there's 2 stages. The first is the developmental stage, and the second is the transitional stage. And the transitional stage, when you're doing, because part of the 8A program requires annual reports to the SBA, and you're reporting to the SBA the contracts that you've won from the federal government as well as other sorts of income, the SBA looks to see that the 8A revenue, the revenue that's coming from the government, it's starting to dwindle, because the purpose of the 8A program is to graduate. It's to say, you know, we were a small business, now we're a much larger business, and it's because of the 8A program where we've had opportunities set aside for us for our participation so that we can learn how to, you know, respond to these RFIs, we can deliver complex services for demanding customers, and then you graduate. And that's sort of the point, because the SBA doesn't want, especially with regard to individuals, you know, you can't stay in the 8A program forever. It's meant to be of limited duration. There is the bottom clause here is important. One of the unique advantages of the 8A status is the ability for federal agencies to award sole source contracts to 8As. Now, what is a sole source? As I said before, the Competition and Contracting Act generally requires the federal government to solicit all requirements. If it's over $10,000, if it's over $250,000, it has to be put on sam.gov or on another government website to solicit interest and to publicize the government's need. One of the unique advantages of 8As is 8As don't have to go through that. 8As can actually reach out to their small business district office, and they can write what's called a qualification letter, where it describes what the 8A does, and the SBA district office can work with various federal agencies to say, hey, you've got this requirement, we have an 8A, you can directly award to the 8A without any competition after you've done this offer letter. And that's a really big deal, and it's also very attractive to agencies, because agencies don't necessarily want to go through a huge competition, a huge solicitation where they write a solicitation, then they evaluate 10, 20 offers, and it could take weeks, it could take months. With the 8A program, it's different. There's no requirement for a solicitation, there's no requirement for competition. The agency can go directly to an 8A below certain thresholds. It's $4 million for services, $7 million for construction, $100 million for the Department of Defense, and then after that you have to, if we're to go above that threshold, the agency has to prepare a justification and approval to say, here's why we're doing it. But those are some pretty good numbers. I mean, I'm not a rich guy, so those look good to me. But it's important to realize that one of the unique advantages that 8As have is that you can go directly to your federal customers and say, here's the services that we're offering, here's how you can sole source or directly award to us, here's how you can avoid protests, here's how you can avoid competition, and here's how you can meet your small business goals and get quality services or supplies to meet your requirements. All of it streamlined, all of it much faster. And I think a lot of federal agencies are particularly interested in that process because of the competition, because so many federal agencies are resource constrained right now. A lot of times when these solicitations are released, the technical office or the program office, let's say you have an agency that they have a need for accounting. Where I was at Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation, we constantly had a need for more accountants, more actuaries. Well, I'm not an accountant, I'm not an actuary. I just write the contract, I just write the solicitation and review the solicitation and send that out to industry. But when the proposals come back, those proposals require technical expertise to evaluate. And the technical expertise is provided by those accountants or other persons at the agencies that have that technical expertise to even know what the proposals say. But those people, that's not their primary job. Their primary job is to do accounting on behalf of the agency, to do actuarial work on behalf of the agency. And they don't necessarily want to be involved in the process of these evaluations because they're incredibly time consuming and it takes them away from their primary duties. So when you avoid that need for competition, you avoid that need for a solicitation and lengthy evaluations and questions and answers, it's really uniquely valuable to agencies. So I think that's worth thinking about when you're approaching agencies and saying, listen, we are an 8A. Here's how we can, here's how you can go through the direct award process, and it's much more efficient for your team. Oh, this was the slide. Sorry. So here's some of the thresholds that I was just describing. The 7 million for manufacturing and the 4 million for all others. And if there's 2 or more, they can be done above that. So a lot of agencies are very interested in this process, and I think that you're going to start to see more 8A set-asides because agencies, although the quantity of protests have gone down over the past couple of years, meaning when an agency makes award of a contract and an offerer who was not successful challenges the agency's decision to award that contract at the GAO, those numbers are going down, but the timelines involved in the protests are getting longer. And agencies have a need for their requirement usually to be met yesterday. Given the timelines that are, and the workloads that people have, we wanted to have our broadband delivery service up in October, but just because of all of the various pre-solicitation requirements that have to be completed before that, we're now in December, we still don't have service, we can't afford a protest. We have to move forward, we have to get the agency what it needs. So a lot of agencies are looking to these unique contracting vehicles, or at least these opportunities to bypass that, to get the people what they need directly. So more on the thresholds, like I mentioned before, contracts exceeding 25 million or 100 million for the Department of Defense, there's a justification and approval. I can tell you when I was on the other side, I wrote them all the time. It's a very straightforward document. It's approved at certain thresholds and go from there. So the Hub Zone program. So before we enter Hub Zone program, does anyone have any questions about the 8A program? Anything that we've discussed so far? Anything that's unclear?
Just a short question.
Right here.
As you said before, the cost of services and inflation is going up, and that 4 million for the direct award seems to be in place for quite a while. Is that going to increase? Have you heard anything about that?
No. Sorry, no. Yes, so pretty much every other threshold has gone up. NAICS codes have gone up. I have not. The set-aside thresholds seem to die in committee every single year. They're just, I can't speak to that side of it, but it seems like every year where we come up for, the appropriations bill for, it doesn't make it out of committee. So I haven't seen the. Do you want to jump?
Just info. The WOSB did not make their quotas.
This year or last year. The Congressional Women's Caucus is looking for some secretaries to explain. So that one I know, they did meet it, so that is getting a lot of congressional attention.
Yes, women-owned did not, and hopefully next year they will and the committee gets those answers, but at least from what I've seen, the thresholds themselves have not been revisited. Ideally, they would be. Ideally, the small business goals will go from 5-5-3-3 to 10-10-6-6. For those set asides, 10%, 10%, 5%, 5%. And I think that there is positive momentum in that direction, but I haven't seen, at least with regard to the thresholds yet. Are there any other questions for 8As? Just to wrap up the 8As, I think one of the most important features of the 8A program, especially in the tribal context, is recognizing that individuals as a member of a tribe can certainly apply for an 8A that counts for their 8A. Whereas if it's a tribally owned entity, the tribe can own as many of the 8As as they desire. And then when you combine that with the 51% that we described ownership in that particular entity that's required to be had by the tribal entity, there's planning opportunities for that. And then ultimately, it's getting to know your district office at the Small Business Administration to say, listen, here's who we are, here's what we do, what federal agencies are coming to you for requirements, and having your capability statement ready to prepare to give to the SBA, to give to agencies to say, here's what we do, we're the best at it, and here's how you can do a sole source to us. Here's how you can make an award to us that's advantage, quick, and you know that you're going to get quality services from us. So I think that's the 8A program. So the Hub Zone program. Hub zones are a little bit different. Hub zone, as opposed to socioeconomic affiliation, is geographically based. There's hub zones across the country that are designated by government to identify areas that are historically underutilized business zones. And the goal here with this program is to benefit companies that are located in these historically underutilized business zones. So in the same way that we saw that we can do a set aside for a 8A, there also might be a set aside for a hub zone. And Indian reservations are eligible hub zones. So in addition to being an 8A, the tribally owned entity or any entity that's located on the Indian reservation also qualifies as a hub zone. And these are advantaged in the same way that the 8A is, in the sense of the sole source, or excuse me, in the sense of the set aside, where the government can set aside opportunities exclusively for hub zone participation. So what are the eligibility requirements for a hub zone? So there's a theme developing, have to be a small business. The small business is demonstrated by the NAICS code and meeting the NAICS code requirement. 51% ownership by a US citizen. Tribes, ANCs, NHOs, CDCs are also eligible to participate in the hub zone program and can have ownership directly or in some cases indirectly. The principal office must be located in the hub zone, and this is that US Census Bureau designated tract. You can go to a website, there's a map, you can type in your address, you can see if you fall into a hub zone. I live in Miami, and curiously, Ball Harbor and Surfside are hub zones. I'm two of like the most wealthy places in the country, so there's some crazy ones out there, but typically the tribal lands are going to be included on those. But the reason why I want to mention principal office is, so over the past couple of years, COVID, many people have gone remote. So how does that remote calculation figure into the hub zone? Because part of the idea behind the hub zone is not only having the principal office or the principal business located in the hub zone itself, but it's also having the employees living, working, and having their lives in that hub zone. So at least 35% of the employees that are employed by the hub zone have to be in that census designated tract. And previously during COVID, the allowances for the restrictions on allowing people to live outside the hub zone, those have expired. So it's something to think about if you're considering, if you say, listen, my principal business is located in this US Census tract that's designated as a hub zone, it's also important to consider, excuse me, that your employees now that formerly could have been remote now have to be, at least 35% of them have to be located in the hub zone as well. That's gotten a lot of, excuse me, it's gotten a few people that I advise into concerns, because with COVID and with remote work, people said, I'm not coming back. And if you only have 5 employees and one of those employees says, I'm not coming back, and now you only have 4 employees and 2 of them live outside the hub zone, you know, you're making it, but if one other leaves, that throws off the calculation. So it's just something to think about if you're considering possibly creating a hub zone. So what is the principal office? This is the location where the greatest number of concerned employees are and perform their work. SBA does check this. SBA doesn't want to go to a WeWork and see that there's no one there, because that's not the purpose of the program. It's to make sure that the business is located in the census tract, and to make sure that the employees are actually working at that location. Employee means an individual that's employed full-time, part-time, or another basis, so long as that individual works a minimum of 40 hours per month, which should be more. That's week. I don't know why it says month. Sorry about that. When you go through the application, we actually have to identify that the individuals have been in the hub zone for 180 days, and that they will be, when the recertification comes up, that they've been for 180 days. Another area that comes up with hub zones is work share and third-party groups. It's like, listen, I hire a office administrator to take care of various functions around the office, or I have a call center that's located outside of the hub zone. And the way the regulations are written are inclusive, and so those even often temporary arrangements can often come into your employees. So if you are considering applying as a hub zone, it's just important to consider the idea that even though you might have third-party contractors or other service providers that are assisting you or performing services for you, just to be mindful that it's possible that those persons might be included in your employee calculation. I know several clients, for example, have call centers overseas, whether it be in Mexico or India or whatnot. Obviously, they're not located in the U.S. Designated census tract, and so that those employees, those individuals, can actually count against the hub zone numbers. So here we go to the maintaining the hub zone eligibility. This is where what I had described previously is managing the employees and the principal place of business to make sure that you're ensuring that 35% of the individuals that are employed by your business are located, and that you are filing that requirement every year. Does anyone have any questions on hub zones? Sir?
Coming over back, about 3 of them, I saw where the hub zone gets a 10% edge on it, I believe.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
Sure. So in an instance where, let's say, we have a solicitation that goes out, and the government has decided that it's not going to set the requirement aside for small business participation, meaning only small businesses can participate. If a hub zone company submits a proposal or a quote, that 10% price evaluation preference means that let's say it's a lowest price technically acceptable award criteria, so the lowest price offer gets the award. The hub zone in this case can be 10%, well, 9% higher in price than anyone else and still get the award because of that hub zone status. So it can be, yes?
But a key point, for evaluation purposes, you get the 10%, but when you get the award, you get your full amount. So they don't reduce you by 10%.
Yes, yes. So when we rack and stack the offers, if the hub zone comes in at 10% higher than the lowest offer, or 9.99, the hub zone will get the award, but you still get the full quoted price. And it's limited, but for full and open competition, everybody's competing. But it can be a huge strategic benefit because a lot of times these price competitions, especially with lowest price technically acceptable, I mean 10% is a big margin, and that can be really crucial. So, any other questions on hub zones? Sarah.
Come in.
When we ran across this issue when we were first developing a company that essentially is in a hub zone. And because of the barrier of lack of access to broadband and other kind of services, that was a very limiting thing to try to have to locate the principal place of business on the tribal lands. So is there a differentiation allowed where somebody that's developing a company could have their corporate operations, like in an urban setting here in Albuquerque, but yet have the main plant located on tribal lands? Is that allowable?
It is, but it gets in, it's a fact-sensitive inquiry, that principal place of business, and there's various factors that the SBA will use to evaluate where that principal place of business is. So if it's, under your set of facts, if it's a office setting, or if you're performing professional services, that might lead them to the downtown location, but if it's manufacturing, it might lead to the tribal land.
But the actual, like the typical corporate structure, when you might have a CEO, CFO, maybe the chief of operations is located at the tribal land plant or facilities, but the CEO, CFO, and other, like accounting, finance are located here in Albuquerque. Is that allowable?
It can be. It just depends where the CEO, where they sit, where the business is conducted from.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm sorry. These get. I wish I could give like a black and white answer. These just get so. These determinations are just so fact sensitive in terms of what they look at and what they evaluate. It's hard to say, beyond what your principal place of business is. I mean, if we revisit the definition.
I think because some tribes don't have addresses in the communities, would then it default to a legal description of where their workplace is? The legal land description?
The greatest number of employees. Are they downtown? Are they?
If they all live in the Native community and they don't have a physical address as we, here in town, would you default it to the legal land description possibly?
It's an argument I would make, yes. So I would say, listen, because I think, part of this, oftentimes when dealing with the SBA, it's like, we have an application, we have to fill out this lengthy document that says, that answers various questions. But at the end of the day, the purpose of the application is to demonstrate, for the purposes of a hub zone, listen, we are benefiting the community that is a census designated tract that is a hub zone. Our employees are located in a hub zone, therefore we should proceed to qualification. Oftentimes, and that might take a little bit of wrangling with the SBA, and they might say, no, you have a corporate headquarters that's located in Albuquerque, it's not located in the census designated place, but you can say, we can say, listen, the greatest number of our employees are on the tract, they live in that community, they work in that community, and they benefit that community. I think, a lot of times there's an idea that it's like either, with SBA applications, or government contracting in general, either you fit the square exactly or you're out. That's just not my experience. I think a lot of, especially with regard to the SBA, the purpose of these programs are to benefit these communities, and if you can show, listen, we are benefiting these communities. We are going with the intended. We are supporting the intended consequences of this legislation, of this intended regulation. I think there's more room there. If you were to try to say, listen, the majority of our employees are in Palm Springs, but we just happen to have an office on tribally designated land. I don't think that's going to cut it, going to the other end of the extreme, but I think with regard to the facts that you presented, I think that there's definitely a path forward there, at least to have that discussion with the SBA office to say we are going through it. And I think, John Shiraka, who would have been here today, I think that would be his comment as well, is listen, we are benefiting the community that this regulation is intended to benefit. So why would we try to penalize or disqualify an entity or people that this law or this regulation is intended to benefit? Any other questions on the hub zones? Okay. So service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses. This process just recently changed. In order to apply for the service-disabled, veteran-owned small business designation, previously this process, this application process was run by the Veterans Affairs. Now, as of January of this year, it's gone to the SBA. So the requirements are largely the same, but the website and the interface that you would use if you wanted to participate in federal contracting as a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business, that certification process now comes through the SBA as opposed to the VA. January of 2023. A lot of times, at a high level, it makes sense who's doing the set aside. So who's releasing their solicitations or their requirements exclusively for participation by service-disabled, veteran-owned small businesses and veteran-owned small businesses. Typically, it's the Veterans Administration. The VA is the largest buyer of supplies and services from these entities. And then you also see a significant amount of set-aside, that is, opportunities reserved exclusively for SDVOSBs and VOSBs from the Department of Defense, Department of the Navy, Air Force. Those are your buyers. The VA has unique statutory authority with regard to veteran-owned small businesses and service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. Similarly to what we discussed with the 8A sole source, with the $4 million threshold and the $7 million threshold. I'm not sure if it's in the slides, but I think the VA can direct award or sole source to service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses or veteran-owned small businesses. I think the value is $5 million. I'd have to double check, but I think it's up to $5 million. The VA can directly award a requirement to a service-disabled veteran-owned small business or veteran-owned small business. So what we were describing previously with 8As, if you can go to an agency and say, hey, we can meet your requirement, we do the services, we deliver the supplies that you're looking for, you can sole source directly to us. With the VA, if you happen to be a service-disabled veteran-owned small business or veteran-owned small business, can do the same thing. And but that authority is unique to the VA. So what does it mean to be a service-disabled veteran-owned small business? What are the eligibility requirements? Well, must be a small business. So again, going back to the NAICS code, either your annual receipts or the quantity of your employees is below the threshold established for that particular NAICS code. The individual owner, the service-disabled veteran, has to have a service-connected disability as determined by the VA or the DoD. That's the letter that veterans get when they leave service, who have a service-connected disability. The service-disabled veteran-owned small business must be 51% unconditionally owned by the veteran. And most importantly, and this gets to be unique, is that veteran has to have control and management of the daily operations. So when we discuss the tribal entities whereby tribes can hire certain individuals to perform the management of the company that aren't a tribal member, it's different for the SDVOSBs. SDVOSBs have to be managed by that individual veteran. And that's the managing the day-to-day operations as well. So this process is in flux. This would be obtaining and maintaining the SDVOSB eligibility. As I mentioned previously, this process was run by the VA on the VA's website, but this is all transitioned to Certify, which is the SBA's website, so I'm still learning about it myself. But similarly to other programs, it's an online-based application whereby you create a username and then you upload certain documents and answer questionnaires that establish your eligibility as a service-disabled veteran-owned small business.
For the veterans and those of you who know veteran businesses, the biggest change to this switch is the CVE certification before was only pertinent to VA contracts. So a lot of our veterans said, I'm not doing business with the VA, therefore I can self-certify in SAM. This certification now covers all agencies. So I think in January 2024, all agencies, if you're not certified by the SBA, you will be ineligible for an SDVOSB. That's the biggest change. So a lot of my veterans are calling me and saying, I don't want to do business with the VA, so I'm not going to pursue it. That's wrong answer. Get yourself certified by the SBA, because every HHS, DOE, USDA, all of them are going to go to SBA certification for set-asides.
Thank you. And that's a great point. Before this change, self-certification was available. That means the Department of State releases a solicitation, and the Department of State says that this solicitation, this requirement is reserved exclusively for participation by service-disabled veteran-owned small businesses. Prior to this change, you didn't have to be certified by the VA, the CVE, certification. That goes away, and previously only the VA required that verification. Now it's all federal agencies. So even though the vast majority of veteran set-asides are done by the VA, as you mentioned, the Department of Energy, HHS, state, all manner of federal agencies do service-disabled veteran-owned small business set-aside. So we've got a year to get the applications together. If you are already if you already have your verification, then that verification remains valid, but it is something to consider because there is a 3-year limitation on that certification. And the purpose behind the 3-year limitation is just to make sure that there's been no changes to the ownership structure such that, well, what was a veteran-owned small business 2 years ago is now owned by someone who has no veteran status and therefore shouldn't benefit from the set-aside status. Does anyone? Yes, ma'am.
From my understanding, those that are already veteran-owned by the Veteran Affairs, their certification is still current and active, but if they're within that 3-year period, they would just have to renew with SBA. If they're in their last one, right, they would need to resubmit and reapply through SBA to get recertified.
Correct. So if you were if you're currently certified, you're certified. But if you were what we've described previously, that self-certification, that's gone. There's no more self-certification. You have to be verified by SBA.
Currently, the certification seal that says, yes, I'm certified by the CVE has CVE in it. Have they come out with a new seal for the SBA's version of the Veteran Certified?
I haven't seen one yet. I'm sure that they will. It's probably on the website. I have not seen it, but I would assume that there will be a seal.
I think that's going to go away, so hold it for posterity. The DSBS certification is where it's going to be the same place of the WSB. So this is where your DSBS certification on the Dynamic Small Business Search will be the place where they go. So I don't think the logo, the seal that you guys got will continue. At least I haven't heard from the CVE coming forward.
This is the logo, like that you put like email signature.
No, your little symbol, the little symbol you get when you get your letter of the CVE. You're authorized to use a logo that says,
right,
you know, VOSB or SVOSB. So I would hold on to it for as an heirloom.
Okay. Yes. Now it's digital. It's all going digital. So yes. But to that point, and a point that we've discussed previously, that dynamic small business search, I mean, that is your marketing. That is something, that website, in addition to maintaining your SAM, your system for award management profile that says, here's our company, here's our identifier, we're looking for opportunities on SAM. DSBS is your marketing tool. That's where you say, that's where your status as a woman-owned small business is recorded, as a veteran-owned small business is recorded, as an 8A is recorded, and you want to make sure that that's up to date. Because if it's not up to date, then the persons, either the government or other contractors that are using that site to source companies and to source services or supplies, if your certifications aren't up to date on your DSBS, they're going to miss you, and that could be a big opportunity. So a good practice is to make sure that you are always verifying your DSBS, especially when, for example, you have a new certification. You know, to make sure that, hey, you know, I got my email from the Small Business Administration saying that I got my VOSB certification, or I don't know, maybe you got a letter in the mail that you can also keep as a souvenir. That's great, but if it's not on the website, you know, it's just a souvenir. So always make sure that whatever certifications that you're claiming are reflected appropriately on DSBS as well.
I would add that if you're in DSBS, that you should update it like maybe even monthly, because then you are put at the top of the list, and when contracting officers are searching, often then that's where it will take them, rather than them digging pages and pages and pages. If you haven't updated your DSBS, then you will be at the bottom of the barrel and may not have that phone call.
It's a great point. So Yvette says monthly. And I would follow that advice, because you always want to make it easy. You always want to make it easier for your federal clients or your federal customers to find you. How do you make that easy? It's having a capability statement that describes what it is that you do. It lists out your NAICS codes. It lists out your UEI number. It identifies your company as a tribal 8A, or as a service disabled veteran-owned small business, or as a hub zone. You want to make sure that you have captured these key qualifications that we're talking about, because there might be 100 or 1,000 companies that can do that can deliver this desk, but the way the procurement is set up is that procurement should go to an 8A, it should go to an SDVOSB, it should go to the groups that we're discussing today, and the only way that you can make sure that the government knows that you're out there is by updating DSBS regularly. It's by talking to your small business district office. It's by going on SAM and seeing what opportunities are out there and establishing a relationship with the contracting office folks. This isn't on the slides, but I think it's important, especially for this group. There was recently a change in the Federal Register to Part 1 of the FAR, which said that contracting officials are encouraged to speak with industry at the earliest practicable opportunity in the process of requirements development. So a lot of times, government officials or persons in contracting, they're reticent. They don't want to get on the phone. They don't want to talk to industry. They just want to release their solicitation, evaluate the awards, because they're concerned, well, if I have a relationship with this individual contractor, or if I'm seen as being preferential to this group, then my award's going to get protested, and I don't want that. Well, that's true. I mean, we don't want to have undue influence. We certainly don't want to be participating in any prohibited activities. But this new change that came to Part 1 last December, it encourages, and it's directly in 1.6, it says, agency officials, you should be reaching out to industry as early in the procurement as possible to understand the capabilities of industry and to know what's out there. And I'm happy to share that language. I don't have it in the top of my head. I can pull it up when I get back. But that is a great entryway to say, listen, we just want to talk about what we sell, what we do, what opportunities might be out there. And oh, by the way, contracting officer or contract specialist, you don't have to be afraid that you're going to be accused of some sort of nefarious activity, because the FAR Council, the Federal Acquisition Regulation Council, is telling you to talk to us early in the process so that you know what can be delivered, what can't be delivered, what the timelines and participation might be. So I think that's a huge way to get business. It's a huge business development tool. But beyond just the contracting officers, because as a lot of the folks here in this room know, when I was a contracting officer, I just took the requirement and I said, okay, I'm going to put the clauses together, I'm going to make sure everything looks good, I'm going to follow the rules, I'm going to solicit this, I'll put it out on SAM. But, I mean, I'm not writing the requirement. I don't write the ship repair requirement. I don't write the IT requirement. I don't write the services requirement. The program offices do. So while it's always good to know who your contracting officers are, and especially if you can identify contracting officers that are more susceptible or more willing to do small business set-asides, it's also good to know the program office. These are the people that you would be working with on a contract on a daily or weekly basis, or having email communications or Zoom or Team or in-face calls to say, how's the program going? Are we meeting your requirements? Are we meeting what's stated in the contract? Because those are the people that ultimately drive the requirement. And if the program office is telling the contracting officer, listen, here's what I need, it needs to go to an 8A, at certain agencies, the contracting office might say no, but at a lot of agencies, the program office is the one that's driving the requirement and saying, I need this now, we needed to get this done, here's how we can do it efficiently, here's who I'm thinking about, here's who I'm looking at, I've done the market research, I know the requirement, I know the players, I know the entities that are capable of meeting this requirement, let's go. and then the contracting officer says, okay, this looks great, you've done your market research, we can do this sole source, we can do, there's a couple of different options, but I did want to highlight that, at this juncture, I think it's worth, and we kind of started here too, is, where do you start? It's reaching out to the government folks and just getting them to be comfortable with picking up a phone, answering an email, and the way to do that is to say, hey, listen, I know what you're buying, I know what your agency does, and over time that grows so that you have that ability to just reach out to them and they're not going to say, hey, I can't pick up the phone, put it in email because I don't want to get a protest. And that's one of the realities that we deal with. But in the same way that small business participation is changing, and I think for the better, in that we are taking away some of these discretionary, some of these contracting officers' discretion. I think that there is, slimmer right now, but there is an attempt to say, listen, as a government, we are dependent on industry, on our 8As, on our SDVOSBs, on our hub zones to deliver services and supplies. And it's important, it's essential that we talk to these people to know what they can actually deliver, what they can't deliver, what they're good at, what they could use assistance with, what makes sense for the government to buy. Because, when I was, we joke sometimes with these government systems, it's like, oh my gosh, this thing is from 30 years ago or 40 years ago. And it's just because government doesn't know what's out there. I mean, look at the FAA right now, all of the problems that have been going on with the FAA due to antiquated equipment. The government just doesn't know what's out there. So you and your teams and your colleagues as subject matter experts, it's your job to educate the government and say, well, I mean, did you consider this? This is a much better solution. So I just want to put that plug in for having those interactive discussions with government. And I know they can be hard at first, but if you can, it just takes one, if you can find, that contract specialist or that program office, because on those solicitations it lists, you're going to see contracting officer, program office. You want to reach out to both. You want to say hi to both and say, hey, here's what I do. Here's all the great stuff that we offer. So, sorry, I know that was a really long departure from SDVOSB certification. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Women-owned small business programs. I don't mean to editorialize the government's performance, at least as far as the Small Business Administration's report card goes, because all agencies have to report to the Small Business Administration whether or not they met their goals, exceeded their goals, or did not meet their goals. And women-owned small business participation, as we mentioned previously, just has been not great. Women-owned small businesses are not being awarded contracts despite the requirements that they do. And so if there is a potential for growth, I think definitely there is an opportunity for women-owned small businesses and economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses to see an increase in set-asides for their participation. On this site, we listed
We have a question. I have a question. I'm glad you brought this up. Our company is both 8A and women's certified business, but in some of the cases when you do go in for the bids, it's hard to get anybody to email you back because everybody's, on email or call you back. And I was on one training just the other day. They were saying sometimes it's after the 30th call. I mean, what do you do to get the calls back? I mean, how should you phrase maybe the tagline in the beginning to maybe get the interest to the call to come back? Because sometimes it's like emailing and nothing's coming back.
So I think one of the calculations is it's a matter of timing. So let's say, for example, the solicitation, you've got a solicitation out there and it's been posted on SAM. At that point, I'm not going to say it's too late, but it's too late. Because the rules, first of all, the solicitation is going to say the only authorized, only the contracting officer is authorized to speak on behalf of this procurement. No other, will accept questions, but nothing else. Everything has to be in writing. So at this point, the solicitation's been released. If we can speak to program offices or even contracting folks before the solicitation has been released, there's a much better opportunity for them to answer the phone, answer an email. It's really at that requirements definition stage. So like, for example, I'm sure everybody here participates in Industry Day. Like, it's a great time to get in front of these people so that there's a face to the name, and it's like, oh, I know her, I know them, and that's the thing. But as soon as the solicitation's been released, it gets a little more challenging for those reasons.
Just a comment. I have that issue surface to me a lot. And when the woman-owned small business comes into my office, I go to DSPS. It's all over their capabilities and in their, but when you look at the certification, no. And I know a lot of women-owned small businesses have given up on the SBA's certification process, but you can't. And just to give you an example, in New Mexico, before it moved over to the iCertify, I had almost 700 and some odd women-owned, native-owned businesses, women-owned. To date, I think I have 65 that are certified. So a lot of times the contracting officer, and the period of 1 year for the SDVOSB, for the WSB was a year, is gone. So if you're not certified in SBA, DSPS, there's not a whole lot the contracting officer can do. So double check that, and if you don't have that, come see somebody.
The certifications are important, and they're crucial. But I think especially if you can identify government officials prior to the solicitation at the sort of market research phase, and you need to hit, I would be bold to say, and I do this all the time, is being bold with contracting folks and with program office folks and say, listen, your agency did not meet its small business goals. You weren't even close. So we are a women-owned small business, we're an 8A, we're an SDVOSB, we're a hub zone. We can meet these requirements and, and share with them. Like I said, the current administration has been very, very clear. It's like, listen, we need to support small businesses, we need to promote small business opportunities to the maximum extent practicable. And it's just worth reminding the agencies of that reality. So if you can point to their scorecard, or if you can identify, whether or not that they've been meeting their small business goals or haven't been meeting their small business goals, I can tell you in the past, I was overseas, so it was even less of an issue. But it was like, okay, well, small business is important. We want to make sure that we get close to our numbers, and it would be great if we hit them, but if we don't, that's fine. That's not the case anymore. The senior acquisition officials are looking at those small business goaling and saying, we have to hit our numbers. Our secretaries of our agencies are hitting us over the head and saying, we have to hit our numbers. So to your point, it's absolutely crucial to have the certification, and to have it in DSBS, and to have it in SAM to say we are certified. But then I think it's also incumbent to have that narrative to say, listen, you didn't hit your goals. You need to hit your goals. We're here to help you hit your goals. And by the way, we've got a great service that we're delivering the best. So why wouldn't you award to us? I hope that's helpful.
10, 15.
Oh, that's so. So this is interactive, and I'm really glad for all the questions. It's clear to me that I'm going to get nowhere through all these slides, so I'm glad that you're going to have the opportunity to review them. I think my name is on there. I will be here throughout the day. If you have more questions or fact-specific questions, I'm happy to talk with you about them. Because I'm not going to get through all these slides. And I don't think the slides are, I think the slides are really good if you want primers, but the purpose of this is really just questions and answers, and I prefer the interaction anyways, especially because there's a lot of things that you folks know that I don't know, and it's helpful for me to learn. So rather than, I think we can briefly touch on the women-owned small business, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to detract. There's the ownership requirements, 51%, small according to the size status, and that's that's the important thing for the women-owned small business. But we could go through, you know, there's personal net worth requirements, the eligibility requirements. Here's our certification. We did, yeah, okay. This is the important stuff. So, you know, I think, where can we go? So the mentor-protege agreement. You're a small business. You are an 8A, and the Air Force has just released, or is considering releasing, a solicitation for hangar space, you know, somewhere here in New Mexico. As an 8A, it's likely that you don't have that hangar space or warehouse space or something like that. Huge capital investment required. The small business mentor-protege agreement, or mentor-protege program, allows you, as a small business, to enter into an agreement with a large business to otherwise provide those services that you might not have been able to. Now, the purpose of the mentor-protege program is for a large business that's presumably been doing what it's been doing for a long time. That's why it's large, i.e. it exceeds the size standard for the NAICS code, is to assist you and your business grow and develop through training and mentorship, whether that be financial resources, whether that be business know-how, whether that be a wide variety of programs or initiatives that you might consider. But what's important to know, and the takeaway for the mentor-protege agreement is, once you go to the SBA and you submit an application and say, I want to be in a mentor-protege agreement with X, even though that's a large business that would otherwise not be able to participate in the small business set-aside, you as the small business, Tribal 8A, SDVOSB, Hub Zone, WOSB, 8A, your socioeconomic status covers the entity that will be performing the work. So under the mentor-protege agreement, you create a separate legal entity, a joint venture. That joint venture, which otherwise would be large because of the large business, is an 8A, WOSB, and that joint venture can go out and seek out as many contracting opportunities as it wants for 2 years, and it can participate in those small business set-asides. That's a huge advantage because you have the resources of a large business, but you get the socioeconomic status of a small business. The small business benefits through the mentorship, the large business benefits because it gets to opportunities that it otherwise wouldn't have. And we see this a lot. This mentor-protege agreements are used widely for those reasons. It's a large business wants to participate in a procurement that it otherwise wouldn't, and the JV itself allows it to do that, and both parties benefit. There's a lot of rules. There's work share agreements. There's annual filing requirements, but one important takeaway, there used to be this thing called the 3 and 2 rule, where you couldn't do more than 3 contracts in 2 years. That's gone away. You can have an unlimited amount of contracts, because one of the things is that the mentor-protege agreement that you file for, that's only good for 6 years. The individual joint ventures that are under that mentor-protege agreement, so think about it up here, you have the mentor-protege agreement, then you have a joint venture, that's the legal entity that submits a proposal for the solicitation. Each one of those lasts 2 years, or well, it lasts 2 years because from the date of first contract award, it's viable for 2 years. You get up to 3 of them. There used to be, if you had 2 years, but you could only do 3 solicitations. That's gone. So that's good. You can do as many contracts as you want in 2 years. Yes. Yeah, this is. I will be around if you have questions.
Yeah, he's going to be at the roundtable discussions at the end of the day.
This is complicated, and I should have spent.
I'm assuming both the mentor and the protege have to be in the same industry?
They do. They should. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have a lot of synergy. But yes, yeah, you would want to find a mentor that is, I don't know, like if you're, you know, if you do staffing, like maybe Serco, like they're a big, you know, or, you know, if you do manufacturing, Boeing, you know, like someone that's in, obviously you would look at the NAICS code and say, okay, here's what our primary industry is, here's what their primary industry is, and these processes can take a long time. There's a lot of back and forth because there's a limitation on the number of mentors that a protege can take on over the lifetime. There's a limitation on the number of proteges a mentor can take on. There's limitations on both ways, so you're only limited to a certain number over the lifespan of the business. So both parties should be selective if they are considering entering into a mentor-protege agreement. Was there anything else? Yeah, this is certifying. Yeah, the joint venture program is sort of similar to the MPA. Well, I mean, you form a joint venture under the MPA, under the mentor-protege agreement. So I'll sum it up really high. Let's say you find an entity that you're interested in competing with, competing together on for federal business. You are a small business, either an 8A or an SDV OSB. This is a large business. You would submit an application to the SBA that explains how the mentor, how the large business is going to provide you with benefits, how it's going to train you, how it's going to equip you, how it's going to make you be a better business. That application gets reviewed by the SBA. Once that application is reviewed and approved, then those two entities are able to form a joint venture. That joint venture can then go and compete for federal contracts using the size status of that small business. So that's one of the huge advantages, and we see a significant amount of activity on this front.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to comment real quick on the mentor protege and the joint venture. It's probably one of the more critical parts of this entire presentation. I highly recommend you, if you're contemplating it, on either side, to talk to these guys at the roundtable afterwards. You know, these can be an absolutely phenomenal opportunity to get your foot in the door with a larger company, to help guide you in, to get you credibility and past performance. And they can also be an extremely valuable way to stay in the program. But in all my years, and I'm an 8A, you know, it comes with a lot of advice. Listen to that advice, because these are just tremendous opportunities, but they also go wrong a very large percentage of the time, and especially if you're that small company trying to get visibility and trying to get your foot in the door. And it's, you know, it's like a marriage, right? You go on a date, you know, he or she looks beautiful, you know, you trust them. It's like, you know, how many marriages really work today? And imagine those are out of love. Imagine how many marriages would work today if they're just strictly based on financial bettering yourself. It'd be a bigger divorce rate. And that's kind of how some of these turn out. So my only suggestion on this is just take advice, listen to people, and make sure that guys like this are involved in it from the beginning, because it's the legal part of it that you will, when there's a dispute, it's the legal side that you all come down to cover yourself. So it's just, you know, personal advice.
I mean, the joint venture is it's a separate legal entity. You file papers with the respective Secretary of State. That's a legally binding document. You know, it's challenging sometimes for mentors because ultimately that document says that you as the protege control the joint venture. So the mentor, you know, the mentor is ultimately beholden to you, and some mentors, you know, for better or worse, are not comfortable with that arrangement. They enter the arrangement with eyes wide open, knowing that, hey, this is what the regulations say, but they just see it as a pass-through, and that can be, you know, we want the small business status, we want access to these contracts that we wouldn't otherwise have, but, you know, you're going to need to play by our rules, and that's just not the purpose of the program. So to borrow from, yes, the dating analogy, you know, it's, I guess, you know, good to date a lot, maybe before entering into marriage, because you're limited in the number of these that you can enter into, and for the business reasons that were discussed, when these things go wrong, they go really wrong, because ultimately the joint venture itself has entered into a contract with the federal government, and the federal government doesn't want to see the two joint venturers fighting with each other, and ultimately that fighting, or, you know, can cause performance issues, which can continue on through the life of your entity, because once you start to get bad past performance, in that the government says, hey, you know, this joint venture didn't work out, they missed all sorts of deliveries, then you know, they didn't do a good job for us, and that's recorded forever. So it's just something to consider. Yvette is giving me the sign that it's time to wrap up. I've really enjoyed the time. I want to thank you all for being here, and thank you for the opportunity to let us speak. Perhaps me to ramble on for too long with hopefully some useful information. I will be here all day. In addition to the roundtable, I'm happy to meet with any of you at your convenience and discuss with you any questions that you have, because this material is very dense. But I'm just very thankful and grateful to be here, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the conference. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause. So Gov Contract Pros is one of our contractors that we work very closely with, as well as, of course, we have our APEX, newly branded APEX program, which formerly the PTAC, the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. So it's going to take a minute for everybody to realize that they have a new brand and a new name, but they are on board. We have Adolfo, who's been participating, as well as Mabel in the back, and of course, all the resources to connect with other APEX programs in the United States. We're going to take, thank you so much, and how the program is going to work is we're going to take a short break, a short restroom break. The food is right out here to grab your sandwich and get settled, and then we're going to get ready to move into our lunch panel program with folks to hear about their programs, how to be involved, and some overview with them. So thank you. A quick announcement, if you could put your business card in this, I'm going to have a little giveaway later on. I'm going to walk around and ask for your business card. Thank you. Yes.
Well, I hope everybody had a good lunch. I'm Derek Watchman, and I missed this morning's event, but greetings from the National Center Board of Directors. I'm the chairman of the board, Derek Watchman, originally from Navajo, Mexico. That's my home. And I'm actually a small business owner myself, in addition to being the chairman of the board for the National Center. So I welcome all of you here, and just listening to the information this morning, I always find it useful. I've been to many of these Native Edge Institute programs, and I always find it very useful, especially for me as a small business. In fact, I went to one a couple months ago, and I ran into a problem personally trying to re-sign for my hub zone and my SBA. I had two problems. One, I have a Now Nation LLC. So as you can imagine, it's really hard to electronically verify that you're in good standing because we don't have an electronic system like the states do. So that was problem number one. Number two, most of us get our mail at the post office. And so they wanted a street address. So, but I actually, with some of the folks that in the past presented, I actually went to them. They helped me maneuver through all of it. So I attest, my getting through that by coming here. But this afternoon, I would like to, have our great speakers here talk about contract opportunities, forecasts, and key steps to winning your next contract, because that's, why most of us are here. And so we have a great panel here, and I'm going to start from this side. Of course, we got Laura Lovato, Ashley Trujillo, Shania Manis, and Iris Cordova. Right? Did I get that right? So if I could, you all have the bios in there, so I'm going to, skip the bios, and I'm going to start here with Laura, and Laura's with the Sandia National Labs. So the floor is yours, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Can you hear me all? I think you can hear me now?
Yep.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having us here today. I'm Laura Lovato. I'm with Sandia National Laboratories. I'm the Supply Chain Risk Manager and Supplier Diversity Manager. I've been with Sandia for about 13 years, and I'm not going to go over my bio, just like we just mentioned. We have our bios in there. But what is Sandia National Laboratories, and what are we doing? So Sandia National Laboratories actually is a government contractor, or government-operated, and I apologize, I can do this. Am I doing this right?
Over here.
Ah, technically challenged here. Thank you guys. And I think I might still be technically challenged.
Is it turned on the side?
I'm not sure. It's not. Thank you for letting me know. Let's see this. I'm pressing it. Am I pressing it right?
I hear it, trying to do it.
You want to kind of...
Have you moved your mouse?
Well, we'll go ahead and get started on...
Try it.
All right. One more time?
Yeah, see if it works.
There you go.
The issue was,
It's okay. We can get started. If you don't mind, I'll just tell you.
is there a different arrow or something?
It's not working. Oh.
Or
that's
I'll
there.
go ahead and take care of it. Is that okay? Patricia will get it done. Patricia Brown. So we're going to talk about how to do business with Sandia National Laboratories. And I got to be honest with you, sometimes I might say Los Alamos National Laboratory. And why is that? I actually used to work at Los Alamos National Laboratory years ago, and for the small business program. So I am no stranger to small business. But nonetheless, we are a government-operated, federally funded type of institution. But at the end of the day, what we want to do is make sure that we work with others to do business with us. So as a federally funded research and development center, we're a strategic partner to the federal government, operating in the public interest. One of the things, if we can go to the next slide, we are a multi-mission national laboratory. So you can see right there in our portfolio, we have nuclear deterrence, global security, national security, along with energy and homeland security programs. Finally, advanced science and technology. Why is this important to you? Well, because at Sandia National Laboratories, our main focus is to focus on national security and everything that we're here to talk about today. You talk about nuclear deterrence, you talk about cybersecurity threats. We're looking at climate change. We are literally trying to solve problems, and we need a supply chain to fulfill those type of situations. So when we outsource, we need small businesses, and they are the backbone of our economy. So today you're here to learn about those opportunities, and right here is the portfolio for Sandia National Laboratories. Go to the next one.
Try it one more time.
One more time? Do we have to go the other way maybe? There you go. I was doing it the wrong way. All right, we finally got it. All right, so we have other sites and facilities around the country. So for Sandia National Laboratories, we're right here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, but we also have a sister laboratory, and that's in Lawrence, Livermore. Again, we're all trying to make sure we can handle national security. We have plants in Hawaii, we also are in Nevada, along all the way in DC. And while we have a short amount of time, I'd like to go more into these areas, but we want to get to the heart of the matter and how to do business with us. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. We continue to grow, and I know you've probably seen it in all the media, and this is the local news media along with the newspapers, and it's not only us at Sandia, but Los Alamos National Laboratory. We are growing, and we've been growing for the past 5 years. For us, we broke a record here in FY22. We had $4.2 billion in a budget, and when you look at those numbers, 2.5 went to labor and non-subcontract related payments. Then you have 1.5 billion that went to subcontract related payments. That is huge for us. That's 33% of our budget that's being outsourced. That's 30% of our budget that is for supply chain needs. So you need to be aware of this because there's many opportunities out there. Meanwhile, for our economy, New Mexico gross receipts, we spent $111 million. P-card transactions still part of our outsourcing process, $72 million. We give you this information so you can be aware of the funding that is out there and where small businesses can make a difference. For us here in New Mexico, in FY22, we spent $943 million with small businesses. New Mexico small businesses, $420 million. Again, significant. You heard earlier about the various socioeconomic categories. These are the dollars you can see right there. I can go into a lot of details, but I don't think we want to spend the time there in this moment. But just know that 67% of our Sandia suppliers are small business. So again, you can make that difference, and we're looking at various ways to do business, whether it's going to be with our Native American firms, tribal-owned firms. You talk about women-owned small business. We're there to work with you, and we want to understand your capabilities. So what do we do to promote small business, and how do we work with you? Well, one of the things is we have our Mentor Protege program. You heard about it earlier. That's very important to us. For our prime contract, we have the small Mentor Protege program where we had 3 back in FY17 that we stood up. Just this past month, we were able to go ahead and grow that base and add another 2 small business proteges. It is a competitive process, but what we do is work with the small business to develop their capabilities so they can support our supply chain. Meanwhile, we also do small business forums. Those are done quarterly and in a virtual format. We have our advocates, one of them here today, Patricia Brown, that works with our businesses to talk to you on a one-on-one basis. What are your capabilities, how you can support the supply chain, and what do we need to do from here? Meanwhile, we also have monthly virtual one-on-one supplier engagements. In fact, I have one tomorrow with a small business, just to understand what do they have to offer us, and do they fit within our supply chain, and what does that mean? Overall, for FY23, we're committed to meeting a 60.5% small business goal, and that's why we're here today, to see if you can help us fulfill that goal. It's not just an obligation, it's for us to make sure that we can work together, because again, small businesses do really make a difference to our supply chain. Here you go with our various goals. It's just not small business, but we talked about the various socioeconomic categories. We have a goal for 15.5% for small disadvantaged business, 10.5% for women-owned small business, 7% for veteran-owned, you heard that just a little while ago, and service-disabled veteran-owned business, 6%. Now, how do you work with Sandia? First of all, you need to create a company account in iSupplier. In just a moment, I'll show you a screenshot of that. But also, we want to make sure that you're not only a supplier within our entity account, but that you look at our business opportunities website. That's because we display different opportunities. We were talking here request for proposals. For Sandia National Laboratories, it's request for quotations. And what we do is we want to make sure we solicit our different suppliers just to tell you, can you support our supply chain? What capabilities do you have? And let's make sure that you give us your information that you need. We also attend various outreach events such as this. This is where we get to connect. We're the liaison between small businesses and the community, along with our technical line and our procurement officers within Sandia National Laboratories. So this could be a little bit of an eyesore to the left, but it's just giving you a visual of what's going on with our iSupplier site. But just know what we want you to do is go to sandia.gov so you can find partnerships, which is going to be on the right-hand side of your screen if you have a computer up. And you can find prospective suppliers, supplier registration, and register here. Pretty friendly, and there's a step-by-step guidance on how to register. But the biggest piece of the pie that we want you to focus on is our business opportunities website. And that's because we have our request for quotations. What's coming out? What do we need? Right here, this is not showing the latest and greatest, just a snapshot of what our website looks like. But as I move to the next slide, these are current requirements that are on our website. We put everything by NICS code, we give a short title to it, and when we posted the actual business opportunity website along with the close date. You can see to the far right the competition type. Our goal is to do small business first, set aside first. We want to give them the opportunity. Are you guaranteed it? Not necessarily, because we have a competition process. However, we want to make sure you have the opportunity to go ahead and give that proposal. Make sure you're able to support our supply chain. So here's various ones that are listed right now. One of them actually is going to be closing on 2/27, and that's for our COTS part, other electronic component manufacturing. A lot of things that are going to be coming down for Sandia, and actually you'll probably hear from Los Alamos as well, is construction projects. That's huge right now, and it's going to be huge for the next couple of fiscal years, all the way for 10 years. So I wanted to relay that to you because it's going to take a village to fulfill these projects, and that's information I want to share with you today. So as we project into the future and as we work with our construction procurement department, what we're forecasting, and I'm not going to get into too many details here because we are doing some acquisition planning with our own teams internally to figure out how we can relay the information to the community. But no, for FY23, we're looking at spending about $296 million. These are outsourcing dollars. Along in FY24, $118 million. And I gotta tell you, this is evolving, it's changing. We're finding out that that's growing, so it might be in excess of $118 million. So the dollars are growing as we go in through FY26, but note that we're working with our construction partners on agreements for general, electrical, mechanical, and specialized mechanical. And so when you look at that portfolio and you see the dollars above, that's not only inclusive of that. We're working internally to understand what else do we need to outsource, what else is out there, so we can make sure we give you the information to help us support our supply chain. Meanwhile, as you look, it's going to go back to that opportunities website. Make sure you sign up for it, you look at it, be very cautious about it because things are evolving. We might show you today what opportunities are available. It can change within a week. And it really does happen. We were at the National NCAIED conference and we learned of an opportunity just as of yesterday. And it was related to construction, so note things are evolving quickly. Other opportunities, we have our California office, and so there's going to be some security services where in FY23 Q2, we have a $30 million contract. Again, if this is your specialty, please make sure you submit your interest to the Business Opportunities website. So I told you about construction and what are some of the top 5 investment priorities. We have power sources capability. While I'm saying that there's an estimated value of $100 to $750 million, note that we're trying to strategize to figure out what part of this is going to be outsourced. What does this mean for you as a community and how can you help us? We have our combined radiation environments for survivability testing, that are known as CREST. Again, while you might see mission need 2030, anticipated completion date of FY32 at estimated $750 million, when it comes to these large projects, it takes years of planning. My former department, I was an IT procurement manager. It took us 3 years to award an IT contract worth $700 million. but that's because it takes a lot of planning, strategizing, communicating with the community, understanding how can we partner to meet this need. I'm happy to say we awarded it to a small business, but it did take a lot of effort. Patricia was part of that endeavor. Other ones we're looking at, we have like a mini Intel fab at Sandia, by the way, and it's called our Microelectronic Components Capability Team. But at the end of the day, there's going to be some new work happening there. We're starting to strategize with them. We have our next generation pulse powered facility, along with our weapons engineering science and technology laboratory. There's not a lot to share detail-wise, but I just want to let you know to be prepared and to look out for this information because it will impact our community. So what's the timing and strategy of everything? I gotta tell you, we're learning every day. Myself and Patricia are meeting with the procurement teams weekly, the rest of the advocates, just trying to understand what can we do to partner? How do we work more effectively with the technical line? Because the more information we have as a team, the more we can relate to you and how you can help us fill these requirements. But nonetheless, know that efficiency is part of today's environment in any procurement organization. I know one of the speakers spoke about that earlier. Efficiency is key because we gotta have these things done quickly. We have some serious, basically threats we're facing as a nation, right? But how can we move quickly, but knowing we have a lot of red tape? So we're partnering with our technical and trying to figure out what can we do to be efficient. But nonetheless, if you wanna learn more about our small business opportunities, note that my team, Patricia that's here today, you guys are in our hearts. We have passion, and we want to make sure we provide you the opportunities and the information you need to be successful. Things that are going to be coming up, we have May 17th, our Service Disabled Veteran-Owned Small Business event. It's actually going to be in Lawrence, Livermore, correct? That will be in California. Meanwhile, on August 29th, 2023, we actually have our Office of Small Disadvantaged Business Utilization Department. I'm getting used to all our acronyms. But nonetheless, they're going to be in town. And we're going to be having a pretty big event where you get to meet more than just Sandia National Laboratories, other government entities that are able to give you information and subcontracting opportunities. But this is great information for you all so you can get the nuggets you need to figure out what do I want to do with my business. But nonetheless, we do have a document here that has all our contact information. You can meet with me or Patricia after this event and get some information. But if you have any questions, we're more than happy to answer them. But I'm going to hand it over to my next peer here, and she's going to go ahead and speak. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Laura. Great presentation. So my name is Ashley Trujillo. So I work for the Small Business Program Office at Los Alamos National Laboratory. I am a small business program advocate, and today I will be going over just general information about the laboratory, how to do business with us, how to become a supplier. I'll be talking about the new procurement system that we transitioned to, and then also where you can access our procurement opportunities. And with that, I'll go ahead and get started. Is it this one?
It's actually the bottom one. Right?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, it took me a while to learn it.
Okay. So again, I'll just start off with going over some general information about the laboratory. So LANL was established in 1943 and is located in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Like Laura had mentioned, there with Sandia, Los Alamos is just the same. There's a lot going on. So LANL is actually one of the largest science and technology institutes in the world and conducts multidisciplinary research in fields such as national security, space exploration, renewable energy, medicine, nanotechnology, and supercomputing. And so LANL employs approximately 14,000, a little more, employees. I know we did have a big spike on employees. I think a few years ago it was around 12,000. So just within the most recent years, we've bumped that up to a little over 14,000. So I think just to meet the needs on what's going on in the laboratory, our employees have definitely increased as well. And then one thing to mention is LANL is operated by Triad National Security LLC, and they are also a prime contractor to DOE and NNSA. Okay, so LANL has an ongoing commitment to small businesses, and on this slide you'll see the laboratory's small business goals. So we are committed to actively identifying opportunities for small businesses, and this is especially true for small businesses in our state and in our neighboring communities. One thing I did want to talk about was our director, our laboratory director, Tom Mason. So we definitely have his support when it comes to small business. So he actually sent out a memo lab-wide to all LANL employees, and it goes emphasizes the importance of small business, and it also goes over all our small business goals and our commitments that we have to the our small business goals. He also has a YouTube video that you can find on our website, and I'll kind of guide you through that on where you can find that later on in the presentation. But it's a really nice video. He talks about kind of a lot of what's going on in the lab, and he really emphasizes that our small businesses are really key in helping us support all of the mission that we have at the laboratory. And basically he talks about a lot of our success stories with our small businesses, so it's really nice to hear and see that side of it. So definitely check that out if you haven't already. That's on our website. So I'm just going to go over our small business goals. So our overall small business goal for the laboratory is 52%. And then from there, it's actually broken down into socioeconomic categories. Small disadvantaged business is at 10%, women-owned small business is at 8%, hub zone small business is at 6%, and veteran-owned small business 4%, and then service disabled veteran-owned small business is at 3%. And as I previously mentioned, we definitely we do have our commitment, and we do want to have a lot of support for our small businesses, especially in our state of New Mexico. And so on this slide, I just wanted to highlight the 2022 economic impact on New Mexico. So as you can see here, the total laboratory spend for procurements in New Mexico is over $915 million. And then for the total procurement spend for small businesses is over $613 million in New Mexico. And on this graph, it's a little hard to see, but it's broken down into the socioeconomic categories for the total small business spend as well. And so it has the disadvantaged, women-owned, veteran-owned, service disabled, and hub zone. And so the last two that are on there, they're not necessarily goals that we have or that we get gold on, but it's definitely something we track, and it's going to be Native American and Triad Pueblo Business Alliance. Okay, what LANL buys? So that's a question we get very frequent. I probably couldn't fit it all on one slide on what LANL buys, but I did want to include some of the more frequent procurements that we do receive, and so I have those listed here. And so that includes, not limited, but includes research and development. So we work with a lot of different universities at the laboratory. And then facility construction and architectural engineering services. As Laura mentioned, we also have a high increase of construction coming down in the near future. So I'll go over where you can find those later on in the presentation. Next is equipment, so that includes maintenance and repair. Support services and staff augmentation, that's a big one. Mechanical and electronic fabrication, commercial products and services, and then environmental restoration. And so just one thing I want to note is, since LANL is a National Research and Development Laboratory, We do seek to do business with qualified companies that offer value and high quality products and services. Okay, so I wanted a specific slide for this. This is, if you type in your web browser and go to business.lano.gov, it will direct you to this page. So this is our business page. A lot of great resources. If you haven't visited this page before, I definitely recommend doing so. So one thing I want to call out is on this page, this is like kind of like our home page for business. If you can actually find the memo that I was talking about from our director, Tom Mason, and then actually his YouTube video here too. So if you just scroll down from this page, those will be located there along with our small business goals. And so we wanted those up front right away just because we wanted to show our commitment to small business. That's really important to us. But I'll go ahead and kind of go through what other links are on here for us. And so the first one is the small business program. So here's where you can learn more about our office. You can learn more about our small business resources, and then you can also see, our small business partnerships as well. And so that's a great place to visit for small business resources. Next is prospective suppliers. So that one's important. If you want to know more about how to do business with the laboratory and gain more information, you can go to that link. I'll go over like an overview of how to do business with us, but there's where you will really find like a really detailed guide on, step by step on how to register with us. It is a new process, so it might be something you're not used to, so that's a great tool to use. Next, we also have resources for existing suppliers, and then so it's going to be under small businesses, our procurement opportunities. So we have all of our competitive business opportunities. Everything that's over $250,000 will be posted here in this section, and that's going to be utilized on Ariba Discovery. Again, we'll go over more of that in just a bit. And then the other two resources are supplier resources and then contacts. But those are the main things I want to point out on this website, and we'll go over more of those now in the presentation. Okay, so this is probably our most asked question. So becoming a supplier at Lano. In the most recent years, we have transitioned to a new procurement system called Ariba Network. It is basically one portal where Lano can collaborate with our suppliers, and it's throughout the entire source-to-pay process. So that includes sourcing events, contracts, purchase orders, invoicing, and payments. One thing I do want to note is it's also a place where we have our registration. So before, we kind of had things separated where we had our purchasing through Oracle, we had our registration as more of a manual thing where you'd fill out a form and then send it into our office via email. That has totally changed. Now you would create an account on the Ariba network if you don't already have one, and you would utilize the Ariba network to complete a registration with Lano. And so the good thing about that is that you can update your information at any time. So a lot of times what we seen to be a big problem was that suppliers their information would change, or someone would leave from their company or retire, or whatever the case may be. So with Ariba, it allows you to really update as you need. But the other good thing is that we have I believe it's a 6-month update, and so with that, we actually remind you, the system reminds you to update your information, and so I think that's key for us to keep good data on your company, and it helps us, if we're trying to contact you, we have good contact information and all that. Okay, so I'll just kind of speed through the overview of the process. So again, one thing I want to say is that there is a detailed instructions on how to do business with the laboratory. It's a guide that has screenshots and step-by-step instructions and all that. But basically the way our registration process works is that it starts off with a registration request, and that can either be done by someone at LANL, internal to LANL, or a supplier. If they want to initiate the request, they can go to our website and they can submit a request themselves. And so once a request is approved from our side of it, from supplier management, we'll actually send you an invite to register. So when we're looking at the request itself, we kind of just start making sure that your company hasn't registered more than once. And so we just kind of want to avoid that. And that's the main thing that we're looking for at that point. Once you receive the invite to register, after that's all approved, from there you'll actually, you'll have the option to either sign in with an existing Ariba account and then complete LANL's registration, or at that point you can create an Ariba network account and then complete LANL's registration. So it's either or. Either if you have an existing account on Ariba, or you can create one. That's, I think, important and where our suppliers get more hung up. But you can definitely use an existing account if you already have one. And so once you complete the registration, it'll get sent back to our supplier management team at LANL, and we'll review and approve it. And then, oh, one thing to note is something new that we have is we send out qualification questionnaires. So that's basically, once your registration is approved, you'll receive a qualification questionnaire, and it's going to be LANL's code of conduct for our suppliers to review and agree to. Sorry, I'm trying to just rush up. I think I have just a couple minutes left. So here's what we have on our registration. I kind of wanted to point out, these are mostly all required. I think the only one on here that isn't required is our capability statement. However, it is something that we highly recommend that you put in. It gives us a little more information about your company and your capabilities. And then I think this is my last slide, so procurement opportunities. So just one thing I wanted to mention again, if you go to our website, I showed you where it was in the previous slides, and so I just wanted to say everything in here, over 250,000 will be posted. One thing I wanted to mention too is that with Ariba Discovery, you have direct access to the buyer. So once you respond to the Ariba posting, you actually get to have that direct communication with the buyer, which has changed from the past, which I like, and I think it's really helpful for our suppliers in that aspect. And then, so here's our Small Business Program Office. We have Yvonne Gonzalez, our Small Business Program Manager. She's here today. Myself, Ashley Trujillo, a Small Business Program Advocate, and then Trish Ali, also a Small Business Program Advocate. If you want to reach us or have any additional questions, just reach out to business@lanl.gov, and it'll actually reach all three of us. And I'll go ahead and pass it over.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shania Manus, and I'm with the Navajo Nation Business Regulatory Office. And I don't know if my presentation is going to be up, but do you have one? Oh, it's right here. Okay, so I'm with the Business Regulatory Department, and it's under the Division of Economic Development, and I am Senior Economic Development Specialist with this department. So what I'm going to talk about today is the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, which is, which is our law. So doing business with Navajo Nation is a little complicated. Those of you who have been doing business with Navajo Nation, Mr. Watchman, knows it's really a complex process. But one of the things that we oversee is the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, which is protected under the Navajo Nation Bill of Rights. So we try to ensure that it is being utilized. And so what it does is, I'm sorry, this is not the same presentation that I have on my, let's see. I guess we'll just go ahead and do the updates first. So what we're doing right now is we are trying to amend the Navajo Business Opportunity Act, which we had public hearings recently to get suggestions on how to improve the Business Opportunity Act. And our office also oversees the Corporation Code Office. And let's see. Yeah, I apologize about that. Okay, let's see. The outreach, revised criteria. Okay, so at this point right now, our revised evaluation criteria is with our Department of Justice, and we are currently trying to work on that. So those are the current updates right now with our office. But the business, okay. So what we do in our office is we implement and enforce the Navajo Business Opportunity Act. We also enforce the Navajo Nation Corporation Code, and we administer and implement the Uniform Commercial Code. And I apologize, this is not, I guess I must have sent the wrong presentation. So we have a source listing. I don't know if I could, darn, okay, this is totally not the right, this is for in-house updates with our, it's actually supposed to be an in-house update to our leadership. And I guess I had forwarded the wrong presentation here. So, but currently we have 289 priority vendors on our source listing. Yeah, so, okay, I think this might be where we can begin. The purpose of the Business Opportunity Act is to promote self-sufficiency for Navajo Nation. So we try to grant first opportunity to Navajo and Native American-owned businesses. And it's also to promote competitive bidding and contracting opportunities among Navajo businesses. And it's the intent of the act to grant contracting preference to qualified Navajo businesses. And it is not the intention to grant opportunity to the non-qualified Navajo businesses. And this Navajo Business Opportunity Act does apply to our Navajo Nation government, as well as all of our enterprises and our chapter houses and private businesses and all procurement activity that exceeds $50,000 on our Navajo Nation. What it does not apply to are business site leases, home site leases, office leases, so any leases on Navajo Nation. And so what our office does is we oversee the priority vendor source listing. And so to be a priority vendor, you must apply. And it's kind of similar to the 8A process. I was kind of seeing a lot of correlation there. But you have to apply with our office, and we will grant either priority 1 or priority 2 to Navajo-owned businesses and Native American-owned businesses. But to be a priority 1, you must be 100% Navajo-owned. And to be a priority 2, you must be 51% to 99% Navajo-owned, or 100% or Native American-owned business. So that will give you the priority status 1 or priority status 2. And the application process, in order to apply, we classify 4 different categories, which is general contractor, subcontractor, special trades, professional services. And to apply as a general contractor, we just need to see your state license, and we do take any state license. And as special trades, so HVAC or electrical, we just need to see your certification. For professional services, we do not require any certificates. You can just sign up as a professional service. Same with supplier, and that can be any kind of supplies that you might be what you sell. But again, we have a source listing of all our current priority vendors who are on that list, and this is what you'll need if you would like to be a part of that. We'll need your EIN or your social security number, a list of past projects for the past 2 years, your duties and responsibilities. So again, it was similar to the 8A application where we need to determine that you are the owner and that you are the big decision makers for the company. And we'll also need your certificate of Indian blood. And we do take only federally recognized tribal enrollments. We have a lot of maybe Canadian tribes that try to apply, or we do not take Hawaiian. There's no certificate of Indian blood for Native Hawaiians. So it has to be a federally recognized tribe in order to qualify. And let's see, so what we do is when we get your application, we will send it through a number of procurement clearances, and that includes the Tax Commission, the Veterans Affairs Office, the Office of Controller, and this is basically to make sure that the company does not have any debt to Navajo Nation. And we also send a procurement clearance through the Tax Commission, which we want to make sure that you are registered with the Tax Commission for Navajo Nation, and they are a totally separate office from us, so you'll have to do that on your own. And a lot of times, a lot of businesses don't want to be on the priority listing because they do have to sign up with the Tax Commission. So that's something that we also are, trying to compromise and address. And so you have to recertify every year, and that includes when you recertify, you don't have to do the whole application process all over again. You just have to let us know of any changes, and just keep us updated on your business. Have you been doing business, and we want to see your projects. And then again, we'll do another procurement clearance to make sure you're in good standing. A lot of times, again, the obstacle becomes the Tax Commission. You have to make sure you're in good standing with them every year. And the way that this works is if you are priority 1, you gain advantage to contracts by bid openings. So it is my job to be at these bid openings where if you're a priority 1 vendor and you bid on a contract, we will open only priority 1s first. And if you meet all the qualifications and you're within the budget, the lowest budget automatically wins. And we don't go on further. We do not open any other bid openings. So that's really the advantage to being a priority vendor. If there's no priority 1s, then it goes on to priority 2s. And so, yeah, that's the way it works. There is a lot of advantage to being a priority vendor, and that does include getting the contracts through the government. It doesn't apply across all of Navajo Nation because it is hard to enforce. We are working on that right now. We're trying to address a lot of the issues, but again, if you're a Navajo business or a Native American owned business, then you can go to navajoeconomy.org. This is our staff. You can go to navajoeconomy.org and start the process there. There is an application to become a priority vendor, and you'll be working with myself or Alvin Wanika or Ryan Holgate. We would be the people who would assist you in getting certified. But if you would like my card, I can give you my card if you want to start that process. It does take about 3 to 4 weeks for the entire process to go through. But once you're on our source listing, it is required that anything under $50,000, Navajo Nation government has to go to that source listing and has to get a quote from any of the entities that utilize those services. So if you if there is a job that only you can do, then you can basically get the project. So because that is the law, that is what we have to follow, and that's what I enforce as my position. But yeah, I'm sorry about the confusion with the presentation, and I know that we are pressed for time, so I'm going to go ahead and pass it. So, thank you all.
afternoon, everyone. I'm Iris Cordova. I sound a little congested, but I promise I'm not sick. The wind from yesterday did a number with my allergies. I don't know if anyone else is in my same boat, but yeah, yes. So welcome to Albuquerque with that. So I'm with the city of Albuquerque, and I probably am not going to have time to go through all of these slides. So I'm going to kind of skip over some of them, but I'd like to take the opportunity to kind of talk about what I think is really important for you to hear. So first of all, I'm the purchasing manager with the purchasing division. We're a division of the Department of Finance and Administrative Services with the city. We have 15 to 20 people in our division, but we only have 6 senior buyers. Our senior buyers are the ones that actually do our solicitations and our contracts. And I think it's important that you understand that because we have departments of 33 departments throughout the city. The city employs 8,000 people. And so all of these departments, with all of their divisions, need to buy stuff. And there's only 6 of us to do it. So, you know, we try to do it as quickly as we possibly can. But with that, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the tiers that the city has for procurement. The first tier is less than $10,000. Less than $10,000, the city, any department, any division, can buy directly from that individual. So if you have a good or service that you can sell to the city for less than $10,000, they don't have to compete that. They can just go straight to you, issue a PO, or enter into a contract up to $10,000. Our next tier is kind of like our mini solicitation. It's our request for bids. It is from $10,001 up to $100,000. And what the city does there is we request a bid from you. It can be for a good or it can be for a service. We can make a contract, either a price agreement or a service contract, for up to $100,000. It can be for a number of years or up to $100,000, whichever comes first. Okay? And then above $100,000 is where my office comes into play, and we handle all the formal solicitations. So that's your request for bids, that's your request for proposals, okay? And we handle everything from buying shrimp for the biopark to, you know, concession services for our golf courses, for biopark. You know, here soon we have concession services and retail services, you know, and the little kiosks that you see at the airport. Those are going to be coming out within the next couple of months, so please keep an eye out for that. And I will show you how you can find them. I'm sorry, which one was it?
There you go.
Okay, so what's important here is the city uses an electronic procurement system. It's called Bonfire. Okay, I know that you've heard everyone here talk about the e-procurement system. So ours is called Bonfire. The important part about this is in order to know or get notification that the city is going to have a solicitation released, you will need to register to receive these emails. Now, this presentation has a bunch of clicks on it, a bunch of links on it that I believe will be provided to you, and so you can go over all of that. This talks about how you register with our city bonfire system. It is important that you register because while you can review and you can see all of the solicitations that we have out, if you are not registered, you will not get the notifications. And number 2, you cannot submit an application, okay, or a bid or a proposal. So you have to register. And this slide kind of shows you the step-by-step process about completing all fields. This is a very simple process. There's 2 windows that you need to complete. One is your business information. The other one, you're telling us what you do. We follow the NIGP codes. We follow the state. The state requires that. We require the NIGP codes. The list of all the codes are in Bonfire. You can just type in your service or your good that you sell, and the code will come up for you, and you can click as many as you want. I encourage you to click several of them so that you can be registered to receive all these different notifications. Here is where you will see our current postings that we have out there. This is just a quick snapshot of what we had at the time out there. But this link will take you directly to there. If you guys can't find any of our links anywhere, just remember cadq.gov and search purchasing. And it's going to take you right directly to the purchasing page, and it's going to take you right directly to our portal. There's a big shaded gray area that will say solicitations, and it'll take you right there. So I wanted to take a second just to tell you what we do have coming out soon. Like I said, we buy all sorts of things. There are two things our department does not buy, and that is major construction. So that includes roads, bridges, or major buildings like a new fire department. We don't do that in my office. That goes through our municipal development department and social services. So those are for the services for our homeless shelters. Now, we buy the homeless shelters, we procure the homeless shelters, we procure a lot of the goods for the homeless shelters, but we don't procure the services, the social services like counseling sort of thing in our department. That is handled through our Family and Community Services Department. But what we do, we will be doing commercial building window tinting and coating. We have automated speed enforcement for those of you that live here. Yay, it's coming. More cameras. We do concessions again. We have the International Sunport coming up. We have a forklift, aerial lift, and light equipment repairs and materials. Fencing is currently out on the streets as of today, I believe. Irrigation parts, pest control services. We have janitorial services for our libraries that's also coming up soon. So it's important that you continue to look at this and check it on a weekly basis, because there might be something that you can provide us that maybe you missed accidentally on registering for your NIGP code. You can still view it here, and you can still submit a bid or proposal. So this is talking a little bit about how to submit a bid and proposal that I'm not going to have time to go over with you, but this information is in your PowerPoint. I think the most important thing that I really want you to see here is this part. So when you're going to submit a bid or proposal, there are a number of things that are listed for you that you must submit. So you either answer a question, a yes/no question, or you type in information, or you're required to upload something. There's red dots on each side there. It will not allow you to submit until that dot turns green. So if you're having problems submitting, are all your little dots green? If not, check and see what you're missing. That's probably the biggest question that we have. And you actually cannot submit. At the very bottom, it's shaded gray. It won't allow you to submit until all those dots are green. Okay? It's important that you also know that all questions for all of our bids, all of our solicitations, have to be asked directly from our e-procurement system. Our senior buyers, and including myself, cannot answer any questions via email. It has to be recorded in the system. Okay? So that's really important that you understand that. Also, I talk about our formal solicitations are going to be released on here. But remember I said our request for quotes from $10,000 to $100,000 where the department reaches out for a bid or for a quote? They will soon be using our bonfire system for those as well. So it's important, if you register now, even those smaller contracts, which to me $100,000 is not small, but those other contracts, you can still have that opportunity, and you have that much more advantage because you are already registered and you're already receiving the notifications, and you can check it weekly and you'll see what's out there. So I know APD is currently using this for their request for quotes. We have the aviation department is also using it, so it's important that you follow up with that. So we have some preferences. We follow the state's preference pretty much. or not pretty much, we do follow the state's preferences. So that's, for those of you that don't know, the state's preferences were the New Mexico resident business, the Native American resident business, the veterans resident business, and Native American resident business as well. The city used to have our own preferences, our own local and small preferences, but because the state's preferences have higher percentages and ours were lower, you know, it really did no good for us to have ours out there. I mean, if you're a local business, or even a small business registered in the state of New Mexico, then you qualify for the state's resident business, and you'll get a higher percentage of preference. So kind of made ours null and void. The pay equity form, this is important that you guys know, a pay equity form is required with every solicitation that you submit a response to. What the pay equity form says is that you are paying a woman and a man the same amount of money for the exact same position. So it's not, you know, so if you have a secretary that's a female and a secretary that's a male, they're making the same amount of money. Vice president's a female, vice president's a male, they're making the same amount of money. This does not, if you do not have the pay equality, it does not disqualify you. But if you do have the pay equality, you actually get another preference for that. I know that one of the things that we hear is, well, what if I'm minority owned? What if I'm a women's owned business, right? Well, then you're not going to meet that requirement of pay equity because everyone that you staff is a woman, perhaps. Maybe it's just you and one other person. So we're trying to figure out some different ways that we can, you know, revise our pay equity, but for now, that's what is required in our ordinance. So we have some information for vendors. Again, you'll want to go on all of these sites. Right here, this slide right here, the presentation that you receive will have some other additional resources. This is the link to our city's small business office, but it will also have the link to our Native American office. And so it's important that you reach out to them because there may be opportunities and consulting work to help you put together a solicitation for maybe one of our large formal RFPs. I know Economic Development, who runs our Office of Equity and Inclusion, and that resource is on the slide presentation you're about to get. They just contracted with a consultant who will dedicate an hour to 2 hours with each one of the small businesses to help you strengthen your proposal to respond to an RFP, which can be very complicated. So reach out and use these resources. They're free, so use them, okay? And with that, I think I'm done. I'm sorry that I ran through that very quickly, but thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. We have a couple minutes. We'll take a couple questions, if everybody's okay. Any questions for our panelists here? Any questions?
Oh, we have one.
Mr. Hale.
Here, let me get the mic so that people online can hear.
Mr. Hale, go ahead. He's shy.
Iris, this is a question for you. Bonfire, it costs to get on that, right?
No.
The premium cost, but the standard is free?
That's exactly correct. Yes, so when you're registering for Bonfire, if you get to the point, remember I said there's really only 2 pages? If you get to the last point and it tells you, you know, asks you for your credit card information, you registered for the wrong one. So all you gotta do is just go back 1 step and uncheck the box that says you want to be notified on national. So Bonfire, there are agencies, and you can click it and pay for it if that's what you want, but Bonfire, there are agencies all over the US and Canada that are registered for this, governmental agencies, municipalities, state agencies. So if you want to pay for that, you can. If all you want to get is the local, so the city of Albuquerque solicitations, it's completely free. Just uncheck that box, right?
Great, thank you. Any more questions? Over here, go ahead, sir.
the Navajo projects, are we required to employ Navajos for construction?
You just have to bid on the contract, and if you're native owned and you're on our priority source listing, you can gain preference.
But if you're non-native and you're doing business on Navajo Nation, you just have to register with the corporation code. So you just have to sign your business up with our office, but they're two totally separate offices.
Okay, one other question, I'm not sure, maybe Albuquerque. When there's a preference for Native American, does that wash if it's a resident preference and a Native American? Is it only one that gets the advantage?
So, yes, actually, and those preferences are you have to apply through the state New Mexico Tax and Rev Department, and they will issue a certification. But yes, it's up to a maximum of 10%, and the New Mexico residents, veterans, and Native American veterans preference is the higher percentage. So you will receive that percentage point. You can't combine them and go over 10% for the city of Albuquerque. The New Mexico resident business and Native American business are the exact same percentages, and then the veterans and Native American veterans are the exact same percentages as well.
Any more questions? I have one observation, and that is you have your own procurement systems at the lab, so it's not connected to the SBA information, the stuff that we're talking about earlier. So you have a separate procurement system, so it's not connected with SBA, because you can go into, I think, BizGov or those other things and have a listing of all the potential federal opportunities. The labs are separate.
Right, that's correct.
All of them? All the labs?
Yeah, pretty much that's, I mean, we don't
Leno,
have.
Hanford, you know, all, DOE has, I don't know how many, but it's separate.
Right, that is correct.
Okay, interesting.
And it is interesting, we get that feedback when we go to small business conferences.
Okay.
Why aren't you all centralized? But we have our own procurement systems, and we have our own business opportunities website. Is there an option in the future? That's things we talk about and explore,
That
but we're
could
not
be
there today.
expanded. Okay. One last call for questions. Okay, one more.
Thank you. Going off of the question there, so each of the bids that you put out, it's just individual to yours. It's not there's no way to say, like, I also have this on a national level or in a state. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean, yes. And no, you're correct. Unfortunately, it's not that way. Now, the city of Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, and the Water Authority all use Bonfire. So you will get all of those in one platform. And then if you pay, you'll get all the states that you want to as well. But also keep in mind the state of New Mexico has their own platform as well. And it's completely separate and completely different. One more thing I just wanted to mention, soon coming up real quick, we will have a platform where you'll be able to go and register your products and your information on the city's website. It's coming up, it's being built. So remember those requests for quotes? How do they know how to contact you? How do they know what your services are? You can go up and basically put your own flyer that says this is what we offer. So when they need something, they can go onto like this marketplace, they can find you and ask you for a quote.
Great question. Okay, well, thank you, Laura, Ashley, Shania, and Iris. Let's give them a big round of applause. Great presentation. Thank you very, very much. Okay, who's next? Adolfo.
Well, good afternoon. I'm going to introduce to you a business that has, like the rest of you, have weathered the COVID pandemic. The Cloud Clear Solutions, I did a little bit of market research on them. And it didn't take me long to find out what they do, who they are, what they specialize in, and mostly where they've gotten. So I'm going to just give you a quick overview of what I found in probably less than 15 minutes of looking. They're a security systems design and multitude. They do business with NASA, the U.S. Navy, the U.S. Army, the VA, GSA, DHS, which is part of the Fourth Estate. To a contracting officer, that means they're diversified in agencies. I went into their FPDS. They've had a small contract of 17 grand, and the largest is 4.5 million. That tells me they're growing. Those are two important factors that don't just happen. It takes leadership, it takes understanding the market, and especially when you market to these variety of agencies. So without further ado, I'll let Darren Maston take over and tell you how he did it.
Thank you for the introduction, very much. I don't know how I did it, how we did it. That sounded very impressive though, probably more impressive than it is. But I know I have the after lunch crowd, and so just to get everybody's attention, I stepped out and apparently I won this very, very generous gift to Vegas, Caesars, and all expenses paid. So as a speaker, I felt the right thing to do would be to gift it back out to a new winner. I'm there too much for business and conferences, so you want to draw a new card here?
I'll take it.
Can't quite read. Smith. Yeah.
Is it Jennifer Smith, or who has this card? Oh, there you are.
You're going to Vegas.
All right, so let's see. We're going to start out with a quick video here, if it works. Not quite working. Supposed to be sound to that.
I can turn it up more if we need to.
Oh, there's actually an audio that's not playing for some reason. Oh.
Heard the music.
Not taking the voice, but anyway, I'd narrate it, but.
Always kind of at the cutting edge of technology. So we're always trying new stuff. We're always looking at new products and new technologies out there that we can implement.
We have the responsibility currently today for protecting some of the most critical assets in the utility industry.
The takeout solution is also involved in intrusion detection. When somebody shoots a gun or whatever the case may be, or somebody breaks in, it has analytics where it actually follows individuals where that instance may have occurred.
Obviously, there's a lot going on in the world and in our country as relates to cybersecurity. Some of those technologies that we could only imagine 5 or 10 years ago, we're implementing those today. We fabricate a lot of control panels in-house. We take all the components and wire them up to all work together with the power supplies, the battery backups, network modules so they can monitor everything, put it all in one package. We go out there and we're proud of the work that we do. And sometimes I go behind some other work that was there that's kind of going to interfere with what I'm doing, and I clean that up.
CareCloud Solution has no boundaries for service. Wherever you guys need us to work, that's where we're at. The bulk of our business is down in the Southern California market, where a larger office and warehouse exists. We've been able to venture out and open an office in Phoenix, Arizona, soon to move into Northern California and other parts of the country where we have national contracts and opportunity to go coast to coast.
If there's ever security, cybersecurity has to be comprehensive. It's in your product decisions, it's in your manufacturer decisions, and it's in your installation. So because we have people that understand the network very well on our technical side and our engineering department, we take clients from conception to execution better than the competition.
If you want to be a federal contractor today, you've got to be a certain level with your own personal cybersecurity. We're able to provide a service to help those companies identify where their weaknesses are and help them get to the level that they need to.
We've pretty much gone steady like this throughout the past 5 years, and I don't see us slowing down.
He doesn't give up on anything. He's a very determined man.
Growing up, when I had obstacles and growing up, on the reservation, all the different things that come up as a kid, those create your character. And so as we hit stumbling blocks in the infant stages of the company, storms that we overcame and got through that created the character that prepares us for future storms. And it ensures our longevity, it ensures our ability to go through obstacles and hindrances in the future. And that goes for not just me, but my team as well.
So the Sky Bear Media team that you guys see putting on all the audio, visual stuff, these cool guys that make all this happen, put that together for us. We hired them a few years ago. We've got them updated. Highly recommend, if any of you get the opportunity to market your company, to choose a native-owned company like those guys in particular, phenomenal job. We get a lot of great feedback on that for our marketing video, but more importantly, we utilize that for recruiting. And we've had recruiters tell us that that's it makes their job a lot easier. But it is a sneak peek behind the, under the hood of the company. And just real quick, I'll just speak very quickly about what we do. We are a security systems integration company. We protect critical assets. We're 100% Native American Indian owned. We have about 37 employees right now in 4 states. We have an office, as mentioned on the video, in Arizona. Our main business down in Southern California. We have contracts coast to coast, and we are opening up a satellite office, which will soon to become our headquarters on the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation, where I'm from. We do security systems, as mentioned, down at, get all the certifications. We're very proud of the last 2 bullet points. We won we've been nominated 4 times for the National Minority Supplier Development Council Supplier of the Year, but we actually won it last year. It was a big event in SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. So really stiff competition, and we're very proud of that. And then we won Arizona's NVDA Professional Services Firm of the Year last year. I'm not going to go over this. This is just a bunch of technical stuff we do to make it sound really important, but you saw the video. Some of our contracts, as mentioned, the Navy, Air Force, Army Corps of Engineers, National Guard, some private companies. Southern California Edison, the major utility for the Los Angeles metropolitan areas, is really our biggest customers. We protect the grid. Extremely important asset for the country. The grid is a huge target for whether it's the Chinese, the Russians, or whoever. Critical infrastructure that we protect there, and some other customers. So, if I, today we're going to talk a little bit about leadership, and if I were to say, what is our company about? What is the foundation of our company? I'd have to say this slide pretty much wraps everything up. When we concentrate passionately and devotionally to these 3 things, good things seem to happen. We will celebrate our 11th year in business this March, and I could say by focusing on these things is really how we got there. That's the secret sauce to our longevity. Integrity, living and working our core values. Integrity, it's sometimes a loosely spoken word, You know, people, you know, they relate it to don't cheat, don't steal, don't lie. But it's actually quite a bit more than that. It's how you carry yourself. It's how you act. It's how you own up to things. It's very important in our company. It's also obviously how we treat our customer. But integrity is something that we strive for and a character value of everybody that we hire. It's how we try to carry ourselves, and a lot of it has to do with humility and ownership. Then taking care of our people, I learned from some really good mentors. You know, prior to starting this company, I had a corporate life. I grew up on the res. I moved away, started my career, but I learned from some really good mentors and some great companies that taking care of your people is number one, and that's been really one of the most important three-legged stools of our, you know, legs of our stool, and it's critically important to us. I think community outreach and community involvement is very important to us. Giving back is particularly to the Native community. This is one of the reasons I do this event. I've traveled with the Native Edge group for a few years now and participate in Reservation Economic Summit. And I do a lot of work on my reservation. Our company main office is in Southern California. It's about a 10-hour drive north to the far remote areas of Northern California where my tribe is, the Hoopa Valley Indian Reservation. We are the largest land reservation in California and one of the most populous. But it's way up in the Trinity Alps, very logistically challenged. And I spend about 10 days to 15 days a month up there. I have a little satellite office. And in addition to some contracts we have up there, I do a lot of work with the tribe, with our chairman, with our you know, all of our enterprises and whatnot to try to give back to the Native community. This is just a slide. You know, we're going to talk a little bit about leadership, but one of the things that we've done, and we just completed one recently, was an employee survey. And we're very proud of this slide because this is an anonymous survey. We don't know who's answering it. But of all of the people that did answer it, we got an overwhelming support that people do feel that we do have a good culture and that their supervisors are accessible. And for those of you that don't conduct employee surveys, I would highly recommend it, and do them anonymously, and make sure your people know that they're anonymous so you get true feedback, and then react to that feedback. Just some community events we do are very important to us, but let's just talk a little bit about, so in this particular, and I've spoken at a few of these Native Edge events, and I really applaud the Native Edge Institute, that team, what they do, how they do it. The NCAIED, I think they do more for small businesses and tribal-owned businesses in Indian country than anybody ever has. So, you know, very happy to be working with them. And we come to these events, and you meet a lot of experts. Prior to me on the stage, you've seen a lot of people, and you'll see more. These are the best in the business at knowing how to navigate through what, quite honestly, as a small minority or disadvantaged business, could be kind of really appear like smooth sailing. You know, what a great advantage you have. What a great advantage that I have as a Native American Indian-owned company. You know, my biggest customer, Southern California Edison, has a 34% requirement for the California Public Utilities to do disadvantaged business, small business, but they actually achieve 43%. So we check a box for them, but and it's, you know, it's our Native American Indian status that gives that company credit with the state, but it's the work that we do in there that keeps us in there. But again, I don't know that I would be in there without the great advantage that I had by being able to check a box for them, and it actually got me an introduction to them. They vetted me for a couple of years. But all these different, you know, certifications that if you are eligible, you know, a DBE, an MBE, an 8A, a woman-owned, a HubZone-owned. These are great advantages that you have, and we can often, in explaining, you know, how to navigate through these waters, how great of an opportunity that is. But the reality is, sometimes when you look beneath the surface, it's not always smooth sailing. There's a lot of obstacles. There's a lot of pitfalls that exist. And I think sometimes we overlook that. You know, 8A is just a tremendous opportunity. You kind of have to be in the sweet spot. When we got certified in 2017, you can't be too big, you can't be too small. But when you get there, you know, people really are very encouraging. And I'd be lying to you if I said that we weren't probably over-encouraged to a fault at what the opportunities that lied ahead of us with our minority status. And it makes it sound really easy, but it's really not. There are tremendous obstacles that you will face. Some of them I have listed up here, hiring the wrong people, no business plan, operational inefficiencies, insufficient capital. These are all tremendous obstacles. One in particular, poor management and leadership. You can check all the boxes for your minority status. You can get all the certifications. You can get all the connections. You can get all the meet and greets. But of all those boxes that you're going to check on your way in your venture in becoming a small and successful business, leadership is something that we don't often talk about. So just so I understand the audience a little bit better, how many of you in here are just starting a new business, are here to learn about starting a new business? Is there anybody here that hasn't quite launched yet? Okay, how many of you are new small businesses? Less than a year. Okay, do we have any small businesses that have been in business for a couple of years or more in here? Okay, and then how many tribal businesses are in here today? Okay, a couple. All right, so the first thing, the one thing I don't really have to tell you guys is that it isn't easy. It's not easy at all. And again, a lot of the things that we talk about in trying to help you navigate what could be very treacherous waters, one of the things we fail to talk about is really true leadership. So how hard is it? These are, you can find argumentative statistics on this, but for the most part, this is about the average that I found. A third of the companies don't make it 2 years, half don't make it 5 years, and at the end of the day, only 30% make it to a 10-year period. It is extremely difficult. There's nothing I really have to tell you guys. This is a quote. I think probably when people ask me, besides, how great our people are, and that's probably the number one reason why we're successful. But if people ask what's the number one attribute to leadership, I would say it's humility. This is a quote: if you aim for only wealth, beauty, fame, and power, you aim too low. Humility, gentleness, gratitude, and service is aiming high. So what are some of the basic fundamentals of leadership that I think are critically important, and I just want to take just a little bit of time that I have here with you guys today to talk about. Number one is that people are your number one asset. The success of ClearCloud, when people ask me, it's a really easy question to answer. The success of ClearCloud is simply its people. I might take the credit for the gamble in starting it and the courage to start it and whatever it took to start it. But honestly, the reason that our company is successful is because of our people. If I've done any one thing right, I've hired the right people. And I didn't just hire any people. I made sure, my first opportunity, Southern California Edison, Utility Grid, I went and sought out the people that were the best in that industry, whether it was my competitor or whomever, but I sought out and made that a critical part and point of what I do. So with people, the question I would have is what are you doing today to make sure you select the right people? What are you doing today? What is your selection process? How do you select the right people? And how do you go about leading those people? Great leadership doesn't come natural. It's not something that's something that you're just, some people are born with it. Me particular, in any leadership ability that I have whatsoever, it's because I had the opportunity to learn from some other people when I got a chance to work in other companies. But it's something that I think you really have to work at, and you've got to earn your people's respect. Whether you have a good idea, whether you just came up with a good service, whether you have an invention, whatever it is, the service that you're providing, that will only get you so far, but it's your people that are going to take you to the next level. It's the people that are going to take you over the top to what we would consider to be successful. And one of those is what I mentioned at the beginning, and that's integrity. Integrity is very important. So how do you lead your team? What are some of the inspirational words or attributes that would lead a good team? We think of things like honesty, integrity, caring, sincerity, motivation, mentoring, empowering. But one of the things that we don't often talk about is humility. What are you doing today to inspire your team, and how do you inspire that team? So I would challenge you to ask yourself, what are you doing to reward and recognize? How are you rewarding and recognizing? How are you addressing the concerns that your folks have? Do you even want to really hear about what the concerns that your folks have? We all have a lot on our plate. We all have a lot of obstacles. We all have a lot of hindrances that we have to deal with each and every day. And who wants to bring them on by listening to employees and finding out what their problems are? You know, surprisingly, most people think that it's the pay that is the most important thing for employees, but it's actually by survey, it's recognition. Employees strive for recognition more than anything, and usually recognition will lead to pay, recognition will lead to opportunity, recognition will lead to promotion. But I would suggest that you go above and beyond than what our normal leadership skills would tell us to do. And I would say that if you were to ask me about what some of the things that we've done to lead our people and inspire our people, I would say sometimes it's just the small investments that count the most. You know, we think about money, and you know, the bottom line is always something that should be at the top of your mind if you're going to be a successful company. If you don't have a good P&L, if you don't have a good balance sheet, you're not going to help your employees, because you're not going to be able to help them progress, because the company's not going to progress. But if you get too focused on that particular line, which a lot of companies do, and I've met some really great leaders, and I've met some really great companies, and I've learned a lot on how to be more profitable. But I think sometimes it's very important to have a little bit of a balance and not be so focused on the top line. And sometimes making those expenditures, they can be very small investments. You know, I had an employee who's been with us a long time, and you know, in a conversation with him, you know, he mentioned, you know, why do you really like ClearCloud? He said, I'll never, ever, ever, ever leave ClearCloud. And he brought up something that I had forgotten we had ever done for him, but it was a time early on when he got in trouble with some, you know, child support, and he's just gotten behind, and while working with us, he started with a pretty big deficit in him with his own finances. And so we got letters in the mail on, you know, how he was going to, you know, make certain payments, and we were going to withhold from his check, and you know, he had a pretty good deficit. We just paid it, you know, and that's something he never forgot. And it was a little thing to do, but had my focus and concentration just been on the top line, or oh, do I have to do this for everybody? But sometimes it's the small things that you do that really will win people over. Pay for classes that you know they didn't expect you to pay. Do you know their family? Do you know their kid's name? Do you know if they have kids? Did they ever bring their family to the place of business? Sometimes maybe not. You may or may not have a place that it's even convenient or even have the ability to do so. But we encourage our people to, and sometimes they do. And often at times, what I'm really excited about is they're actually proud to bring them there. They want to show them the place they work, and we're happy to greet them and recognize them. How often do you talk to even the lowest level employees? You know, we have a thing at our. I stole most of my leadership skills from someone else, and one of them is upside down pyramid. I worked for an executive at one point that, you know, they felt that the people at the top were the most important, and you had your, you know, this particular company, if you were an executive, you got parking up front and all this preferential treatment. And when this particular executive came on board, he turned that around, and he basically took what you would normally have a pyramid, which is the president at the top, and then the upper, you know, turn that upside down so that the folks in the trench are really at the top of that pyramid. And I think that's really critical. And I think if you can honestly not just, you know, portray that to your company, but live it, and make sure that those people, they're the ones that are out there in the ditches. They're the ones in the trenches, the blood, the sweat, the tears, that are really making it happen, and recognizing them and speaking to them at their level. Small investments in your team pay great dividends. And just, you know, remember, you've probably heard this before, but, you know, people don't really care what you know until they know that you care. And in particular, that you care about them, that you care about their future, that you care about their advancement, that you care about the opportunity that your company might present to them, and that you recognize them for that. And we talked a little bit about hiring practices. You know, something that is just extremely burdensome to me as far as a time constraint is, and I'm busy, I'm traveling, I travel a lot. I was at the 8A conference last week. I was visiting an Air Force contract in South Carolina, and time is something that I do not have a lot of. For my family, for my work, for all the things that I need to have time for. But one of the things I make time for is hiring. You know, if anybody asks, you know, who the recruiting falls under, it's me. I want to be intimately involved in every aspect of searching for people, but actually finding them and making sure that I'm on every interview. And I'm usually on the first interview because I want to be able to not just vet people, but I want to recruit people at the same time, and I want to talk about my core values. And it's funny how there's things that I talk to people in interviews that I wouldn't think they would give a rat's you-know-what about. They're actually very, very interested in it. You know, I talk about that slide where we talk about integrity, we talk about taking care of our people, we talk about community involvement. I would wonder what does a possible new engineer or a possible new service technician really care about my involvement in the Native community? And I'll find out after mentioning it, they're very involved, and sometimes it's the deciding factor of why they come to our company. So we share that. And you know, the other thing we often can do wrong once we get people in position is we have to promote people. We have to get people to the next level to take on that job. Anybody that I hire, as a rule of thumb, I like to be able to know that that person can move 2 levels up, that they can achieve and accomplish the goals and the responsibility that we're hiring for, but they can also probably move up, you know, up at least 2 levels. That's not an absolute 100% requirement. We will hire people that's probably as far as they're going to go, but that's our rule of thumb. And then what are you doing to develop your people to get them to the next level when that promotion time comes? It's critical. Time is important. Money is important. It's when you're busy, and we are busy. We are turning down work right now because we can't get enough of the right people to do the work. And I talk to my peers, and I'm sure you all in this room are in the same situation right now. People are just very difficult to get, especially right now. So what are you doing to prepare to promote the people that are on your team? And sometimes I think we often make the mistake of promoting the person that's best at what they do. They're the best person at this particular task, so all of a sudden we assume that they would make a great supervisor, that they would make a great leader. And that is not always the case. So identify those things in those people today. Don't wait till it's time and then worry about it after the fact. Identify those things, those weaknesses, those challenges, those opportunities with those individual employees, and start working on them today, so that they're ready when the time comes. They'll take notice of that, and they'll respect you for it. Something else when addressing employees or dealing with employees, whether it's you know, accolades or constructive criticism, it's human nature to want to get a pat on the back. It's human nature to want to get accolades and a congratulations. And it's human nature to want to give it. Even though sometimes we get so busy we overlook the opportunities to congratulate our employees and reward and recognize. It's an easy thing to do. But it's not human nature to receive constructive criticism, and it's not human nature or easy to give constructive criticism. And it's, you know, the easy part of a leader's job is to give the goods, but how often and how hard is it to give the constructive criticism? And I learned early on in my career from another good mentor that if I learned to strive for constructive criticism, it would be much more valuable to me than a pat on the back. And if you can instill that in your people, then I think that's something that you should focus on. Last couple things here. I know we're short on time. Don't have a victim mentality. Look, we're all disadvantaged. We check the box when we fill out the applications. We're disadvantaged. We're this. Our people absolutely, unequivocally, without any doubt, have been disadvantaged. And you may have been disadvantaged, and I know I certainly was disadvantaged. But don't be a victim. Carry yourself, I believe personally that the hardships, and I grew up on the Indian reservation, I had alcoholic parents, drug-addicted mother, I can go on and on and on about all the things and the obstacles that were presented to me when I was younger. But I am so thankful for those things today, because those are the challenges, those are the pitfalls, those are the mountains that I had to overcome that developed the character that I have today. And I think that you all need to take that into consideration in everything. Last thing I'm going to leave you with, and I know we're short on time, is giving back. What are you doing to give back to your community? What are you doing to give back to the Native community? And I will say that early on in my career and early on even when I started the business, what I thought might be what I would call the successes, whether it's a position or the money or the contracts, what I thought would be the definition of success is not truly 10 years later what the definition of success is, and that's me just growing. And that's just giving back. Now what helped me in the humility of that was my faith. My faith is very important to me. When I learned, and it took me a while to learn it, and I didn't always know it, but when I put God first, others second, and then myself, that was the prescription of a set of glasses that I desperately needed. And, you know, what opportunities can you have to give back to those people in need on the reservation, those young people? It's very difficult. You know, if you look at some of the statistics, the Native American people, #1 in alcoholism for ethnicity, #1 in drug addiction, #1 in obesity, #1 in this. I could go on and on all day. And I think, you know, me growing up personally on the reservation, my tribe is in Humboldt County. Humboldt County is to the cannabis industry what Napa is to the wine industry. So as a kid, around 14 years old, we grew dope, we drank, we popped pills that made us see funny things. I was headed down the wrong path. But at 14 years old, I got a job. It was a county job, a seated job where the county paid half your wage. It was $3.19 back then. And I got picked by the cop shop, the sheriff's department. They had a small substation on the reservation with a lieutenant, a few deputies, a sergeant, and an investigator. And I couldn't stand it. It was the worst thing that ever happened to me, working with the cops. The first day on the job, they gave me, I don't think they knew what to do with me, but they took me, gave me a bucket of water and a rag and took me to there was 5 cells, a drunk tank and 4 cells, took me to the very back and had me clean the bars of the cell because nobody had cleaned it before. So I sat there cleaning bars in a stinky, urine-smelled cell, and I couldn't decide if I'd quit right now, quit at lunch, or quit at the end of the day. But about lunchtime, the lieutenant came back with a set of car keys, and he said, "Can you drive?" Well, we learned how to drive at about 12. I said, "Sure, I could drive." And he handed me the keys to a patrol car, and he said, "Can you go pick up our lunch around the corner?" And it couldn't have been 2 blocks around the corner. And I just remember walking outside and getting into that patrol car and sitting inside. And it looked like the cockpit of an airplane, except there was a shotgun in the middle and bells and whistles, and just the pride I felt of just driving around the corner in that patrol car and getting that food. And from then on, I didn't clean any more bar cells. I was a ride-along guy. We cut down pot plants. I was watering them on the weekend and cutting them down during the week at the sheriff's department. But those deputies took an interest in me at a young age, and it changed my life because I idolized the drug dealers because they had the Harleys, they grew dope, they had the nice cars. But it changed everything for me, and I now had a new mentor, and it changed my whole life. So I'll leave you with just that, is what are you doing to give back to your community? What are you doing to inspire somebody young? And what are you doing to mentor somebody because it can make a big difference in their lives? Okay? Anyway, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Any questions for Darren? I want to share something I found while I was researching his business. His wife Brenda is a veteran, and I have a very deep passion for my veterans, and found out she was a 71 Lima, which is a clerk. How many of y'all have ever watched MASH? Radar? That's a 71 Lima. I don't think any commander has ever made it through command without a 71 Lima admin clerk, like Radar. So when Darren tells me that he runs the business, I beg to differ. Okay. Uh-oh. Payback.
Oh, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. And he brought with, knowing he was going to see me here today, a plaque for my wife, who we'd only met once about 5 years ago, but that's much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Okay, who's up? Kaya. There you go. We went into your time, so you can take it off my watch, okay?
My name is Kaya Jackson. I am with
the National Center's Arizona MBDA Export Center. And what we do is we assist minority-owned companies getting into the global market. So if you guys have an interest for that, please feel free to see me outside. The doors are here. I have a booth set up with all my resources and everything, but right now we have Celeste, who's going to talk about New Mexico's STEP program. So here's Celeste.
Thank you so much, Kaya. And I just want to first introduce myself. Hi, everyone. My name is Celeste Nunez. But if you can't pronounce that, no worries. You can say Celeste. There's no problem. I want to thank the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development and the Arizona MBDA Export Center for organizing this event. It's an honor and a privilege to be here to bring forward some of the resources that we have here to bring New Mexico businesses products into the global marketplace. So today I'll be talking about international opportunities. And I don't know how to click through. Here we go. Okay, I'll just give a brief agenda of how this presentation is going to go. First, I'd like to introduce myself, introduce the organization that I work for. Then I would like to talk about our services and our resources. And finally, don't fall asleep, the STEP grant. That's actually a grant program for New Mexico businesses. It's not often that you hear about a grant program, so those are free funds. So the New Mexico Trade Alliance is a 501c6 nonprofit. It's been around for over a decade, and it started off as an MOU between the city of Albuquerque and Bernalillo County to leverage scarce resources and bring forth an export assistance program to New Mexico. But now the New Mexico Trade Alliance is actually funded by the city, the county, the state of New Mexico's Economic Development Department, as well as the Air Force Research Lab. And we drive economic development by expanding New Mexico's global connectivity. So that basically means we bring export assistance programs to New Mexico. Related to AFRL, I'll just be very brief about that. That's economic development initiatives to grow the aerospace industry. I won't be talking about that. I'll just talk about exporting today though. So again, my name is Celeste Nunez. I'm the Director of International Business Resources, and my responsibility and the way that I serve my community is by connecting New Mexico businesses with local, state, national, and sometimes international exporting resources. So how do we support New Mexico companies? I'll go into each of these slides directly, but just to give you an overview, we have company consultations, we do educational outreach like events such as this, we can issue export documents, we organize trade missions, we have an office in Mexico City, we collaborate with the state's office in Taiwan, we facilitate any inquiries about a foreign trade zone here in Albuquerque, and finally the NM STEP grant. So let's learn about each. A company consultation. So these are free meetings for companies at any moment that you have a question about exporting or you run into an emergency. We're your one-stop shop. And we actually work with a lot of partners and multipliers so that if we don't have that expertise, we can actually connect you with the person that could do that. So maybe that's a broker, maybe that's a logistics provider, an attorney, things like that. But we try to serve as a clearinghouse. And some examples in the past, we had a company that was thinking about exporting their cosmetic line to Nigeria and UAE and Jamaica. And they were just curious about what would be some of those duties that they'd have to pay. So our team was actually able to research that and came to find that, wow, to send your product to Jamaica, that's immediately a 20% tax, just to get it inside the customs. So it helps companies make informed decisions, and we just try to be there as much as possible. So think of us as your partner in any questions that you may have. Like I mentioned, we work with other partners and other organizations. So some that I want to bring up is The SBA, of course, the Small Business Administration has an Office of International Trade, and in that office they can provide working capital loans. So maybe you're at a point where your company has to expand and you have to increase your manufacturing functionality. Well, SBA can give you a loan to secure that loan, maybe that you have with your private lender. And there's other programs that they have, as well as trainings and things like that. Another one that I'd really like to highlight is the Export-Import Bank of the U.S. So we are actually their New Mexico regional partner. So we can introduce you and give you a direct line to someone at EXIM that can also provide some export financing solutions, notably the export credit insurance. Export credit insurance is basically an insurance for your foreign receipts. Maybe you are at a point where you land a foreign sale and you're about to ship your product to that country, and maybe it could be as small as 10,000 actually, but maybe it's something bigger like 50,000 or 250,000. And you're assuming some risk in shipping that and pricing that and sending it, and EXIM can actually come in to cover that up to 95, 98, sometimes even 100%. So we can give you a direct line, and you can discuss those opportunities with them. But some other ones that I'd like to bring up is the New Mexico MEP. That's a Manufacturing Extension Partnership. If you're trying to export, you definitely want to have a good idea on your capacity. So if you're looking to grow your manufacturing abilities, MEP is definitely a great resource. And then does it have a plan? Oh, no, I don't. Sorry. The International Trade Administration. So we work very closely with our Department of Commerce representative here in New Mexico. His name is Indalecio Vallejos. And the Department of Commerce, through the International Trade Administration, has a wealth of resources available for companies. So you could use market research abilities, or even to go to an organized trade mission, and we're able to facilitate those connections. Yeah, we help advocate for companies with their services as much as possible. We work with local chambers of commerce, local industry associations, and foreign and local governments. We have some contacts with foreign dignitaries, and from there we have contacts with direct governments and things like that. And then if your product falls into agriculture, or sometimes even value-added food manufacturing, you can leverage the funds from Commerce as well as from the Department of Ag to kind of get more bang for your buck in terms of exporting. So we can connect you with the New Mexico Department of Agriculture, also the group USADA, which is basically another New Mexico Trade Alliance, but for agriculture. And I know that Mike Silva's here with the New Mexico MBDA Center. We can facilitate those introductions and things like that. But as you can see, we strive to be well connected within our ecosystem and serve as a point of reference if there's other entities here that would be useful for you and your company. We organize educational outreach events, or sometimes participate in other organized ones, such as today's with Yvette and Kaya. In the past, sometimes they're industry focused, sometimes they're country focused. So as you can see, we had one doing business in the UK, specifically for the Health Tech Center. Or during the pandemic, a relevant webinar that we had was international supply chain management. Some topics can be export financing, logistics, whatever we deem is necessary for a community. And if there's ever a specific topic that your company is looking for, as we start to receive those solicitations, we can adjust to what the community needs and organize something appropriate to that. Something that I'd like to point out though was in 2020, right before the pandemic, so we weren't breaking any social distancing rules. Right before the pandemic, we organized the 2020 International Business Summit, where we had about 50 companies come and learn about all the different resources, and we actually had folks from the SBA and folks from EXIM come fly to Albuquerque to share directly what their services are, as opposed to me telling you what they do. And we're so thrilled to be here today with the Native Edge Institute. That was last week at the Black Business Summit. So we can also issue export documents. Perhaps there's a moment where your company has made a foreign sale, and right before you actually get that payment, the buyer would like a little bit of certification. So we can issue certificate of free sale and certificate of origin, and for our member companies, those are actually free of charge. We organize trade missions for New Mexico businesses. A trade mission is arguably one of the best ways that companies can actually generate international sales. It's actually going to that country and meeting potential buyers. So our services include a prearranged travel itinerary and business agenda. We can facilitate the business matchmaking for a company. As I always tell companies, our job is to make it as easy as possible for you to focus on what you're trying to do, which is export. So we handle everything, so when you get on the plane, you're just thinking about your business meetings. We provide language assistance in some of these trade missions. And most of these always come with the added credibility of being led by a U.S. elected official, which definitely gives companies more opportunity and opens more doors to have the right meetings for you and make your trip worthwhile. Ground transportation, we can offer government lodging rates, detailed market overviews, business matchmaking, and of course these services are free of charge. We just ask companies to pay for their travel and hotel. One that we have coming up in March of 2023 is the Mexico City Trade Mission. This will be led by the City of Albuquerque's Mayor Tim Keller. And we have 5 companies participating. The applications are closed. Unfortunately, this won't be something that you can participate in, but I just would like to give you an idea of the kind of initiatives that we can do. And I'll actually be going to Germany in a week because we have some companies going to a trade show there related to outdoor recreation. This is a previous trade show that we facilitated, the Florida International Medical Expo. We had, 4 companies participate. As you can see, they were all branded with the New Mexico, I don't know how to use this, the New Mexico signage, just to kind of put them together. And we were actually able to bring together all these companies to make sure that they were all exhibiting in the same area, which is to their benefit. It makes the companies seem more organized and the state more prepared for these types of initiatives so that companies can be exhibiting as part of a New Mexico pavilion. There was one company that was in a different area, but that was because they were a vision diagnostic tool, so it made more sense for them to be in the tech hall. Here's some more images of other trade shows. I'd like to talk about our Mexico office. So the Trade Alliance and the City of Albuquerque, in collaboration with the University of New Mexico, have a contracted trade rep in Mexico City. We understand that a lot of the companies here, considering our border proximity to Mexico, may sometimes see Mexico as the first entry point to the global marketplace. So we have a designated person there who used to work at the U.S. Embassy in Mexico City that can facilitate business matchmaking for our company. So they can help you find a customer, find a partner, find a distributor. Perhaps you're going to a trade show. They can assist you there. Brief a little bit of FDI, but they're even available to actually be there with you if you go to Mexico and facilitate you in those meetings. And provide any ongoing assistance. And of course, our Mexico City office will be organizing the business matchmaking for our upcoming Mexico City Trade Mission. Here you can see the rep, Margo Galvan, right there in the center, in the center of a conversation with the Mayor Tim Keller and a Guadalajara, Mexico representative during a trade mission to Guadalajara. And before the pandemic, she would actually make a yearly trip to New Mexico. So this is definitely something to keep on your radar, that we hope to have her come visit soon. And while she is here, she's looking to connect with businesses. So if your business is trying to enter the Mexican marketplace, this is an excellent opportunity to speak with someone that has on-the-ground connections and experience. and they could come, and she could come tour your facility or learn about your business person to person, because I know Zoom can be tough sometimes. But this is her right here giving a presentation at the Spano Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to briefly highlight Foreign Trade Zone 110. How many people knew we had a foreign trade zone? Right? Yeah, we gotta do a better job. So New Mexico has a foreign trade zone on the border region, but there's actually one here in Albuquerque. A foreign trade zone is a designated location in the U.S. where companies can use special customs procedures. And with these special customs procedures, Customs actually doesn't recognize the entrance of certain materials and things in that area. So that poses a lot of benefits to companies in terms of the opportunity to defer or sometimes even eliminate duties. And that improves companies' cash flows. So something I want to highlight is that Foreign Trade Zone 110, Albuquerque's FTZ, is located at the Albuquerque Sunport, but it actually functions under a program called Alternative Site Framework. And with ASF, the Foreign Trade Zone can be applied to a specific area, even outside of the Sunport, under a certified and approved facility. But that basically means that the FTZ could exist outside of the Sunport. It could exist at a different location where items are imported there and value-added manufacturing could happen there. And if you export that, it's as if it never entered the U.S. So you could, again, defer or eliminate your duties. And to explain that a little better, we have a video. So let me show that to you guys. Do I just click it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I was holding it wrong.
Can you point it over here?
I have, it doesn't seem to have anything to play.
Is the video embedded in your PowerPoint?
Yeah. So if I click it, it should automatically play. I just don't know how to actually click it.
I'm clicking on it too.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't seem to play.
No. I think sometimes with a PowerPoint, you have to at the beginning say enable the content. So maybe that's what happened. Well, that's okay, you guys. We can pivot. We can be flexible. If you have any questions about FTZ 110, just Google FTZ 110. You'll come up with the Sunport's webpage, and this video will be available to you. And there'll be a wealth of additional knowledge that you can learn about. And what are the main industries that we use in FTZ? What are some of the benefits? But again, just to highlight the point, with an FTZ, if you're manufacturing, you could potentially import your material, manufacture within that facility, that FTZ zone, export it, and then you would defer or completely eliminate duties. Oh, I went wrong. Okay, this kind of goes back to the network conversation that I had earlier about how we can orient you to different resources. I talked about XM, ITA, the Small Business Administration, and things like that. One that I'd like to highlight that's international is the Israel-U.S. Binational Industrial R&D program, and this is for tech startups and research and development companies. You can actually partner with the Israeli government to receive, I believe, up to $2.5 million in research funding. So that's an example of international export opportunity. Other programs that we take responsibility for, foreign relations, and then ABQ Co-Pilot, which is more bringing an investment here in New Mexico, and then economic development as it relates to the aerospace industry. So I'll go over those briefly. So with our contract with the city of Albuquerque, we actually oversee our city's foreign relations program. So that means at the moment that we have any inquiries or foreign dignitaries come and visit, Albuquerque will actually receive them and coordinate their agenda. So as you can see here, this is a picture of Mayor Keller with Mayor of Chihuahua, Maru Campos, who's actually now the governor. In 2019, Albuquerque and Chihuahua signed a bilateral commission, to work together on collaborative projects such as economic development, public safety, tourism, cultural exchange, education. And that actually ended up with a 19-member delegation to Chihuahua, where the city government was able to meet with the Chihuahua government and have meetings and tour things. And then we received the Chihuahuan delegation here, where the formal MOU signing was there. And from this, maybe some companies wonder what is the impact of these kinds of initiatives. There's tangible results from this. As you can see, there was an MOU signing, but there was actually a tech deal between a cybersecurity company here in Albuquerque with a cybersecurity company in Chihuahua, and there was also an agreement signed with UNM's Center for High Technology Materials with their equivalent in Chihuahua to foster more student exchange opportunities. So that kind of opens up the doors, which then lead to economic opportunity for New Mexico. Here are some photos of other delegations we've supported. In the past, we've had a lot of delegations from Taiwan, given our ongoing relations with Taipei. We've also had visits from the Chinese consulate, and I mean, you name it, honestly. We, with the city of Albuquerque, oversee our relationship with Albuquerque's 10 sister cities. So the Albuquerque Sister Cities Foundation is an organization that facilitates government-to-government sister city programs. Sister cities are, you may think, oh, maybe Las Cruces and El Paso is sister city. Actually, no. They're a US-based city connected to an international city. And with those, it's a very formal process. It actually has to be approved by the Sister Cities International Board. And the objective is to bridge together two communities that have shared interests. You might be wondering, what are some of Albuquerque's sister cities? We have a sister city with Albuquerque, Spain, with Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. And something to point out, Ashgabat, Turkmenistan, the federal government actually relies on Albuquerque's relationship with them. So the State Department facilitates a lot of that, just because Turkmenistan doesn't have as many connections to U.S. cities. We have a sister city with Chihuahua, Mexico, hence the Chihuahua Bilateral Commission. We have a sister city with Guadalajara, Mexico, and I'm actually the chair for that. Helmstedt, Germany, I know that the chair for that will be organizing a citizen diplomacy mission come this summer. Hualien, Taiwan, Lanzhou, China, Lusaka, Zambia, Rehovot, Israel. And something I want to point out is that through these sister city relationships, because the governments get to collaborate, that brings forth more opportunities. So with Rehovot, Israel, that's where we learned about the U.S.-Israel R&D grant program. It's actually called BIRD. And finally, Sasebo, Japan. I would encourage any company that's looking to export to reach out to the Albuquerque Sister Cities Foundation and connect with the chair for each of these respective cities to learn about what are their ongoing initiatives and what are some business opportunities that you could take from that. Finally, last but finally, ABQ Co-Pilot is a program that we have launched to facilitate inbound investment from small to medium-sized enterprises in other countries that are looking to expand or open a facility here in the U.S. So with this program, we connect them with multipliers and obviously the government here to answer the most pressing questions related to business formation, contracting, immigration, things like that. And so if we're connected with your companies in your respective industry, when we meet with a company that's in that same industry, we can facilitate those partnerships. Maybe that leads to a licensing agreement or other collaborative initiatives. Q Station, that is the brand that the New Mexico Trade Alliance operates for our contract with the Air Force Research Lab. And our objective with that is to grow the aerospace industry here in New Mexico. Now, the reason that I included it in this presentation for international trade opportunities is because with this, there's been an initiative to recruit foreign aerospace startups. So they're housed here at Q Station, which is actually on Central. It's a hub. It's a collaborative co-working space. And we're very proud to say that one of our previous cohort members, an international company, has actually opened up an office here in New Mexico. So that's an example of us bringing foreign companies here. But thank you guys for being so patient. This is the part that you guys are most interested about, and this is what's going to be probably the highlight of this presentation, which is the NM STEP grant. I'm curious, has anybody heard of this program before? Mike has. Okay, great. That's great. Okay. We're going to learn together. So the NM STEP grant, STEP actually stands for State Trade Expansion Program Grant. It is a reimbursement grant program that helps companies gain or grow international sales. It is a federal program. It's under the SBA, and it's awarded to states. As we have here, the Arizona MBDA Expert Center, they may be the facilitators of the STEP grant in Arizona, but each state gets to operate the program differently. And here in New Mexico, it's awarded to the state of New Mexico's Economic Development Department, but the Trade Alliance, the contractor, administers it. So more than anything, this program reimburses the activities that would help your company grow and make an international sale. It's not limited to currently exporting companies. This is a program that's available to new to export companies, and it's truly one of the only grants that are available to companies. You might be wondering, well, I've learned a lot about government contracting today, I've learned about trainings, I've learned about opportunities, but why would I want to export? Well, the reason that you'd want to export is because 95% of the customers are outside of the U.S. If you're only looking to sell here in the U.S. or here even in New Mexico, you're limiting your opportunity. You're limiting the revenues that you can make, and exporting companies are known to be more resilient than non-exporting companies. You have increased cash flows from increased revenues, and that can lead to job growth, and that just leads to a more stable company that can withhold changes in clients and things like that. This is why it is a priority to the SBA, but in addition to that, New Mexico wants to see companies export because that is bringing new funds outside of our state into our state. So it's what is called economically based growth. The eligibility criteria is very favorable to New Mexico companies. I mean, we're just looking at 4 things here, guys. You have to be a registered company with the state of New Mexico. Your goods or services have to at least be 51% U.S. content. So again, this is to support U.S. exports. We're not looking for a company that manufactures in China and then to use a STEP grant for that. We're looking to see a U.S. Product to be exported, and that just has to be at least 51% U.S. content. And the really amazing point of this is that it doesn't have to be U.S. origin. As long as you're sourcing your materials from a U.S. supplier, that counts as part of being U.S. content. Your company must be in operation for at least 1 year, and you must have 500 or less employees, as the SBA defines a small business.
Is that available in other states?
Yes. As I know, in the last cycle, I believe 48 states were awarded. Yeah. So what activities does the grant cover? I mean, this program helps you export. So these are the kinds of activities that you could participate in to make those kinds of sales. First is foreign trade shows, and that also includes like foreign trade missions. So again, this is you going to that country, exhibiting your product at that show, and we understand that there could be a really high entry barrier to companies when these shows can cost $5,000 for a booth. That's why the STEP grant can come in to reimburse that. Some of the costs that you could use it for is registering your booth, setting up your booth with marketing things. Maybe you want to have pipe and drape. Maybe you need a custom banner, things like that. You can pay for electricity with that. You can use STEP to hire an interpreter at the show so that when you're meeting with your potential clients, there's no language barriers. It's very flexible. The only thing you can't use it for is travel or hotel. So we do ask that companies have a little bit of skin in the game so that you can pay that. And of course, like I mentioned, this is a reimbursement grant program. So companies are expected to pay these costs up front and later on be reimbursed. So that is up to $7,500. Another, I'm actually going to go in these a little bit more in depth in these next slides. Well, another one is global website optimization. That's up to $7,500. You can use it for market research and business matchmaking up to $5,000, and foreign product registration up to $6,000. The really neat thing about our program is that you can mix and match these activities to request up to the maximum of $7,500. So perhaps you need a website project that's $2,000, and you go exhibit at a trade show, that's $5,000. You're not limited to only one activity. So this is where I go into them a little bit more in depth, but trade shows emissions, interpretive fees. Oh, you can also use it to ship your samples. Product label fees, other related expenses, but again, no travel or hotel. For website optimization, during the pandemic, the SBA saw that a lot of travel was not permissible. So companies were relying a lot on e-commerce. So the SBA broadened their activities and now allows companies to globally optimize their websites. So that means you can, on your website, implement a payment platform, or you can use it for search engine optimization to make sure that your website is showing up at the top of the list in Mexico, for example, if that's one of your target markets. You can use it to translate your website as well. You can use it for localization, even cybersecurity measures. You could use it to set up a web store in Amazon Canada or Amazon Mexico. This is a highly sought out activity, and I've seen firsthand the impact that it can have when done well. You're not limited to using a New Mexico web vendor. Not even a US web vendor. You find the best person that could do this work for you, and STEP can help you. And we've actually had a company that used a global website optimization project to target the UAE. So they translated their website, and within a week, they were getting inquiries. And in a month, they actually had some foreign buyers fly in to see their facility. So it can be a very powerful activity. Market research and business matchmaking, of course, if you're new to export company, you definitely want to do your due diligence and gather market intelligence to evaluate if that's even the right market for you. You can do this with the Department of Commerce. So in the beginning I mentioned the International Trade Administration, Department of Commerce, they're the same thing. You can procure their services, and they actually work with a university in South Dakota to provide market research reports that can range from something as small as give me a list of 10 potential leads to a 200-page document that details exactly the market that you're looking into. So the involvement really is up to your company's needs. And you can use the Department of Commerce also for business matchmaking. So they have what are called foreign commercial service officers all around the U.S. embassies and U.S. consulates, and these people are on the ground meeting with companies and industry associations in that country, and they can give you the best leads. You can use business matchmaking also in their Gold Key program, which is when you actually go to that country, facilitated by that Department of Commerce staffer, and you have those meetings. And these are warm leads. This means that they've introduced your product and they've identified customers that have said, I'm interested. It's not a cold call. So you can feel confident about the trip that you're making. If your product is not, if your company is not approved by the Department of Commerce, no worries, you can use a third-party consultant. However, we do say you should definitely try with the Department of Commerce first. They are a very sophisticated network that their sole job is to help you export. And finally, foreign product registration. You might have, for example, in consumer goods, to sell your product in that country, you would probably have, you're definitely going to have to get it registered and go through compliance testing. So you can use up to $6,000 to hire a consultant to do that for you, or to even help you generate an export strategy plan for that country. So that's something that we definitely see more market expansion companies use for product registration. Any questions up to this point in any of the activities? Yes. Yeah.
On the web page development, we have several web page development companies in the state that can help with the platforms within the state. Are there specialized platforms in the international arena that that web page developer would need to get certified or at least get familiar with, and where would they get that?
That is definitely a question I've never ran into.
The reason I'm asking is, I know that these businesses can develop international efforts for our US-based platforms. But I know that foreign countries have their own requirements and their own firewalls and their own specific cyber whatever. Where would a US-based web design business get those requirements, and possibly, or are they all in the cloud?
Wait, is that another question, or is that a remark to his question? Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joanne Miguel-Nota. I'm the project director for the Arizona MBDA Export Center that's operated by the National Center. So I can answer Adolfo's question. The resource that we utilize is the U.S. Commercial Services. They also have key people out in different countries that are the liaisons for our American businesses and helping them with globalizing their websites and all of their brochures and making sure that they're friendly to that country. And so they're really knowledgeable in that. So we utilize their resource, and they're a partner, strategic partner of the National Center.
Yeah, I would. Well, Department of Commerce services and programs are not free.
Joanne, is that a free process for our clients?
She said yes.
Hoorah! Go for it.
And I'll mention as well, to kind of bounce back what was said by Joanne, thank you so much, is that the Department of Commerce has specific offices. So there's like a tech and science office, there's a culture and arts office, and so I would be surprised if they didn't have a cybersecurity or web services office that could then work with your companies to help them find the certification and the training that would be helpful to them to then help other companies globally optimize their website. But here in New Mexico, we've had some success stories, but our STEP clients are not limited to only New Mexico-based web vendors, and when they have gone with a New Mexico-based web vendor, that was the success story that I talked about with the UAE inbound delegation. Okay, so the grant program process, it's very simple. I try to make this as easy as possible for your companies because I know you're busy at doing what you're doing. And so it starts off with a simple application. At the point that you're approved, the event occurs, so you must complete the activity or go to the trade mission or have the market research report. Again, this is a reimbursement program, and then you'll receive payment. Even though this is a reimbursement program, it does not fund retroactively, which means that you can't come to me tomorrow and say, Celeste, I went to a trade mission last month, I'd like to be reimbursed, because you have to be approved for these activities before the activity happens. the application process, it always starts off with a consultation. This is important to us because we don't only just handle the STEP grant. We want to learn about your company. We want to have a really good idea of what you're doing and what other resources and programs you're eligible for. And also, when we have an inbound foreign dignitary ask us about, hey, what are some of your strongest sectors? Biotech, I know that I can refer them specifically to your company. So it helps us kind of involve you in our efforts, but also, importantly, to evaluate your export readiness. And then to start the application, we always ask for a vendor quote. So your application documents are all going to be dependent of the activities that you want to pursue, and that activity is dependent of you showing me what I call proof of cost documentation. So if you want to go to a trade show, I'd have to see your booth registration, your service agreement, your participation agreement, things like that. But that's something we can talk about more in depth once you actually apply. Then we support you through the remaining STEP SBA forms. So we're there with you to make sure that you're filling them out correctly, and so that when we submit it to the state, the New Mexico Economic Development Department, you can feel confident in the preparedness of your application. It's ultimately the Economic Development Department, the state's decision to approve or reject an application. And at that point, you're approved and you'll receive a purchase order, and you know for certain that the funds have been set aside for your project. I'd like to say, I should have said this at the beginning, but we're so proud that New Mexico has received their biggest STEP fund allocation in all of its years. So we've received STEP since the beginning of the program, which was around 10 years ago. And this was the first time that we received $250,000 to support ESBCs, or small businesses. And that was actually bigger than some other states that you would believe would have a bigger STEP program. So how do you apply? Again, it starts with that consultation, and you can solicit that consultation on our website by visiting NM Trade Alliance or just looking up NM STEP Grant. We've been upping our SEO, so you should see us. And this is the webpage that you'll see. At the bottom, you'll find information to request a meeting. You'll just fill it out, give us your NAICS code. It's very simple, and from there we'll schedule a Zoom meeting or a phone call or even an in-person meeting to talk about the program a little bit more, to learn about your company, evaluate your eligibility for this, and then from there go on. STEP is a really powerful tool. I have seen it completely transform a company. One company has actually attributed a 25% increase in sales solely to STEP. So we take this program seriously, but we want to help as many businesses, and as part of that, we want to help as many minority businesses. If you're a minority business, I would highly, highly encourage you to please submit this form, let us know, and we're there to support you through this process. And again, I try to make this as easy as possible, but with every success that you make, that helps our state, and that actually grows our STEP program, because we are evaluated on a return on impact. So this is for new to export and market expansion companies. So keep in touch with me, please. This is our webpage, nmtradealliance.org. I also tell our companies, follow our social media channels. That's where we'll share a lot of other opportunities, sometimes not even related to us, that you guys can take advantage of. And if you send me an email, I can add you guys to our listserv, where sometimes we can actually send company leads that we get from the Department of Commerce. Any questions?
I want to put you on the spot. A lot of our businesses, we work with the 80 certification. And a lot of the businesses, okay, so I get certified, now what? And unfortunately, as you've heard, and statistically, 95% of 8As don't get a contract at all. From those applications that you help submit, what's your approval rate?
I've only had one rejected in this cycle, and that wasn't because it wasn't eligible. It was because SBA is very finicky when it comes to conferences. So it has to be a trade show. And unfortunately, this was a bioscience company that was going to exhibit at a show, but the title was conference. So that specific activity was rejected, but from thereafter, I was able to actually schedule a meeting with our SBA program manager to kind of tell them, hey, this is how this industry works. They don't just go to an exhibit hall and then every company sets up a booth and they're like, come see me. It's part of a conference. They have to have speeches. They have to have presentations. And I was actually able to have the company get a letter from the New Mexico Manufacturing Extension Partnership in support of that. So now we get to resubmit an application with more justification.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that the process does have success.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help your company. I'm here to serve you. Thank you, guys. Please keep in touch.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. If you guys want to talk to Celeste more, she will be at our export roundtable in the back at 4 o'clock. But we're going to have a quick 5-minute break. There's cookies and tea, so feel free to help yourself, and we'll resume in 5 minutes with our Access Capital panel.
our next session. So my name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff here at the National Center, and I'm going to be the moderator for our next session. Loan programs and access to capital. So we have two speakers here. We have Nate Lee, and he's coming from Bank of America. He's the VP Senior Relations Manager at Commercial Banking, and we have Elizabeth Gamboa, Executive Director of New Mexico Community Capital. So we're going to get started with Nate.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll try to make this as exciting as possible so you don't fall asleep on us out there. Again, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nate Lee. I'm with Bank of America in the Commercial Banking Division. And I'm here to talk to you guys a little bit about access to capital. And I'm going to spend a little time just talking about initially sources of startup capital. This is a slide that I put in here. Actually, I got 3 slides in here. This is the first of 3. They came from 2 different reports that I had found. This particular graph is more of a national representation of sources of capital for startup businesses. And the reason why I bring this up is because a lot of times I think folks get the impression that startup companies are, it's all about lended money. Monies that come from financial institutions that loan them money. But in fact, if you see from this graph here, that first bar, the largest percentage of startup capital actually come from personal and family savings of the owners of the business. And then the second largest source of capital, which is a very small percentage, a little less than 1/3 of what that first group is business loans from a bank or financial institution. And I point this out because when people talk to small businesses, a lot of times they're very beginning, right when they start, it's usually right out of their pocket, or if it's money that they're utilizing from their regular job. So a lot of times people start up their businesses while they're employed with, say the BIA or with the state of New Mexico, and they're using their excess cash flow from their paychecks to fund that little business idea that they had generated in their mind. And so a lot of times the startup capital really comes from the individual's pocket. This next graph is from another study that I had read that was actually specific to New Mexico. Sorry, I'm looking at my own. Here we go. And this is a representation, as you see there from the title, it says Sources of Startup Capital for Business Owners in New Mexico. That was 2016. And now, it's a little bit dated, but I don't think these numbers really have changed that much. From year to year, they don't really change that much. As you can see from that other graph on the national scale, the numbers are not that different. It was 64.4% on the national level. Here in New Mexico, from this study, 61% of startup capital came from personal and family savings of the owners. So our startup businesses here in New Mexico very much are similar to what you see on a national scale. Most businesses start from cash right out of the pocket. And I mention that because it's important that if you're an early stage business, or you have an idea that you want to start up a business, it's a good time to start saving some money or thinking of other ways of funding that business idea, because the chances of getting a loan right off of the bat with no experience and no history is very low. Not only for banks, but also for other financial institutions, whether it's a credit union or a CDFI or a local bank. So it's important to recognize that when it comes to where capital comes from for startup businesses. Now, I just want to point out a few of these other sources on this list here. So I know those are really small, but that second largest box, 18%, is business loan from a bank or financial institution. So again, very similar to that national study. Now the third one, the purple color in 12%, is personal credit cards. And then the next one at 10% is personal/family assets other than savings of the owner. And then it's closely followed by a couple of others, which are business credit cards carrying balances and personal family home equity loans. How many of you are familiar with what a home equity loan is? Raise your hand if you're familiar with a HELOC. Okay, so many of you are familiar with HELOCs. It's actually interesting because a lot of small businesses actually get started by utilizing individual credit like a home equity loan. That's a source of capital that can be utilized, that can be leveraged, where an individual or a family can leverage their personal assets to get that business started. So that's the main reason I wanted to present these graphs initially, just to show you that when we talk about access to capital, capital is not only loans, money that's being borrowed, it's also capital that comes from our own pocket, our own equity, our own cash. This third graph is also just another representation of what we're talking about, except it's presenting this on a little bit of a different scale. What this graph is titled Amount of Startup Capital Used by New Mexico Business Owners. That first largest percentage of the amount of startup capital that's used by a small business, that is capital of less than $5,000. And the second bar there shows 9% of businesses that used $5,000 to $10,000 essentially to start up their business. And then the third one is $10,000 to $25,000. So just from that picture alone right there, if you just look at those first three bars, you've got right there just over 30% of New Mexico business owners that started their business with less than $25,000. And that's an important figure because, you know, when we look at particularly organizations that specialize in startup capital funding, like loan funds or CDFIs, native CDFIs, these type of organizations that specialize in startup businesses. When you look across the U.S., you'll find that many of them specialize right in that category, loans of under $25,000, because that's where most small businesses start. You know, most small businesses don't start way over there in that far end of, you know, $1 million. Or look at that third bar from the end, $250,000 to $1 million. How many businesses startup begin there? A very small percentage. So you see that most of small businesses start with a small amount of capital. And again, that's why when we talk about access to capital, I just want to emphasize that the small organizations that you go to, that we all are presented, like the CDFIs, loan fund, that's the area they specialize in. That's where the initial capital generally comes from. We can come back to this point in a little while. Okay, I'm going to go over these slides pretty quickly because I think some of the stuff that I'm talking about, I think Liz is going to also talk about too. So I'm not going to try not to overlap too much. So this next slide here, I'm just going to quickly address these financing options for small businesses. Some of these fit in those graphs that I just showed you. You know, business credit cards. That was one of the areas that I talked about from those previous slides. You know, that could be something as simple as like a Lowe's card, you know, a Home Depot card for a small contractor. Lines of credit. Many businesses can get small lines of credit from a financial institution, whether it's a local bank or a large bank, and so those are available too, and those provide for working capital needs. Because most businesses have two needs when it comes to capital. One is for working capital, the other is for longer term investments like equipment or buildings, you know, real estate, improved properties. So there's a very important difference between a line of credit and a term loan. The term loan is generally used for equipment and longer-lived assets, and that's why those two are up there. Very important distinction. Now, the next category there listed are the small business administration loans. Unfortunately, I guess our SBA individual wasn't able to make it today, which it's unfortunate because this source of capital is hugely important for businesses, especially those that are in the established business category. If you are a small business owner right now and you're ready to launch, I mean, if you've been running, say, $200,000 in revenues the last 5 years, and now you're ready to all of a sudden launch into the $1 million plus revenue area, you probably need an SBA loan. You're going to probably need that SBA guarantee. So I'm not going to jump into specifics about these. Again, I really wish our SBA person was here. This is so important, especially today, because there's a lot of these SBA loans that are being generated right now today. SBA 7A loans, most of the time the 7A is used for working capital type loans, where people are trying to buy inventory and such. But the SBA will guarantee that loan. So it makes it a little bit easier for a financial institution like a bank to provide that loan to a small business because of that guarantee. It's just additional support. The 504 loan is generally for longer term assets. Usually real estate. A lot of people use the 504 when they want to buy like a retail shop down the street that they're going to be running their business out of. And then the SBA micro loans. Those are just much smaller loans. A little bit different underwriting criteria, but they're just much more small loans with the same guarantee. And then the last category I just want to mention there are alternative sources of financing. I mentioned those CDFIs and native CDFIs. For a lot of you that are native business owners, or you have the idea that you want to get into business and you're a Native American, there are specific native CDFIs, like Dave Castillo runs one out of Mesa, Arizona. That's
Native Community Capital.
Native Community Capital. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know they changed their name recently, but that's a CDFI. That's a native CDFI. There's many of them across the U.S. that you can utilize. And then just some of the others that you've heard of. Some of these MBDA grants and venture capital, which venture capital is a little bit of a different animal. A lot of times, it's more of a fast growth, high revenue type of business ideas. I think in our space we don't see a lot of that actually, but if you were that type of a business where you have like an IT business idea, you have something that's ready to launch really fast, there's organizations like New Mexico Angels that can help you out with that type of venture capital sourcing. Then the last grouping there, crowdfunding or borrowing from friends and family. You'd actually be surprised too how many small businesses start from monies borrowed from family members. An aunt that is willing to give the niece $50,000 to start up her business idea. That's very, very common. But it's very common across the U.S. and in New Mexico. But the thing is, in our Native American communities, we don't find that very often, do we? Because a lot of our families don't have $50,000 to just say, here, go borrow this and take a risk at your business idea. I can tell you, I'm like that other gentleman. Born on a reservation and grew up around all the difficulties, and I don't have a rich uncle or grandmother with $100,000 to lend me. Believe me, I don't have that, and I think a lot of us in that community, in that area, don't have it. I saw this a lot when I used to work in some of the communities out in the Midwest, like Kansas City. A lot of my old coworkers who were very active in the African American, Black communities, they used to see a similar type of problem. I learned a lot from them about these type of challenges when it comes to generational wealth. A lot of them saw the same things, and I learned a lot about that before I came back here to New Mexico, before I came home. Let's see here. The next slide. Again, here are some other resources for capital access. As I mentioned, just traditional financial institutions like my own and credit unions. Credit unions are a great place to go. If you outgrow your CDFI or your loan fund, and they're telling you, hey, go on, to the next stage in business growth, credit union would probably be a good place for you to go if you're an established business. And and you just continue to move up that stage. Eventually, maybe you get big enough, you end up with a very large bank, a Wells Fargo or a Chase or somebody like that. That second grouping there is small business development centers. These are enormous resources that small businesses need to be involved with. There's SBDC centers all around the state. I'm sure many of you know about these, but you'll be surprised how many of our fellow entrepreneurs don't know about these SBDCs. And what we need to do is keep telling each other about these resources. All these resources that are up here, we need to all be sharing these things because we need to help each other, especially in the Native American community. Many of us, again, don't come from families that have generational wealth or, entrepreneurs going back generations. We go back just a few generations. We're, fighting with the U.S. So we don't have a lot of the generational knowledge, and so we have to rely on these resources. We also have chambers of commerces that are hugely important. We have a representative here from our local American Indian Chamber of Commerce of New Mexico. We also have a member from our Hispano Chamber. These are great resources for our small businesses, and we have to get the name out there, get our entrepreneurs introduced. I know there's a young lady here who's a small business owner, new small business owner. We're trying to get her introduced to many of these successful entrepreneurs out there as well, especially the other women-owned business owners who are very successful that could be a mentor to her and to others. So it's important we spread this knowledge. SCORE, other business resources. Liz will talk more about this. I'll leave that to Liz because she's another great resource that fits within this area of capital access resources. Let's see, I think I wanted just to touch on this next slide real quick. I mean, we've all seen this. I mean, we all talk about it, right? Credit scoring, The good thing about some of these smaller organizations like CDFIs, native CDFIs, loan funds, there's a lot of them that actually don't rely on credit scoring. They do more of I think they call it relationship-based lending. It's more about looking at the potential of the business, following up on their recent history, but they don't rely. They may look at the credit scores, credit reports, but they don't rely on it to make that loan decision. So that's one important part about CDFIs and those smaller lenders that you guys can keep in mind. Okay? But this is just something that I like to mention because if you look at the two biggest parts of that pie, payment history and total debt, if you just kept those two areas under control, if you as a small business owner or an entrepreneur, you make your payments on time, you create a 2-year history at a minimum, you keep your debts under control, you've already filled 65% of that picture. And that's a formula for success. And the others, length of credit history as we get older, we just accumulate a credit history. And the better that payment history, the better we get, the more we get of that 15% over there. So I just wanted to point that one out real quick. Here's some other useful information that I put up here. My organization that I work for, we have a small business resource center that you can visit by that, on our Bank of America. If you do a search for small business resources, you'll find a lot of information on there. There's also that very bottom bullet, hands-on banking. That's one that I believe Wells Fargo sponsors. That's a great organization for resources too. You'll see all kinds of capital access information on there and personal financial training as well. And then you have others there, Better Money Habits, that's our Bank of America personal finance center. These are just great things to look for. I always like to mention, annualcreditreport.com. It's important. We all want to, I think many of us don't want to look at our credit report. And we don't want to look at it annually, I'm sure. I can tell you, even as a finance professional, I dread looking at my credit report every year, but I do it. So it's just one of those things that's helpful just to get in the habit of doing. Next thing I'm going to mention here real quick is, business credit. Well, you know what, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna leave that for another day. Because I think I need to turn this over to Liz, and then we can open it up for some questions. I'll leave this part for later, the questions and answer. But I did want to, if we have some time, I'll talk a little bit more about business credit and the importance of it and how it's established. So, Liz, you want to?
Thank you, Nate.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you all doing? You awake? Feeling good? Whole day of business, yeah, that's a lot. So I want to introduce you to our organization. We're New Mexico Community Capital. We're me. I am the executive director of NMCC. We are 501c3. We started in 2004. We were started as a venture capital firm, and then we were a native CDFI, so we're neither at this point. We've gotten out of that business and decided instead to focus on technical assistance and mentorship and really address the digital and financial literacy needs of Native people, specifically Native business owners. So, if you would, please advance the slide. Yeah. Oh, I have. Oh, it's up here. Liz, advance it. No, that's okay. No problem.
I think it's the down.
Okay, all right. So here's a little bit more about us. So we have a number of programs. Probably our biggest program is the Native Entrepreneur in Residence program. We graduated 46 individuals from this program. It's a 6-month accelerator / incubator. And what we offered with that program was a $15,000 stipend over the course of 6 months. And that really supported the entrepreneur to pursue and focus on building their business. Really successful, and it's really expensive to run. So what we tried to do with that, we tried to get more funding for it. It ended in 2019, and we got funding for a shorter version of it. So we tried to run the Near 90 program. So it was half the time, smaller stipend, but it was still the same principles, one-to-one mentorship, a community of practice, those things that have been shown to work. So we're still looking for funding for that. We want to return to it. I feel good about it for this year. We'll see how it goes. What we have instead, we have a few iterations. So we have the Financial Literacy and Business Basics course, and we had something called the Digital Media and Marketing Basics course. And that really came out of the pandemic because people really needed to get online, right? They couldn't sell in person anymore. So business and marketing essentials are both of those combined, and we've probably put through about 100 people through those courses, or through that class in particular. And they're small, so it's 10 to 15 people per class or per cohort. They get a small stipend of $1,200, $200 to $1,200 depending on the funding source. But again, there are no restrictions on how they can use that funding, which gives the entrepreneurs the power here and the agency to buy inventory, to pay for childcare, to buy groceries, whatever it is they need to succeed at their business. We are a recipient of an award called the Equality Can't Wait Challenge. That is a $10 million award with our partner, Native Women Lead. And that was to support Native women entrepreneurs in becoming investable. So it was an award that came from Melinda Gates, Stacy Schusterman, and oh my goodness, I'm forgetting, Mackenzie Scott, right? Big money, big money. So they awarded $40 million. We were one of 4 recipients to receive $10 million. So we're almost 2 years into that program, and it supports technical assistance, the Business and Marketing Essentials program, which is for both males and females. And also, we're going to start an investment fund. We are going to start something called the Rematriating Economies Apprenticeship, which will support women in a training program to seed them in investment management roles in the larger industry. We also do something called Indigi Exchange. So when we first started, when the pandemic first started, this is when this website kicked off. Separate website, so everyone that had gone through our programs have an opportunity to sell their products. It's not so much for services, but for products. And it was a teaching tool, really. So we taught them how to negotiate with wholesalers, how to invoice, how to reach out to wholesalers, that kind of thing. So really, this was a stepping stone for those that really only vended in person. And that was taken away from them, so this really got them ready to be online. Also, we do the Native Farmer in Residence. We are on our third year of the Native American Ag Fund funding. We have our third grant now, and have just started that with a pool of 10 farmers, 10 local farmers from New Mexico. And we offer for this program, what we built into this program is universal basic income. So $1,000 a month for farmers to go through this program over the course of a year, I think. So again, trial, we're checking it out. We've been talking about UBI for a long time. Let's see what happens out of it, right? Farmers need our support, for sure. Tech training and support, so we offer digital literacy training, financial literacy training, fiscal agency services. We feel that it's important to offer this, right, for organizations that need that sponsor. So we currently support, I think, 13 companies for those, mostly those who are looking to start their own C3, and they're in the process of that. So this just gives them an opportunity to bring those grant dollars in tribal economic development. So we work with tribes to do feasibility studies, needs assessments, and that's probably a smaller piece of our business, but it's important. Like these programs, you know, workforce development, they need to be incorporated into the larger scheme. So some of our partners, New Mexico State University, or AIBE, just taught a class there last night. Online, we're a partner. Indian Pueblo Cultural Center, that's where we are doing they've also hired us to do a separate farming program with them. NCAI, our program director, Jake Foreman, is the first Google Indigenous digital trainer. So we have a partnership with NCAI. Also, Native Community Capital. I'm on the board of Native Community Capital, and I had the loan committee there. So I'm just becoming more familiar with what entrepreneurs need and small business owners need. Change Labs, they're another entrepreneurial support organization on the Navajo Nation, and they're a partner of ours with something called the Indigenous Economic Wellbeing Alliance, which supports the business needs and also the well-being needs of Native entrepreneurs. Nusenda Credit Union is a partner through a relationship-based program that we have called Co-op Capital. Flower Hill Institute, we've worked with them for our last NAF grant. Native Women Lead, huge partner, probably almost a sister organization. They're located in our building as well. They rent an office there. And that picture to the right is the day we had our press conference when we were announcing the award to everyone. So, beginning of the pandemic, so masks on all the way around. And Grow with Google. So we are a Grow with Google Cloud partner, and again, Jake is our digital trainer there. So here's a couple pictures of all the amazing people that we work with. And again, this is like our class picture, I call it, on the right-hand side for the Futures Indigenous Women. That's Native Women Lead and New Mexico Community Capital. We also work with Rowan Horse Consulting, also located in Albuquerque. They're a part of that program as well. Down below in the lower left is Ricardo Cate, and that's one of our financial business basics classes at the IBCC. And we also travel. So here we went to Cahokia in the upper left to teach a class as well in Phoenix. So access to capital for NMCC is, there are definitions, right? Many definitions for it. But for us, it's money and resources. So we really fill the role of the resources and a convener and a trainer and a mentor. So we have relationship-based lending, microgrants as investment, right? Stipends, digital wallets, participation, technical assistance, and support with selling products through IndigiExchange and a DAO. And I'll go ahead and just briefly go through that. So for relationship-based lending, it's co-op capital. So many, right, I think Nate has touched on this, don't have the credit to get loans. And also, some people just need $3,000 to get an essential piece of equipment, right? Or to buy enough inventory to fulfill an order. So those that maybe have a problem qualifying or are going to have pay a large interest rate, there is Nucenda's Co-op Capital Program, which is relationship-based lending. So we're not basing it on the 5 C's, which is different than Bank of America probably, but needs that type of funding is needed as well. So this really serves those who are just starting out and again just need small infusions of cash. And I think the top loan amount was $10,000, but on average we're lending about $5,000. And we're just starting this as a pilot program. Like we were a CDFI, so we got out of that business, but we're dipping our toe back into the water with this co-op capital program. And through the Futures Indigenous Women, which is a partnership with Native Women Lead, there are 4 funds. 3 of those have come out. The Response Fund, which was really, it's under Nucenda, and it was a response to the pandemic. The Creative Fund, which funded up to, I think it was $25,000. That was under the Equality Can't Wait Award. So that award covered the loan loss for these programs. There's the Matriarch Restorative Fund, so that was a maximum amount of $50,000. So we just lent out 7 for 7 entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs. And the Revolutionary Fund, which is being led by Rowan Horse and Native Women Lead. I'm also on that team, but it's being led by them. That will be up to $250,000 for Native women entrepreneurs. So that's coming later this year. We're securing our financial intermediary there, so watch out for that. And all this information, we're just building on this website, but it is a long name, a long URL, but it is thefuturesindigenouswomen.com. And microgrants is investment. So when you think about pathways to capital, this is important. So even though people are getting $1,200, right, $500, $200, that helps them in their business. This is us. We travel to Zuni for another program, and that's Jake on the left-hand side. These are some of the members of the Zuni Arts Collective. So they asked us to come and support them. So stipends, right, we consider a microgrant. Participation and digital wallets. So the digital wallets, we offer $250 under this program for, usually it pays for accounting software, it pays for Canva, right, tools of the trade for entrepreneurs. Technical assistance, person on the right is Ari Johnny Wadsworth of Cowitson Maid, who was on, I think she was selling at one of the events we had, so I snapped a pic of her there. So we have a community of practice. And I think it's really important for people to have that as they're growing their business, right? Most of the people we work with just have one person on their team. So knowing that everyone in the business and marketing essentials class can potentially get together in the future helps people, right? It is just being able to talk and share stories and tips, that kind of thing. So we do peer mentorship, right? We offer 3 hours of one-to-one mentorship after each class. There's also coaching. There's drop-in TA that's available as well. We do all kinds of workshops, right? And we have online offerings as well. Probably more of our offerings are online now. And we hope to have a digital training site to go to so people can actually buy a package and go through all the videos. We have working with us now a technologist who is super capable, super sharp, and yeah, we look forward to seeing that at the end of this year. So this is just an example of what we offer with the Business and Marketing Essentials class, right? It's about household money management and business money management, self-employment tools, practices. So it's a Google Digital Skills curriculum, and we combine it with our curriculum. So it's a pretty robust syllabus that we offer over the course of a month. So it's 15 to 20 hours typically. Sometimes we do it on a weekend, and it's 3 full days. And at the end, people pitch because they've built a, whatever it is they have. They can showcase the product, they can build a slideshow, or they can draw something if they really wanted to, or just, whatever they feel comfortable with. So we do a money map, we do a story circle, we do household budget, and we also offer a toolkit, not just the 250, but we give people a Chromebook. Some people still don't have a laptop. So, at the beginning of the pandemic, the laptop was the only computer that was in the house for some people. So Chromebook, again, the stipend, the digital wallet, and a pitch to NMCC. And we usually have that once a year, once every other year. And this is in DigiExchange, and I apologize, this really needs to be updated, but we probably have featured at this point 45 plus entrepreneurs, and this is a site in digiexchange.com. It is a commerce site, right? People can buy things. You can buy something on there now. That'd be great. Oh, just kidding. So we've sold 12,000 plus worth of goods. It's been more than that. And some of the entrepreneurs, we have a First Friday, and that is outside of our building. We're located in downtown Albuquerque in a very iconic building called the Occidental Life Insurance Building. It's built in 1917. It has these just amazing, unique columns. So under each arch is a Native entrepreneur, and it's a rotating group that goes through. And yeah, it's pretty successful, and it's kind of fun. So we've had movie premieres, we've had a modeling show, we've had speaking engagements. AIBE has been there and presented and kind of done a First Friday takeover. We do plan exchanges, and some of our farmers sell products. So yeah, I was just thinking about the last presenter being maybe a nice opportunity for a trade. And probably lastly, and probably what I'm least familiar with, but there are people in our organization who are more familiar with, is IndigiDAO. The DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization, which we feel is well suited for Native communities. It is built on blockchain, right, on the blockchain, so it's safe. And it allows participants, what we're thinking, how we're going to model it, participants can invest in each other, right? It's a closed system, it's secure, and there can be an exchange of goods and services, or participants in this closed system can invest in each other's businesses. So they start with a pool or a treasury, and if somebody says, wow, I have this amazing opportunity, I just need 10,000 to get the inventory. So their profit that comes back in, they pay the money back and maybe they add some of their profit to build up on that bank, which is in the Dow. So still learning a little bit more about it. Personally, I understand conceptually, but in practice, we are talking to a funder right now to get this going. So we're really close and hope to introduce it in the spring, a little later in the spring. So here's a graphic, fancy tech graphic. It just shows that there's an exchange of goods and services. New Mexico Community Capital will hold the treasury, and participants can offer the goods and services. They can, it really is based on sovereignty, and we found that that is the way we're going to align ourselves with it, and it makes sense that way. So yeah, that is it for us, and I think I have a picture at the end, and that's one of those austere arches. So yeah, please look us up. Feel free to contact us. We're doing a lot of amazing things out there. Thank you.
Yeah. When were we supposed to be done?
3:30.
Do we have time for questions?
Are there any questions?
Questions? Thank you, guys.
Yes, you're free to go. Yeah,
Okay,
awesome.
thank you all.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much. For the time.
Yes.
One quick thing I wanted to remind everybody, on your agenda, there is a little QR code. I have it on the name badge as well, but I don't know if the name badge is working. But what you do, like at a restaurant with the menus, look at the agenda and put your phone to that. That is our survey. And I'd really appreciate if you took 4 minutes to fill out the survey. Yes?
Just so y'all know that 4 to 4:30, we're going to be at the tables back there. So if you have any questions for me or Liz, feel free to stop by the table. Thanks.
Alrighty, and like we had mentioned, we do have the bios in the handouts that we provided this morning. So up next we have Adolfo Vasquez. He is with our new Apex, I believe is what the new brand. So come on up, Adolfo. Are you a wanderer? I mean, no. You don't like that because he wants you at the podium.
Thank you.
I know it's late, and I'm the only thing standing between you and the breaks, or the folks out there. So I'll just show you guys, as I was listening to the presenters today, these are the notes I took of what I've learned from them. So if this old dog can learn new tricks, I would strongly recommend that you guys attend more of these, because it's a wealth of information. I'm going to start off with a story here, and then you'll see the relevance throughout the entire presentation. And I want to be quick. I want to see if I can run through, because after all my notes, there are things that are more important. You'll get a copy of my presentations. You can go through those. But there are a couple of efforts that I need you to really take away from here. There was a Italian Oma grandmother who religiously would go down to the local church early in the morning and pray to a statue of the Holy Mother. Holy Mother, please, 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 let me win the lottery. She did it for years, religiously, every morning. Mother, Mother, please, let me win the lottery. One day she went in, and early morning she was about halfway through, and the statue came to life. She was shocked. And And the first thought that came to her mind is, I'm going to win the lottery. And the statue looked at her and she said, my child, you've been coming to me for years, pleading with me to help you win the lottery. And I love to help you. But you got to do your part, my child. You got to buy a ticket. All of what you heard today, you've been begging for information, but you got to do your part. And you'll see as you go, if you don't do it, there's not anything we can do. And having sat behind the office, I call it, I worked behind the curtain in the Land of Oz, in the contracting arena. We're stuck. We have to file for regulations. We have to go through. My friend, the lawyer over here, has to be careful that he follows the legal advice. I don't have to do that. I can give you possible strategies that you can try maybe, but I know that they work. I was a contracting officer for a while. I was a chief of contracts. So, and I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm not Warren Buffett as far as financial advice, but I think I know a little bit about how to help you. But you got to buy lottery tickets, guys. Okay? So, next slide. Here's what I'm going to do. That's comments I picked up from Ron this morning on the lonely halls of D.C. pushing for 8A. He could have used all of us writing our congressman. It takes that. You heard the attorney. You know, guys, this is what, you got to be registered, you got to be reliable, you got to be responsible. You got to have your ducks together. And believe me, you all have been to school. You know, you all have been through the grindstone. And I don't mean to lecture, but sometimes, and I'll be honest, I wrote an article for the Tribal Business Journal about 4 years ago. The title of that article was that Your Baby is Ugly. And that was as a result of my wife sitting in on a couple of my sessions with some businesses doing SWATs. After she listened to them, the critique she gave me was, if you talk to me like that, I wouldn't come back and see you either. But you need to hear it. Your baby is not that bad, maybe. But if it's ugly, you really, I think as a business person, you need to hear that. But you need to hear it from a friend. Okay, and that's what I hope that the apexes will be. Next slide, please. Okay, mission, hold tight. Disregard that. I want to read you. We're so new. In December, they made us apexes. Okay, last year, so we're new. We don't even have our names changed yet. But here's what we have as a mission. If any of these fit you, come see us. I have 465 fellow cohorts nationwide that if I can't help you, I can find someone who can give you good help, good advice. Here's what Apex accelerators have to do. Identify marketing opportunities and techniques for clients consistent with the client's products and services. I gotta help you sell your wares, not help you tell you what the government is buying. Makes a difference. Marketing techniques may include advice and assistance on contents of capability statements, which we're going to talk about, business cards used to market to government agencies, and how to find and approach government agencies and government prime contractors. Up until October, we could only help agencies and contracting officers if they asked for our help. And you know how much of that was. Now, I can go to their offices, I can make those phone calls. I can turn the heat up. And having been in their shoes behind the curtain in the land of Oz, I know where they live and where they sleep. So if that fits, come see us. Advising and assisting clients in the preparation of proper submission of applications, certifications, registrations, bids. Couldn't do that before. Proposal reviews. Couldn't do that before. And prepare them for doing business with federal, state, and local governments. That's like helping my student do their homework. Wow. I'm all game. I am game for that. We were not allowed to do that before. It was a conflict of interest. Only if the contracting officers asked us. I can't tell you what to put on your proposal, but I can tell you if it's not right. If you didn't answer the question. If it's not correct, if it's too wordy. We can do that now. Advising and assisting clients concerning post-award functions. What is that? Have you got your final payment? You know, what about the next one? Did you close it? How about your CPARs, if you're a prime? Did you get one? Let's check it out, make sure that they didn't throw you under the bus. Because if they did, you're going to have trouble with your next contract. You must. They're very clear about the language. It doesn't say you shall yet, but it says you must advise and assist clients in pursuing and securing subcontracting opportunities. Now, I know what you're going to do. You're going to go to Adolfo, where is my subcontractor? I want a subcontract. Can't help you there. But I can tell you and I can point you in the direction, or I can bring the prime in to sit down with you and say, listen, I want you to hear this person out. That's the way I'm interpreting it. Because this is good stuff. It's a lot of work for us, but it's a lot of benefit to you. As a minimum, Apex Accelerator must make available advice and assistance on the following topics. Federal, state, local government contracting laws, policies, blah, 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 blah. The DOD mentor protege. You heard about the DOD, the mentor protege. Best thing since sliced bread. There is a difference between the SBA mentor protege program and the 11 agencies that fund those programs. If you want to know what the 11 agencies are, come see us. You can look them up. The difference between them and the SBA mentor protege, they have money. Okay? And there's ways that you can use the SBA's mentor protege program to penetrate and access those dollars that those agencies have. Come see us. Accounting system requirements. Okay? QuickBooks is okay, but we need to look at it. Depends on the agency. We need to look at your stuff and see what you can find. The procurement payment process. How many of you all are in SAM? How many of you all have had payment problems? I'll tell you what, I've got 6 businesses in New Mexico that haven't gotten paid since July because their registration is not working. They haven't been able to fix the problem. And now we can get involved and help with them. Subcontracting. Okay? You're not ready for that $100 million contract, but you can take a $10 million one. Let me help you. So I have this list of new things that we got to do. Now this is late breaking. We got this in January. And as I'm looking through it, I'm saying, who did they have in mind to do this? Where's my help? But we're going to get it. We're going to get it. So if any of these things fit your needs now, buy a lottery ticket. Next slide. Oh, never mind. Hold this one. 2 slides on this half, and then the rest of the presentation we're going to go through real quick because it's golly gee whiz stuff that I do. What can I do for you? I just told you. And we can talk about it a little later on. This is, to me, is great. I can go to work for you. Now, like I said, I don't claim to be Warren Buffett, but I spent 19 years in procurement. I think I know a little bit about how to work around the process. And I got friends like my other contracting officer cohort here. If we can't come up with a solution together, then we've got a problem. Capability statements are the first thing that a contracting officer, procurement officer, anybody, it's your resume. All of you know about, you found, looking for, submitting your resume. If it's in the wrong form, if it's over 2 pages, you kind of squinted and made it 8 font so I couldn't read it. You know, just to make it the 2 pages. I threw it away anyway because I couldn't read it. You know, all of those things that you have gone through, the contracting officer has it. Now, I'll give you a challenge. Take 10 companies, any 10 companies you want. Go to their website, get their capability statements, if you can find them there. And then look at them. When I prepared a capabilities presentation for Onabin, I did that with my own clients. And I've been a school teacher, I've been a college professor, and there were 10 totally different formats. Put yourself in as a contracting officer, and I gotta find. So I don't get just 10, I may get 50 capability statements. Which one is the one I need? And I'm going to go through a little process here. How many printers do I have in the business? You're going to want to see this guy before this is over with. I'm not promoting the business, but I just came back from the 8A conference. The variety of capability statement formats and the quality. You know, I mean, I'm not kidding you, there were pictures of, and I'm not knocking a lot of the presentation with pictures, but I don't need grandkids pictures and my toy, my dog and my car, and they're there. I get it. This is yours, but it doesn't help me. We're going to go over the 5 elements that have to be in every single capability statements, and there's 3 of them. When do the feds use it? And then I'm going to get into the fast draw at the end, go through all of how can we help you and how do we help the businesses I just told you. Next slide. There are 3 standard types of capability statements. No different than your resume. If you're wanting to get into the agency and tell them I'm in the construction business, it's going to be pretty general. I build buildings, I lay concrete, I lay asphalt, I do all of this stuff, HVAC. That's introduction capabilities. If I'm targeting the USDA or DOD or HHS, I got to find out what they buy and target the agency. And this is where you get to the program office and say, how do I market to DOD? How do I market to HHS? How do I market to DOI? Because that's going to tweak, there's a lot of the same information, but you're going to tweak your capabilities to that agency. And then comes the last one where they want you to build an outhouse. I don't care that you can pave roads and put in roofs and paint. How do you build a outhouse? Your capability then has to change into, here are my capabilities for building an outhouse. Very simple. So it depends on what you're targeting, which capability statement you're going to use. And you should have all of it. This should not be of any surprise to any of you. Now, when I'm looking at a capability statement, and I've heard some comments here already, you know, especially from some of the contracting folks, was, you know, they sent me a capability statement that was addressing chickens, and we were looking for anybody that can buy horses, sell horses. That means you didn't read the statement. You didn't care enough. Now maybe somewhere embedded in that capabilities was, oh, and by the way, I do sell chickens. But it wasn't there, and I had to look for it. And you'll see how quickly you get eliminated. Next slide. I'll give you some templates on that. This is important. As a professor, I would do this. You will see this on the test. These 5 elements must be in your capability statement. I'm going to I want to surprise you at the next slide. These are the reasons that the government uses capability statements. When I'm doing a sources sought, you just heard about responding to it. I'm looking for somebody that can build an outhouse, and you send me a capabilities of construction. Help me. Help me. I need you to tell me that you can build an outhouse, because that's what's on the board, that's what's on the table right now, not construction. If you're introducing yourself to the construction folks in the program office, then give me all of the things you do. For an IDIQ, a 5-year contract, yes. But for a particular RFI or RFQ for a particular item, streamline it. You're teaming, okay? I've got a team, but you're limiting yourself to only those capabilities that you've got. Add your team's capabilities, add them to the process. If you're subcontracting with a prime, I'm only washing the windows. That's important to a contracting officer, because I'm gonna just like I did with my friend over here at Clear Cloud. I was like, you know, what do you do? Didn't take me long to find out exactly what he does. And if you're the window cleaner for that contract, I'm going to look you up, and yep, they got a good window cleaner. That's a plus for the contract. They collect. I came back with about a 4-inch pile of capability statements. I collect them. So do the agencies. How many of y'all have been in HR? Okay, when you're out there at the trade show collecting resumes, and you come back and then you do a quick search. Yep, nope, yep, nope, yep. That's what happens with your capabilities at a trade show when they collect them. Other government agencies call me and say, hey, have you got anybody that builds outhouses? Yeah, send me their capability statements. They're calling us. You know how many times I have to beg my businesses for a capability statement that's current? And this is why people don't come see me after I discuss or have a meeting, because I tell them their baby's ugly. It's not ugly. I'm just trying to help you. Okay, these are things that, and you guys, you know the story. All of you are guilty of that. So am I. I've got to go to the program office. Remember, he talked about convincing the program office that I need to change, that I need another company. They're coming to me saying, I want you to give it to this company. No, I'm gonna take your capabilities and convince the program office that you're the better company. It's important. Probably the most important selling material that you've got to market. Can't emphasize it enough. Next slide. Whose capability statement looks like that? I'll tell you why it's important. How many of you are taking a speed reading class? Okay, it's called the Z method. It's taught to 4th graders. Okay, that's where we used to teach the Z read. Scan. We don't scan for content. We scan for inclusiveness. Is all this there? Next slide. There's the Z read. That's what my clerks do. When they get your proposal, your capability statement, they scan through there. If I'm interested in NAICS codes, I go through there and it goes into the keep file or it goes into the thank you very much file. That's what this is, the importance of a simplified capability statement. And I can't emphasize enough. Target.gov made that presentation 10 years ago to one of our APTEC meetings, and I'm still using it. They were there at the 8A conference. I sat in on their briefing. They've updated their effort, and let me tell you, it still works. It works for me, and I'm sure it works for other contracting folks. If you've ever been a contracting officer or someone, if you ever had to go through files and do those quick, that's where your file, you may be the company I need, but I'll never see you because, and I dare you, look at 10 capability statements of your friends, your other businesses, and see if you can scan quickly and find what you need. Those 5 elements. That's it. That's all I need. Can I go back a little bit? One? Differentiators. I'm going to show you one that HHS has that's similar to this, and I'm going to, when you get the slides, I'm going to refer you to a YouTube. YouTube is great. They do better trainings than we do. You can go over them. You can do it in shower shoes with a glass of wine or whatever, and go over and over and, you know, repeat, repeat, repeat. Okay? That's why I kind of look at YouTube a lot, and I do screen because there's a ton of those things. The Z-read method is in YouTube, but it's not the Z method of calculating. No, not that one. Speed reading. There's about 3 videos on it. You know, and I used to do that with my 4th graders. Teach them how to quickly scan. Is it something I want to read? Yes, in the pile. Somehow not. Okay, next slide. These you'll get, we won't go to them now. There's a test on the second one. I want you to tell me, that's HHS has used that capability statement, which is pretty good, but there's something missing in that one, and I was going to test you guys to see if, but I gave you the answer already. There's no differentiators. But you can see where, if that's a government capability statement, maybe I should follow suit. Copy that. Next slide. Okay, that's what I want you to get, not this. Those 2 slides, the 5 elements and the simplicity of that statement. We have templates for that. Now, this is where you go see the printer. I know that a lot of us use our own computers to do our own printing. And, but let me tell you, printing companies have, they don't necessarily have to print, although, but they have quality digital equipment that they can give you a thumb drive, and the difference between what they produce on their gazillion-dollar equipment and my $200 laptop using PowerPoint or using, Publisher, it's amazing. Is it worth it? I'll let the printer tell you how much it costs. It probably is. I mean, I know I used to spend a fortune on my resumes. So why not do it for your business? And then if you've got a printer, all you have to do is call them and say, hey, look, I want you to change these, and they've already got it. So, again, I'm not promoting going and changing all your things, but it's well worth the effort. Next, this is what we do for you. This is old, but it's still pertinent. I read you the laundry list of what they're telling us we have to do now, which I like this. I'll combine it into that. Next. That's what we do. How many of you all are registered with PTAC, which is now Apex? How many of you are registered with SBDC? How many of you are registered with VBOC? How many of you are registered with West or here or the Women's Training Business Center? How about SCORE? Those are 5 organizations, and Apex has told us we're going to use all 5 of them because each of them has a role to play in this procurement process of getting you ready for contracts. John Garcia here at the SBA started a wagon wheel meeting of all the resource partners. I'm hoping that he has continued that. SCORE, West, SBDC, VBOC, and PTACs were at the table talking about what can we do. You are a Christmas tree. Who puts on the lights? Who puts on the tinsel? Who puts on the ornaments? So that we're not competing with each other and we're identifying what we do. So you've got 5 organizations that you should have on your speed dial. And the best part of it is they're pro bono. I don't say free because people, when you tell them it's free, it's probably no good. Well, I'm telling you, pro bono means I know good attorneys, expensive attorneys, that do pro bono work. I've used them. They're the best in the business. So you've got a lot of folks that are here to help you. If you don't utilize this, you're going to be like that Oma, praying to a statue. You got to buy a lottery ticket. You got to do your part. Next slide. This is what we teach also and help you, as we were talking about, with different tribes, especially the Native American PTACs or Apexes. There are a lot of nuances with each of the tribes and pueblos with their taro. That is, taro is the Native American equivalent of the Department of Labor. The rules of how they operate. And we teach contracting officers how this works, prevailing wages, discrimination, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Different, okay? If you're going to do business on a Pueblo reservation, come see us. We can talk about what are the requirements above and beyond the DOL. ISBEs, IEEs. At the conference, there's a, I want to make sure I got this to you. There is a GAO study. I want you to write this down. It's GAO-20-184T. If you don't know how to do a GAO report, Google GAO, Google that number. When you read a GAO report, look at the summary. On the left-hand side is why was this study done? This was initiated by Congress trying to find out why is it that Alaska Native corporations are getting 80% of the sole source contracts. Hawaiian natives are only getting 6%. And AIEs, which is, I didn't know what they were, I used to call them tribal businesses. In Congress, they're known as AIEs, according to that report. Very few. NAVC, NAVAIR, DISA, the DOI were out there asking, do you have any tribal businesses that we can contract with? There are 3 legs to this stool in the IEE. There's the Alaska Native Corporations, the Alaska Native Hawaiian, the Native Hawaiian, and the AIEs. They're looking for them. This thing about collaborating and finding, it's hot. Why? I think Secretary Deb Haaland has something to do with it. Because we're getting a lot of requests from all agencies. The Buy Indian Act is alive and well. As I mentioned earlier, there is a letter out that we heard of that Secretary Deb Haaland has directed all of the agencies, Bureau of Land Management, Park and Rec, Forest Service, all of her agencies must, I don't know if the shell is there yet, issue contracts to ISBs and IEEs. God, that's great. And if you follow her, everywhere she visits, she drops $100 to $200 billion. Or million, I'm sorry. You follow her. Now, last thing I'm going to bring in, okay, let me go. Next slide. This is all about helping you understand how different pueblos, different tribal, because a lot of contracts flow into the tribes. And they're sovereign nations. They're like me contracting with Germany, contracting with Australia. I've got to obey their rules. Sometimes contracting officers don't understand that we can help you. If you're going to do work on Navajo, you're going to do work on Cheyenne, help us. We can help you understand what else do you need or how to get registered with them. Last line there. We have been directed, not asked, we've been directed to work with these other resource partners. New Mexico has been doing it for several years now. It works. Next slide. Teaming, joint ventures, mentor proteges. What best fits you? I used to run, for 3 years, I was the Army Mentor Protege Director. It was like the 10th hat I wore. I've gone back to do some research. I'm preparing there are right now currently 2,700 businesses, mentors that have contracts that they need to, in order to activate that contract, they've got to find a protege. So if you want to find a company by NAICS code that you can protege with, now that doesn't mean they're going to accept you, but you can at least know who's in the business. And then you apply. The mentor applies and says, I want Adolfo's Welders as a protege. DOD says, okay, comes the money. Either for work or R&D to develop the business. I can't emphasize the Buy Indian Act. It has got teeth. How many of you all familiar with the provisions of the BIA? Okay. It's important. We can help you with those. Now, back to what can you do? That GAO report was submitted in I think January of 2000 or December of 2019. Where is it going to go? Those of us that understand the Puzzle Palace, it might go to committee. It may not. When the Buy Indian Act was enacted, it was 1910. They didn't have regulations until 2013. 100 years. Nobody did anything. 2013, they didn't do anything. 2015, we pushed and pushed and pushed, and guess what? Here it is, 2017, still nothing was done. GAO investigation, and you'll see this report, they've done investigations since 2006 on how come tribal businesses aren't getting sole source contracts. And why hasn't it gone anywhere? How many of y'all have ever written your congressman? Now, when I was behind the curtain, I couldn't do this. I read in their, if that's, they say help them. I can call the contracting officer. I can call the program office. I know I used to work there. I was one of them. I know where to call. I know what to say. I know how to make sure that these things get done, because that's how you get business done. Next slide. This is how we help the agencies. You'll get to see that. And we help them with a lot more. Now we have direct access, which I love. You know, they may throw me out, but that's okay. I know how they work. I was them. Next slide. These are those of you that wanted to market, you want to be experts at these, don't come as the CEO. Send me your clerks. Send me your business person. Send me whoever's doing your marketing. Let me teach them how to prepare a report so that when you walk in the morning with a cup of coffee, here you are, ma'am. I've already screened 1,000 opportunities, and here are the best 3 for today. You don't have time. My father and son trucking company in Los Lunas, who him and his 4 sons are on trucks all day, don't have time. And there are resources available for you that you can use. So if you want to learn how to navigate all of these, we can do that. Next slide. That's who we are. Next. That's the Native American apexes across the country. If you're going to do business somewhere else, you're going to partner with somebody else, let us know. We can get you hooked up. But you got to buy a ticket. You got to be registered with any PTAX anywhere. We'll help you get to, because we put teams together. But buy that ticket. And next slide. Here's who we are. The National Center PTAC is, we have all of the tribes from East California to the Atlantic, south of the Mason-Dixon line to the Gulf. All of these folks, we're smart. We're darn smart. Trust me. We got a good team for you. Next slide. And if you recognize that guy on the right, that was 1978. That's Adolfo with hair. I was briefing General Bradley. He came down to my unit, and I treasure that picture. That was a young me before I lost my hair doing contracting. Folks, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Your questions, please. Tashina.
So you talked about capability statements being directed towards certain agencies. How about
attending matchmakings where you're meeting with different agencies? How would you format that capability statement?
I'm going to preface it. When I did my market research on CloudClear, it took me 15 minutes to find out what he could market. So if you're going to a matchmaking, don't show up and say, I sell chickens. Know that I sell chickens, and I'm going to sell chickens, I'm going to buy chickens, and I'm buying a particular type of chicken. You can find that by doing a little bit of research. Come see us. It doesn't take long for me to teach you how to do market research the way the feds do it. Trust me, it's not rocket science. It's just looking for the right thing. So if you show up for matchmaking, again, we prepare you with the questions. Have you ever asked in a matchmaking event going in and say, instead of what do you sell, what are you buying? No. What are you looking for in a contractor? Put it on, they'll tell you. 5'6", blonde, blue-eyed. Okay, so I don't fit the T. What can I do for you? And that dialogue, that needs to start. They don't have contracts there. Trust me. You're not going to walk away from a matchmaking with contracts. You want to know, that's an opportunity one-on-one to meet as many of those folks that are behind the curtain in the land of Oz that can help you, and then you can get the ideas of how do I market to you when I get home. That's the point, not can I get a contract. And understand as much as you can about that business, and we can help you with those quick questions because you got, what, 15 minutes? Speed dating, do I want to come back? No. Do they want you back? That's the point. If you don't walk away knowing that they're going to call you back, you wasted your time. Yes, ma'am. Oh, God. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just to reiterate what he said, persistence. Persistence, persistence, persistence. I was talking to one of the, Diane with BAE Systems. She's very prominent in the diverse community and a lot of these events. I was talking to her one day, and another guy, business owner, walked up and he said, F you. And I just went, whoa. And she went, that's right. And it meant follow-up. And that was one of her biggest messages, was follow-up. And he had heard it in a previous presentation. But I can't, don't let the wind come out of your sails. I talked to Edison, my biggest customer, for 2 years before I got an opportunity. And 2 messages with that. Number one, thank God I didn't get an opportunity the first time I had an opportunity to get an opportunity, because I would have fell on my face. I thought I could do all this stuff, but I realized after the fact I couldn't, so I thank God I didn't. But it was 2 years later, they vetted me, I stayed persistent, I kept in communication, and I finally got that opportunity, a little one, and I had more time to execute. So just stay persistent, and don't, you'll sit down with these people matchmaking thinking, and a lot of times you'll get deceived by thinking they picked you. Oh, they got something for me, you sit down and they go, I don't know, somebody didn't show up and I'm just here to, to make the most out of it. And so make sure you get all their information and follow up on what they said and tell your story. You got 15 minutes and they'll remember you. But if you show up and you're just another person going, what do you got for me? I'm 8A, hey, check me out, they're gonna just blow you off. Or I'm diverse, hey, what do you got for me? It's if you sit down with them and you let them know you know about what they're doing, you're gonna impress them, they're gonna take your name back and give it to somebody important, or try to find somebody important.
On that point, I'm going to do a plug for Joanne. What is it, March the 8th? We have a webinar. Okay, on in prep for res on not only, I'm going to go into more depth on the capabilities, but I will also talk about elevator pitches. And so that's another tool that is important, because an elevator pitch as we present it should be what you take to the matchmaking event. What do you do, Adolfo? Well, you don't want to ask me that and give me a microphone, because I'll be here all day, but I'll tell you, and I'll make you listen.
How soon will the other agencies in other states, I'm from California and I am connected with PTAC in Los Angeles, the new direction, the new directives, how soon will those entities in other states receive the new direction or information to begin to?
We all got the message at the same time.
Oh, okay.
It was sent out in January, and we all should be compliant, and they're going to give us money to get new shirts and new logos, and DOD has already told us in a memo, thou shalt not use, you will use Apex from now on, so you're not going to see PTAX, maybe kind of as a, but Apex is going to be our effort, and I just read you, I'll send you, my cards are out there, grab it, send me an email, I'll send you the contract and let you see what we're supposed to do, so when you come to see me, says, Adolfo, it says here you're supposed to get me a contract. Okay. Didn't say that, but.
Okay, I think that kind of wraps this up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adolfo. A round of applause. So that ends our online webinar, and we're all going to wave goodbye to everybody that's been watching today. So bye, everybody. Bye. We're going to go into our roundtable discussions. If you need to take a quick break, please do. There are, flags on the tables, and you probably have to pull a chair over there because, if you want to participate, sit down.